Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Indiana State Board of Nursing. I also want to remind the board members that we are having this as a simulcast this morning so that we can be visible and the programs of nursing and consumers across the state are able to watch this live and in color, I guess. So I want to remind everyone to speak into their microphones. I would also like to ask that the members of the audience silence their cell phones and not kind of, keep talking interaction in the audience to a minimum so that we're able to conduct business and we're able to hear. I guess since we already live, Miss. Since we are live, I think I'll go ahead and introduce members of the board who are present. We have India starting down there. We have India Owens, RN, Liana Russell, LPN, Mary Rock, RN, Andy Morrison, consumer member, Dr. Jeffrey Cotto, RN, Dr. Beth DeKonig, RN. My name is Kim Cooper, and I'm also an RN. We're also assisted by members of the IPLA staff. We have Harry Burke there, Joshua Harrison, our director, and our counsel, Mr. Gordon White. So let's go ahead and call to order and establish a quorum, and I believe we do have a quorum with 6 members present. Minutes from the January 19th, 2017 meeting of the board. Board, you've had everything sent out. Have you had the opportunity to review the information? Do I have any modifications or corrections to those minutes? If there are none, may I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? That was Rock and Russell. Motion carries 6-0-0. Next on the list is adoption of the minutes from personal appearances from the February 2nd, 2017 ALJ meeting. Board, you've also had those items distributed to you. Are there any questions, concerns, or desire for modifications? If there are none, may I have a motion to accept?
I make a motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain or opposed? Motion carries 6-0-0. I believe that was Dr. DeKonig. And was that you, Mary,
Rock,
the second? And Rock was the second. Oh, who's our seventh? Oh, Ms. Russell is here now. I apologize. Let's see. Adoption of the recommendation on proposed settlement agreements reviewed by board member Dr. Cotto.
I reviewed them this morning, and I had no questions on the settlement agreement. I approved it.
I have a motion to accept.
So moved. A second.
Okay, that was Rock and DeKonig in favor. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 7-0-0. Indiana State Nurse Assistance Program. Mr. Lindquist.
Morning, board members. I've actually given you a copy of my January report. I didn't have the time to send that out electronically. That thoroughly, I'll just highlight a couple of things. We actually gave out 7 applications for the Needs Assistance Fund, and we approved those and gave out monies to our 7 nurses who applied for that. That's up. Usually it averages around 3 or 4, so again, we're trying to encourage them to apply for that now that we have those funds available. We're in the process of planning our provider meeting here in April. Yeah. It was a busy month. We had 24 new intakes, and so our intakes continue to around 20 a month. I've also included a Surgeon General's report with treatment and comprehensive continuing possible. I'll just highlight a couple of the statistics on the bottom of that report. Pretty staggering. We all know that the heroin epidemic the opiate and heroin epidemic is really forthcoming, and this just emphasizes some of that. Someone in the U.S. dies due to opioid or heroin overdose every 19 minutes. 7,000 people died of a drug overdose in the United States in 2014. That's 14,000 more than died in automobile accidents. 61% of deaths due to overdose involve prescription opiates or heroin. And then a staggering statistic, only 10% of those with addiction receive treatment. I know our new governor is really working on trying to get money available. Citizens here in Indiana access treatment help for their addiction. My report, but I'd surely be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Board, do you have questions for Mr. Wickler? Actually, I do, sir. I know that we frequently hear at board about nurses saying they could not afford monitoring, they didn't have funds available, and so I'm very pleased to see the applications. Does that cover just a portion of the ISNAP cost, or?
It covers a portion. We allocate enough to pay for 2 of their urine drug screens during the time. They're responsible for 1 of the urine drug screens, and they're also responsible for the fee at the collection site. Okay. So we're paying about 2/3 of their fees currently.
Is it a sliding scale or just flat out scholarship for those services?
Well, it's based on a sliding scale depending on what their current income is, et cetera. But once they're received that fee, we don't give out dollars on a sliding scale. If they're approved, it's a flat fee that we give them.
Thank you. Anything else?
I have a question. Mr. Lindquist, on the urine drug screens, what is the out-of-pocket cost for the one that the nurse would be responsible for, him or herself?
Cost, we do a couple of different panels. If we do a 12-panel screen, the cost is $1 for the pre-collection fee site where they do the collection, which can average anywhere from $20 to $25. So it's probably a $65 cost, $5 to $70 cost for each urine drug. Most of them, they're averaging 1. Does add up over a period of time. After they've been in monitoring for a period of time and they demonstrate compliance, we will increase the frequency. It ends up being about once a month once they've been in monitoring for a period of time.
Thank you.
Is there anything else? Sir, would you like to address the students in the audience, please?
Good morning. My name is Chuck Lindquist. We're contracted with the state of Indiana to monitor nurses who may be or are impaired with a substance use disorder. The state reasons for putting this in place. First one is public safety. If it's known that a nurse may be impaired with a substance use disorder, of course, the state wants to make sure they're safe to practice nursing. Secondly, they want to treat the disease of addiction with compassion. We want to get that nurse level of treatment, get them into a solid recovery program, and get them back. Most common reasons a nurse gets referred to ISNAP, one is at the end of the day, medication counts are off, suspected diversion, sometimes admitted diversion. Second most common reason is alcohol related, either the DUI or coming into the workplace with the smell of alcohol on your breath, etc. Cardinal rule of monitoring, of course, being workplace safety, we always identify a worksite monitor in the workplace who become our pair of eyes and ears in the workplace, so that if they're fully aware that they're an ISNAP, if they have any concerns that nurse they contact us, or likewise, if we get a positive urine drug screen, we contact the workplace to discuss workplace safety, pull them off work as needed, etc. Flyer that I put in the back of the auditorium, it says help us here for yourself or a colleague, and it tells you how you can identify how you can contact ISNAP. Also, if you pick up the Nurse Focus, there's an article, The Prescription Drug Use Epidemic and Precursors of Addiction in Nurses. I encourage you to pick that up and read that. We have a website, indiananurses.org, and an ISNAP link, which will give you lots of information about ISNAP, and I'll be here all day if you have any questions.
Thank you. All right, moving down the agenda, the next is education.
Ms. Cooper, if I could step in here. So as a reminder, we have a number of things on our calendar, as you can see on our agenda for this morning, including personal appearances and some hearings. If you are here for either of those things, make sure you have checked in the back. I'm going to excuse Ms. Owens out for the ALJ hearing calendar now, if she's so kind to oblige. We're going to do those in room 4. So if you're here for either a summary suspension, emergency summary suspension extension, or actually, those are the ones we're going to do predominantly this morning. Go to room 10. If you're here for a personal appearance, we're going to be doing those in this room this morning, which is a little different than our normal calendar, so you can stay in here. But everyone needs to have checked in the back with Amanda. Amanda, you want to raise your hand so they know where you are? There. So that we'll know who to call up, okay? So if you're here for a hearing, make sure you have signed in. And if you're here for a summary suspension matter, either a preliminary petition or extension, we're going to be doing those in room 10. Or if you're here for a pre-hearing settlement conference, we'll do those also in room 10. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Sorry.
All right, with education, we have Tony Heron, our education compliance officer, and I believe the first thing she's got on the agenda are the 2016 NCLEX rates.
We've received our first feedback from our recording session. I've been advised that we need to make sure that if we can hear ourselves in the room, then we are broadcasting. There's been a little bit of cutting in and out, so I would ask the board to make sure that you direct your voice to the microphone so we can make sure that it's transmitted. I have assembled for you the 2016 scores. NCSBN has yet again changed their reporting structure. So these figures now come to me, including the out of jurisdiction results, which I used to have to collate manually. So this is a comprehensive list of all the testers that NCSBN is aware of and has attributed to a particular program.
Okay. I've looked through these rates, and I do have a few questions. I know it has been the history of this board where we have a program or school that is down for 3 consecutive years. We do bring that school in, have the discussion, and put them on a plan of correction to bring those scores up, giving them that next year, which would be year 4, to work through. So we do have some schools who I believe have gone down or at year 3. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So board, you've all looked at the results, and are you comfortable with how they're reported and have any questions? If we're looking through at these rates, I did notice that we do have 2 scores down for the 3rd year. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. The first school I noticed that was down for the 3rd year was Ivy Tech Community College, Madison campus, and that would be under the ASN page that we've been provided with. I noticed rates they were down in 14, 15, and 16, once at 75%, 79.6, and 76.38. There's a typo, but I'm assuming that that's what that should be. So based upon our precedent, our process is to bring them in and start them out on a plan of correction that school will be required to complete. So what I'm asking for is counsel here. I'd like to have a motion from someone else here to do that, please.
So the motion would be to put those schools on an action, correct?
Correct, but the step 1 of that would be Ms. Heron would draft a letter. She would send that letter out to that appropriate dean and designee, and then we would bring them in.
Yep.
And then we would have the hard talk.
Yep.
And the hard talk would include what they're expected to do, as well as what happens to them if they don't comply. And so we'll need a motion to have Ms. Heron take that action.
Yep, I would make that motion.
All right, may I have a second, please?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I will abstain from that motion. For
or is it a recusal?
Okay,
Abstention.
I'll abstain from that, so we have a problem. No, we are.
No,
That would
you're
be
good.
501.
Can I have a question? Hey, Tony, I have a clarification on this. So generally, we look at programs that have NCLEX scores of less than 85% for 3
Less
years.
than 80%.
80%, and it's not that they go down frequently, it's just that there are 3 scores that are less than 80.
No,
3 years.
3
consecutive
years.
3
Okay.
consecutive years.
And
They've
then when
been
they-
below 80.
And then when they come in, we're starting to look at quarters more.
Correct.
to see
Well,
how
it
they're
depends on-
remediating.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would depend on the actual plan of correction that we have. We have at times looked at quarters, but that's a very individualized process, and that is typically someone who is outside of that 3-year realm. Perhaps we're working with them and hoping that they can become compliant.
Okay, or a new school or something. Okay.
And we've been a little bit irregular, Ms. Rock, in our process, and that's kind of why I'd like to make sure that we are all on the same page. That with this motion, that I will send a letter to the dean of the appropriate program, notifying them that the board has recognized they have 3 years of consecutive scores under 80%. We request them to appear at the next monthly board meeting. At that time, you will be able to talk with them about perhaps what some of the perceived problems are. At that time, you'll give them your expectations for the next year. And part of that, based on our statute, is they will submit a plan of correction for which they'll be held accountable for that following year. And then looking at the 2017 scores, we'll move forward from there a year from now.
Okay, okay.
But
And
I-
if there's problems, then you all can certainly ask them to come in either for monthly or quarterly appearances that we've done with other programs. But that kind of is something that the board will decide based on that initial appearance.
Okay.
And moving forward, our goal is our goal is consistency, and our goal is going to be that we are going to be very clear with these programs as far as what is expected of them. All right, I did identify a second school that was down. I was looking over back on the PN programs. Brightwood College, which was formerly Kaplan College. That program has been down. Ma'am, were they on a plan of correction?
They submitted a plan of correction a year ago, and so they, I believe, are just finishing that up.
Okay. Well, apparently that work has not quite worked out. I noticed that they were down 13, 14, 15, 16, and 16 was their year to work at it. And so we do need to have a discussion with them.
I will invite them to come in.
Okay. And I believe that letter should contain, they're not moving into a plan of correction. We're going to have the hard discussion with them concerning their processes moving forward or their ability to do so, because they are down for the full 4-year period.
No, and we're talking about Brightwood for the PM program, the first one on the list, correct? So I just want to have in our minutes to reflect that their first and second quarter of 16 was poor at 57 and 54%. But out of the 9 testers that they had in the last half of the year, they were at 100%. So just for the minute, their 2016 score was poor at 74, but whatever they did in the last 2 quarters of 16 is worth noting.
And after they appeared before you a year ago and submitted the plan of correction, the board asked me to go out and kind of speak with them and do a survey of the program informally. And the improvement that you see in the last 2 quarters, I think, is a result of the improvements that they have made since they submitted the plan of correction and since the program. So to your point, I think they're trying, and I think they may be realizing some of their efforts, but overall for 2016, you can't pull up the first 2 quarters.
No, correct. And so I would make the motion that our president suggested to, where we'll bring them in for that conversation. And then how many quarters, they would need 2 more quarters greater than 80% to get them off of that list, correct?
No,
No?
NCLEX is calculated based on the year. It
Okay.
is not a rolling.
A rolling 4
It's
quarter.
not a rolling 4 quarters. And looking at a PM program that's typically 1 year in length, the big concern is that you're constantly taking in new Whereas a 4-year and a 2-year school, they have a complete disadvantage because they've got those students in the mix. Whereas PN, you're fresh, you're re-enlisting. Are they still admitting students?
They are.
Do you know what their admission cycle plan is?
I can't tell you off the top of my head, no.
Do you have?
I know that they've had a fair amount of interest with MedTech closing. They have been seen as an alternative, so I know that they've had increased interest by prospective students in reaching out to Brightwood.
Because at 4 down, I have concerns about the admission of a program in that nature. What options do we have aside from bringing them in? Would they be if we bring them in for March for a meeting, would they have the ability, or excuse me, February, is the thought?
This is February.
Is the thought we bring them in for March?
That's the thought, yeah.
Could they conceivably go admit a quick cohort of students at this point? They still could. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Does this board have any ability to halt that admission of the admission of students pending our conversation?
So is the question that we would send them a letter stating that there'll be no more new admissions until they come in front
Pending
of?
pending
Yeah.
that meeting.
That's something that we could add to that letter?
If that's what the board directs, certainly.
I just feel very uncomfortable. You know, we've been faced with programs that have students admitted, and then the program does fall onto hard times or have issues, and then we have students who are kind of in that situation with nowhere to go. And then we also have the discussion with them as far as what do students know, and we really don't know that. And I'm very uncomfortable with a program who is down for 4 consecutive years, who has worked a plan of correction, and yet they still have not met the burden of proof or the burden that we hold to be consistent in the state.
Can I say something? I think we need to consult the board's attorneys to see what the statute says, whether we're allowed to stop the class without them being here. So if we could just defer that part before voting on it. Ask Gordon or Nicole. Just an idea.
We can come back to that once our attorneys return.
All right, moving down the list, the other concern that I have, and one thing that this board has faced some criticism, oh, hang on, we do have one other school. Purdue Calumet.
Which is now Purdue Northwest?
Correct. But if they are one, then they as one face the concerns that have been addressed. And they have 0% pass rate. It doesn't matter the number of students. No other program gets that break. We have 3 consecutive years. Is that correct, Ms. Herron?
I believe that's true.
So on page, there's no page number. Are we talking about the BSN?
It's listed under ASM.
Okay, that is the confusion. The ASN program stopped admitting a year ago, but they do still have people who are testing. They've had outliers.
That's what I thought happened
Thank
to
you.
their program.
That's my error for not.
Could we get some clarification from Purdue Calumet as far as how many outliers we can expect and what strategies are taking place for them? Because if we look at them, we have several years listed where we have poor performance. I know it is a small number of testers, but I think that we need to have a discussion with them about what plans are in place to manage that deficit.
Yeah, I'll reach out and get clarification.
Board, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm good with that. Because I'm looking at another page that says Purdue University Calumet closed, and that's the ASN program, which is why they don't have any numbers for that 2000.
And their BSN program is healthy.
It is.
And that was one of the things in July when they did merge, that the board asked them for the next year to report their NCLEX scores separately, because there was some discussion about the difference in curriculum on the Calumet campus versus the North Central, even though they were merging into Northwest. The board voiced desire to follow those independently for a year, and then we would switch them over to a combined reporting NCSBN number.
Because in 16, they're separated, and one was at 90.1%, the other one was at 90.5%. And I think that's why. So I would, once again, make that motion that our president suggested, send a letter to Purdue Calumet, just to reassure how many students they have left under ASN program, since their program has been closed for a year. So what's the number that we should expect for them to finish up in that program to be closed out altogether?
And I'm also very interested, so I don't know if it's just a letter that I'm looking at or an appearance, because I'd also like to know what strategies are in place, because I would hate to see that bank of students, that group of students, not have active interventions to promote success for them.
Ms. Cooper, I don't want to change the topic of schools, so if we need to stay on that, we can, but I have a question regarding Everest College and their PN program. Just for personal knowledge, I was looking at the last 4 years. The last two, they've been at 51 in 16, 63% in 15. They were up at 83 in 14, but at 72 in 13. So out of 4 years, they've had, where does the board stand with that?
Well,
I think our precedent, unfortunately, has been 3 consecutive years, and we have had programs that have had 2 years, pop up one, and then go back down again, and we've not put them into the disciplinary process.
So we have to wait one more year. Okay. Thank you.
now, that will bring up the next question that I wanted to address with the board. There have been concerns, if you will, that we sanction a school or we take issue with a school who's down after 3 consecutive years of poor performance within NCLEX. However, those in education recognize that having a full group of students admitted who span multiple cohorts and multiple years, it's very difficult to turn that ship around on a dime when you have 1 year to perform all of a sudden. So I just wanted to know what the appetite would be, not to put schools on a plan of performance, but to have communication with programs who have shown significant declines in scores, and just to do a reach out. What are your thoughts on that?
I feel that we would be being proactive and maybe assisting them in being more successful before they actually get into more of a formal process.
And I understand with numbers and with student cohorts, there can be adjustments. You know, you might be down 1 or 2%, up 2 or 3%, and that's just normal student activity. But I do have concerns when I see programs who have large changes, drops 10, 15, 20%. What would be the appetite of this board for reaching out with a letter of concern to those programs? Not a letter of reprimand, not a requiring that you come in, but just a letter to let them know that we are aware of these scores, and we would like to we'd like to put it out there to these schools in that manner. What is the appetite of the board for this? Is that something that you all would be in favor of? Again, we're not citing them, we are not coming down on them, but just to let them know we have noticed a sharp decline in your scores this year.
Again, I would be in favor of that. I think it's being proactive, and it may be helpful to the school and to the students.
Mr. White, as counsel, we're not sanctioning, we're not coming down on, but what we are saying is something that we have been criticized for, is saying we've noticed this not a friendly reminder, but as a reminder, we do require NCLEX rates above 80%, and upon the 3rd year of being down less than that.
No, I don't see a problem. The question is that a problem? No, I do not see a problem. Say about the 3 years like that, but if you want to issue a letter to remind the schools of what your rules say and what their obligations are, that's not a problem.
Ms. Herron, is that something that you would feel comfortable?
I think as long as I had a representative from the board work with me to draft the language for that letter, I think it could easily be a template.
All right, and I would be willing to volunteer my services for that, if that would be all right.
I think it brings the program on notice that, yes, the board is not unaware of the change in the scores and that it's an opportunity to voice concern. And I think we can put language in there that, if you want to reach out and ask for help, we're here. I do think that it helps eliminate that adversarial relationship and looks much more cooperative and helpful. And I think that there are a lot of programs that might appreciate that.
I'd like to make a motion that the board will draft and a member of the board and Ms. Herron will draft and send letters to programs who are demonstrating a drop in score that is greater than 10%. These are schools who are not eligible for a full plan of correction, but the goal is to extend notification to these programs that we are aware, and also to reaffirm our position of 80%. May I have a second?
I second.
In favor? Aye. Motion carries, or let's see, 600. With that said, we do have some programs I noticed who did take some large dips. The first one I noticed was Ivy Tech, Kokomo. I noticed a decline of 12%, which places them under the 80%. And I guess, let me start over. I can't modify a motion, but these are for numbers that are below 80%. It's not somebody who went from 99 to 89. These are people who are under the 80%. And so the first one I did notice was Ivy Tech Kokomo, who's down to 74.2%, and that was a 12% drop.
And that's one program that I think we might, with our letter of concern, elicit some more information, because if you'll remember, their campus was disrupted because of the tornado in August, and they had a total disruption of the program and relocation. And I can't help but believe that may have affected some of the preparation for the students who tested subsequent to that. So I think that's something that we could reach out to the program and perhaps get more information about.
I was looking at the quarter. I was trying to look back at the quarterlies, and I did not. Now they were 100% in the fourth quarter.
Okay, they'd recovered by then.
Yeah. So I'm not really sure. I think there's one more second, third quarter problems. But again, I think we can kind of establish improved communication with our schools of nursing between this board. The second one I identified was a drop with Ivy Tech Richmond campus. Again, that was just a single year. And that was a drop of 14%, 76.6. University of St. Francis was a decline of 12%, down to 79.6. Vincennes University was a significant drop of 18%, down to 64.
And are these the schools you want to reach out to?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So to be clear, these programs are the ones that will receive the letter of concern.
Right, board, am I missing anyone? Yes, I am. Ivy Tech Sellersburg dropped down to 76.6. Well, Ms. Herron, I think I'm done adding work to your plate.
Thank you. Since Mr. White is back, do we want to go back and revisit that issue?
Okay. Sir, we were looking at the PN reports that we received. And on those PN reports, the precedent of this board has always been at 3 years, we enter into a plan of correction. And then that fourth year, we do take action. We have Brightwood College, who has their 3 years down, which was 13, 14, 15. Then in 2000, and they entered into a plan of correction for 2016, have made appearances, have shown some improvements in latter quarters. However, for the year, they are still almost 6% down from the 80%. So our question is, obviously, we do need to bring them in, have that hard conversation with them, but where do we stand with regard to them being allowed to admit students prior to that conversation? I mean, I understand we can bring them in and cease admissions while they right their ship, but where do we stand with regard to having any impact on admission before we see them?
Well, I would say none. Of course, I've been out of the room and maybe I missed. Unconditional accreditation?
They're listed as full, correct, right now?
Correct.
So, I mean, they've had 3 years of under 80, that's what
Four.
I'm hearing, or 4?
The 4.
So we're into 4 now? Okay. Well, they're a candidate, definitely, but I would say no, until you get them, to put them on conditional, if that's what you want to do, talk about admissions. But as of today, they just haven't
Okay.
hit that point yet.
So we'll send them the letter, we'll see them in March?
Yes.
Thank you. Board, is there anything else with regard to NCLEX? And Ms. Herron, I do appreciate your willingness to take on these extra tasks that we have found for you.
Is there data from the National Council of the State Boards that show the pass rates between the ASM programs and the BSM programs?
Yes, there are.
Because if you look at our state, our ASM program scored much lower than a BSM program.
In some cases, that's true, but there are ASM programs in the state who have 100% pass rates.
Well, and there is, correct. So I'm saying, is there literature out there that supports?
And actually,
One
I
way
have
or
a
the
report
next.
that I didn't include in your packet that I can send to you independently by email that actually compares the different programs and by state.
Oh, okay.
So
And
I apologize. I should have put that in your packet.
that's
and I
all
did
right.
not.
yeah, and I will say though, Dr. Cota, this year for 2016 results, that gap was wider than it has been in the past. In the past, it's usually been like about 2%, Ms. Herron.
Correct.
One performing, say, at 84, the other one performing at about 81. And then this year, ASM programs nationwide were around 8, not quite 8, they were not 82, but I would say 81 and change. And then the BSN programs were higher nationwide at about 80, I want to say 86.
I was thinking
86.
87, yeah.
86.7 or something along those lines. So if you go back, you can actually kind of look at it. Normally, it's usually, in my experience, been based on when test plan changes happen.
Okay.
Versus, and I think it may be just because the 4-year programs have a longer time to adjust to those changes.
And maybe that's why I noticed it this year, because that gap was wider, because I didn't look at historical data, but I was just looking at
But
what happened in 16.
It was wider nationwide, and it was of interest. Is there anything else with regard to these pass rates? Ms. Herron, anything you need from us?
No, I think I have it.
Thank you very much. All right, moving along with education under letter B, University of Indianapolis, BSN, request for curricular change.
I wanted to explain to the board that I asked the University of Indianapolis to come back. I think there was a fair amount of confusion about what their request for curriculum change was when they were here before. We talked, I kind of helped them understand that maybe there were opportunities for delineating their plan a little bit more clearly and being a little bit more effusive in or full in their description. So yes, the board has seen them once, but I asked them to come back to be able to allow them to give you a better explanation and quite frankly allow you to ask some more questions before we tell them that they needed to submit a new curriculum for a new program. So that's why you're seeing them again. It was all on me and I take responsibility for that.
Thank you. Would you introduce yourself to the board, please?
Certainly. Dr. Norma Hall, Interim Dean for the School of Nursing.
Dr. Kathy Hetzler, Program Coordinator.
Can I have you pull the mic in pretty close to you, ladies? Thank you.
Karen Elsey, Interim Program Director for the
Thank you.
BSN.
Board, you've received copy of the letter from the University of Indianapolis program and their outline. And I will say that I reread the letter and I reread the information. I just want to clarify one thing. This is not about a new program track, correct?
That is correct.
Per se. It is a way to accelerate or allow previous students with degrees or students who are in program to have a more accelerated path toward graduation.
That is correct.
Would this increase the number of students there's no plan for a student increase then?
No, because what we would be doing is we would be identifying students that are already selected for the traditional bachelor's program who would meet the eligibility requirements for this track and invite them to move to this track. So there would be no increase of students, no increase of recruitment of students, no increase for need for additional resources or clinical sites.
And then the clinical footprint that you currently occupy in central Indiana, that would be unchanged as well?
That is correct.
I don't know. Board, do you have any questions? I read the letter. I guess I wasn't, and I don't recall being in the room. I think I was out. But I don't have a concern with this. I think it is a realignment of resources. I think it is a realignment of seated students in terms of where they're going to go. It doesn't look like there's any recruitment plans. I think it would be an attractive program to students that thought that they could finish a little bit sooner. But I don't see that it is I think it's a change, but I don't think it's a change it is a track though, isn't it?
Them to come back is I see 2 tracks, and what this proposal does is allow them to enter in one and move over to the other. We're not doing a third separate track. We're just facilitating transfer from one track to the other and shortening the amount of time that they actually spend in the program.
One of the things I would look at, though, is I know that colleges and universities are asked to define separate board reports when they have, for example, a traditional BSN program, and then they would have a separate report if they had an RN to BSN or an LPN to BSN program. This board does require those programs, they start out separately and then they merge or move to the same end goal. So I would be thinking that this would be a program track requiring 2 separate reports. It's apples and apples if you're thinking about like transitional programs and those schools are required to have multiple reports.
Well, it's not the first university, though, to have an accelerated
No, I agree.
program.
I agree. I'm just thinking about the reporting at the end. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at down the road. I think if other colleges and universities who have transitional or accelerated, I think that those are separate reports under the way that we did business in 2016. Is that correct?
I think that your concerns are valid, and what I would recommend, and not to give Ms. Rock any more work, but I think this is something the education subcommittee could consider our revision of the annual reports, accommodate reporting for a program of this type.
Because we want to make sure that we're the same across the board, because I don't know if our other accelerated programs have separate reports.
And the reason why I bring it up, I'm a professor at Valparaiso University, and we have an accelerated program where you have a baccalaureate degree in sports medicine, right? And now you want to become a nurse. You go into the accelerated program compared to you just came out of high school. Now you're in the traditional program. So there is movement between, and they do the same curriculum, but it's for the ones who already have a degree or ones who are maybe paramedics and they have that experience already, or they have college credit. So I definitely understand that track that you're talking about.
I think that the track is a good idea. I'm not sure what concerns were voiced before, but I've read your information. Board, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I have
for
a
them?
question. As far as how you're picking these accelerated students, what I read is they have to have 6 transfer credits or AP credits. Their math has to be done, and their foreign language has to be done. Are there any other criteria that you're using to select these students?
We do look at their GPA. They have to have an overall GPA of 3.0 because we know if they have at least that level of GPA, they're more likely to be successful in an accelerated track.
Okay.
So we do look at that as well.
And if they are finding issues with this accelerated track, are they allowed to go back into
They
the
will be allowed a
traditional?
one-time option to move back.
One time? Okay, okay. Thank you, that's all I had.
And just so I'm clear, so the accelerated track that we're looking at in this letter is really for those high school students that have gained college-level credits
That is
during
correct.
high school and to give them credit and let them move forward.
That is correct.
Yeah, I think it's a very good idea.
All right. Again, ladies, I think I think the letter's lovely. I think the opportunity you're providing is good. May I have a motion to approve?
I make
So
a
moved.
Okay,
a second.
I've got a motion from Ms. Rock and a second from Dr. DeKonik. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries 600. Best of luck to you.
Thank
And
you
then, Ms.
very
Karen,
much.
I think we'll add that to because it is similar to when programs have transitional offerings or mobility or whatever they call them in their institutions. We're currently requiring, but we'll let you know on that piece.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, Brown Mackey, Fort Wayne, ASN Program Track Teach Out Plan, letter C. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam President and the board members. I'm Polly Wamser. I'm your program administrator at the Brown Mackey College.
Thank you.
Dave Chappell, Dean of Academics.
Board, you see included for you are the teach out plans from Brown Mackey, Fort Wayne. And the plan is for business to cease at the conclusion of December 2017. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Board, do you have any questions?
How many students is this going to affect?
It will be 4.
How many did you say?
4.
Yep. So right now there are 4 students in the entire program.
No, ma'am. For this cohort that we're asking for the teach-out plan, there are 4 students.
And how many total students are in your program?
Right now, 18.
So you have 18 students, and these 4 are at the last cohort that started.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the question I do have is I noticed with the other Brown Mackey institution that's up next, they included discussions with other educational partners in terms of having something available in the event that they are unable to complete on time. Do you also have something like that in the works?
We do. These 4 students, though they have not been on an accelerated plan, they have come into Brown Mackey from the first of not being a nurse at all. They love their education there, and and I'm doing this to help them to graduate with us.
In the event that one of these 4 would break a leg, step out of progression, is there a plan for that?
No. Yeah, with the way our teach-out plan is functioning currently, if they were to fall out of that last cohort, we have no ability for them to complete with us. So we do work with partner schools in the area under articulation agreements for all of our programs for students to have opportunity. Nursing in our area in Fort Wayne has been a little more difficult as far as partnering with local colleges that will take our credit at face value and match our tuition rate. So our students do have options to other schools, although we may not have an exact articulation agreement with a school in our area.
Other questions? Ms. Heron, when are we scheduled to see Brown Mackey's Fort Wayne back again? Do we have anything on the calendar for them?
At the present time, we do not.
Board, I think I would like to invite them back mid-year or something along those lines, just to see where our 4 students are tracking, so that I don't want us to get into December and find out someone has fallen behind, and then this board is faced with a student who's unable to complete. So what would you think would be a fair opportunity for them to come back and when would you like an update?
Fine.
That works for me. So may I have a motion to accept?
I'll make a motion to accept.
this plan and the visit in July?
Yes.
May I have a second?
Second?
In favor? Aye. Motion carries 600. So we're accepting this plan, but we'd like to have another visit with you in July, if that would be okay.
Yes, ma'am, you've made 4 students very happy.
Thank you very much. Letter D is Brown Mackie South Bend.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you introduce yourself to the
Morning.
board?
I'm Ellen Knoll. I'm the nursing administrator.
I'm Darla Silverman, Dean of Academic Affairs.
Board, you've been presented with the teach-out plan, the monthly in-person report
Right.
from Brown Mackie South Bend. Questions? What is your final day of, and final anticipated day of business, ma'am?
For the nursing program is September 23rd.
Okay, September 23rd, 2017?
Yes.
And so your report says you've got 18 seated students, is that correct?
That was as of January. For February, we have 21.
Okay, you've got 21 students. Of those 21 students, are all of those students on target to graduate by September 23rd?
Yes.
And I see that you have a listing of a listing of colleges and universities you're working with should somebody fall behind.
Correct.
Board, do you have questions? Want to see them to see if they've got significantly more students. Do we want to see them back in July as well? Well, let me ask you, when would they be? They would be back for a quarterly report again? When is that?
May.
So I guess we'll see them back in May.
May.
May I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second.
I second.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries 600. That was Rock DeConick. Thank you. Best of luck. Fortis College ASN monthly in-person report.
Good morning.
Good morning. Would you please introduce yourself to the board?
Cinnamon Bell Williams, Dean of Nursing.
Dr. James Cox, Campus President.
Thank you. Board, you've received the monthly in-person report.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Regarding the PEDS portion of their training, pediatrics, I was looking, I think they do 16 hours now at Anderson Community Hospital. Is that correct?
For maternal
The newborn, maternal newborn. And then they're at Especially Kids. I was just trying to, I wasn't sure how many hours in general clinical is required in the maternal child part of the program. Because they're doing basically 2 days at the hospital.
Right, they're doing a total of 16 hours at the hospital.
And then how many hours at the Especially Kids?
The Especially Kids, they are doing 21.
Okay. And that's one course. That's one course that they take.
The PEDS is it's separated out from the maternity. So those are actually two separate courses.
So they do 16 hours in maternal newborn, and they do the rest of it in pediatrics
That is correct.
in another course.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. What is Especially Kids? What kind of an entity is that?
It's kids that have specialty health needs, trachs. Some of them are from accidents, brain trauma, birth defects. That's what that involves.
So it's kind of like a medical facility called Especially Kids?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Actually, I was looking through your clinical site opportunities, and I looked at the bariatric unit, and I really think that's a really strong choice. I think that they would see a number of disease processes in place. So, and I've not seen a school take one on in that manner. So I was kind of pleased to see that.
Thank you.
I think it's a really good, I think it's an easily is it an inpatient unit?
Yes.
I think that would be an easily overlooked area. But obesity being the problem that we have, I think it's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
Ms. Heron, what's their current accreditation status? Are they listed as full or conditional?
We're on initial.
Initial, I'm sorry. This is where we get into the problem that we have programs that have been operational for several years, and we don't really have enough categories, so unfortunately Fortis has remained on continuing initial.
Okay, thank you. Mr. White and I were just conferring about the statute and with regard to where we stand. Ma'am, you've made strong strides this last year and have tackled an NCLEX rate that was troubling, and you've done hard work. And I think that I've been very appreciative of the work that you've put in and getting those clinical sites together, and that's tough. Looking at the statute and where we are right now, I think we're still faced with the concern that despite the work that you've put in, we are still not reaching that benchmark. So we need to look at what our options are. I think in an effort to allow you to achieve that golden 80%, we've been in this plan of correction. So I think what we are prepared to do by statute at this point will be to require an additional site visit. And then based upon that site visit findings, we'll send you out a copy of the visit and what Ms. Heron finds, and then come back and have a discussion about where we stand, because we can't stay in the initial phase forever. And so we would need to decide where we go with that. I mean, I think logically we know what that progression is, but we've never spent any time in that space yet. So based on statute, board, my recommendation would be request that Ms. Herron do a site visit. We schedule a time to bring them back in to address that site visit, and then at that point, we need to have the hard decision or discussion about what is that accreditation status. They've been in an initial zone for quite some time, and we need to have a discussion, where do they go from initial since we put the plan into place? May I, that's my motion. May I have a second?
Seconded.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 6-0-0. So, madam, what will happen is Ms. Herron will have a conversation with you about acceptable days with students present, and we'll set up for a site visit, and she'll come out, take a look through, talk with students. We'll send you a copy of that report. Then we'll have you come back in, and we'll just sit down and we'll have a discussion about what is the current accreditation status and what options do you have or does the board have with regard to accreditation. Okay, but I do appreciate and see the work that you've put in.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is VR Ashwood PN monthly and written quarterly in-person report. Ms. Smith. Good morning, ma'am. Would you please introduce yourself to the board?
My name is Nada Smith. I'm the program director.
Thank you. Board, you've had the opportunity to look at Dr. Smith's report.
I have a question. When you actually close, where are your records going to be?
They will remain at the school because the school will continue.
The school will continue, so students can still get transcripts or records of how they did and that?
Correct. Yeah.
From the school, okay.
Okay, ma'am, so your plan is to close in June, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you have how many seated students?
9.
Okay, and all those students are on target to complete by that date, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Is there a provision for students who are not quite ready to graduate at that conclusion?
Yes. They know they can come back for a review and any assistance. School will still be opened.
So, Ms. Herron, I know she's on quarterly reports. She would be due to come back in May, which would be 1 month prior to the actual shutting down of the school. So at that time, we could have an update from you as far as student names or student numbers and where they are in this process.
Correct.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve or to accept VR Ashwood's report?
So moved.
May I have a second?
A second.
In favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carries 6-0-0. That was Rock and Russell. Thank you much.
You're welcome.
Okay, next up we have MJS College ASN Program Quarterly and In-Person Report. Ms. Herron, is the site visit separate on this, so they'll be back for site visit later?
The site visit will be included with the other matter that the board has before it.
Okay, thank you. But not now, right?
Correct.
All right, Ms. Murray, good morning. Would you introduce yourself to the board?
Annette Murray, Dean of Academics.
Okay, board, you've had the opportunity to review the report from MJS.
Nice job in 16.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Herron, should the capstone course be addressed at this time or addressed later?
Later.
Okay.
Have you already added your administrative support?
Yes.
Any questions for Ms. Murray? May I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Aye.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries 6-0-0. That was Rock and Kodo. Thank you, Ms. Murray.
Thank you.
Okay, we have an FYI, but she is present. Ivy Tech Community College, Dr. Jewel Diller. We received last month the resignation of Dr. Lori Peters, and Ivy Tech has placed into that position interim, I believe, Dr. Jewel Diller as the Assistant Vice President of Nursing, effective January 13, 2017. Dr. Diller's information and letter from Ivy Tech's appropriate vice president are in your packet. Are there any concerns or questions about her criteria or her skill for this position? All right, we have a motion to approve.
So moved.
May I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain? All abstain, so motion carry 5-0-1. Thank you. An FYI, requested resumes, Dr. Christopher Bell with Chamberlain College, that is in your packet as well. Any questions or concerns about the qualifications of Mr. Bell, or Dr. Bell, excuse me? May I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carries 6-0-0. That was Rock and Russell. I think, Ms. Herron, we approved Dr. Diller with the last piece of business, and I think that was the only resume that we have. Okay, that's the conclusion of the education portion. So under discussion, we have a discussion letter 6, so we're going ahead and move in there next. And that's Alberta Brooks Johnson, authorization to test.
I bring this matter before the board because Ms. Brooks Johnson was directed to complete a refresher course, which she's done the didactic at St. Francis and completed successfully. However, she has never tested. So it came to the point where the clinical of the refresher is impossible because she doesn't hold a license. So my recommendation or my thought for the board is, give her misinformation, that perhaps the board would like to accept her completion of the didactic portion of finishing a review course, which we would normally ask her to do, and grant her authorization to test.
Correct. I did look at her information in the packet. How long has she been out of school?
2007.
10 years almost.
Here's my thought on this. I do believe that the board does bear the responsibility of this piece, and my recommendation would be to allow her to test, with the understanding that given the fact that she has been out of a place of education for 10 years, her likelihood for success would be much enhanced if she would take one of the reviews that we do encourage that will give probability or predictor. But I think that my opinion would be that should be her decision because she was directed in another manner. So that's my motion. I move that we allow her to test, but also in that communication or letter with her, let her know that her likelihood to pass would be significantly enhanced if she would follow through with that. May I have a second?
Before you move, would you like to add as part of that motion that if she does not successfully complete NCLEX, she needs to have either a return to the board for a personal appearance?
Yeah, we normally wouldn't, but I don't think that we're in normal waters on this. So I would make that her decision. I would make it her decision to go ahead and test now. But if she's not successful, we'll be happy to visit with her in person. May I have a second?
A second.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye. Abstain or opposed? Motion carries 6-0-0. I believe that was Kodo DeKonik.
Yes.
All right. We have another one. Sharon Farley, authorization to test. Is that you again, Ms. Heron?
It's Mr. Harrison and me. This gal is kind of in the same situation. She was recommended to do the refresher. However, she did not complete the didactic. So I think the board would be able to recommend the review course for her since she's not spent any money or time on either.
So her situation was captured before she was able to go to the next step.
Yes.
Okay. My recommendation would be to require that she complete a review course that will give her a probability rating of the 95% or above. May I have a second?
Second.
In favor? Aye. Abstain or opposed? Motion carries 6-0-0. That was Cooper Rock.
Or if you want to take a break, yeah. Go ahead. Oh, very good. All right. So, board director report portion here. I think, board, you had the report I submitted for January. I only point out as way of highlight, if you note, paragraph 3 lists the hearings and personal appearances in January. Excellent work by the board. We had 112 personal appearances on ALJ day alone. If you recall, we ran a double calendar that day. It was very efficient and effective, so thank you for your diligent work on those. We are, as you know, this morning resolving the remainder of the LPN renewal cycle, and so we will have those complete. I also point out on page 2, our call volumes have been exceptionally high. We were close to 5,000 calls in the month of January for our 5 CSRs. They're averaging approximately 1,000 calls a month. And I will proudly state that our abandon rate's only 5% with that. So that's the number of calls that fall off for non-responsiveness. So we are incredibly efficient and effective with our CSRs, even though our volume is exceptionally high. And I'll, in my next month's report, will tell you that we're getting almost 200 apps a week right now, or I'm sorry, 200 applications a day coming in for us right now with the new applicants. So it's a very busy time for our customer service reps, and we are always striving for our nursing folks out there to be as efficient and as effective as possible. So thank you to all of you who are so responsive to us. I have never been one not to be loud enough. That is crazy. I don't really need it. I can speak up. So thank you to our students that are responsive to our request for additional documentation. Thank you to our institutions who are so quick to respond with additional documentation and flexible as we change up some of our processes. And always thank you to the board members who are so diligently working through all of our cases. That's the end of my report.
Mr. Harrison, I have a question.
Oh boy, yeah.
I enjoy getting these reports because we didn't get them in the past as frequently, but just a question for interest. Why do we have the psychology board on there also, and why only that board to compare ourselves to?
Yeah, because, and this is a group 2 report, so within PLA, you know, we've actually serviced 38 boards and commissions, so my responsibility includes not only these lovely folks out here and you all, I also service the psychology board. So this report is a dual purpose for my reporting purposes.
Okay,
so
it is kind of interesting though to see how often
gives you a little context to some
of
the other boards.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Could you give a sense of what the 5,000 calls in January, is there, are you keeping track of the nature of the requests or the concerns or?
Not specifically. A lot of them are application related.
Okay.
Obviously, we are into now
renewals,
new application period for our students who are graduates in May. We have a set schedule which goes out to all of our education institutions, which lays out our timelines for when we expect applications to come from the various graduates. And so we get a lot of questions on those. We also are very responsive. As the board knows, we, on applications, if there's a positive response, require additional documentation. So there's a lot of correspondence with our applicants back to our staff as far as what's required, how to submit, whether or not things are sufficient, and there's a lot of updates on the status of applications and or hearings. So it's a predominantly information gathering, but there is as I say, just a high volume of contact.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you say you have 5 folks on the phone for these 5,000 calls. Is that considered fully staffed, or do you have openings?
We are currently in the process of interviewing for one open position. When Amanda, who is now our litigation specialist, moved over, that left her customer service representative spot open. So hopefully in the next 2 or 3 weeks, we'll have that filled. And then with 6 full-time CSRs, yeah, that's considered fully staffed.
We are about to roll into personal appearances. Why don't we go ahead? It's 10 minutes till 10. Let's take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
So then you think only that one is on MJ, Brown Mackey. I don't know. I think if you criticize the past, having school be the only thing you're in trouble. And I voted that anybody who has a 10% drop, taking it below. What were you assigned to? Did you have an assignment? Opening up the dialogue just to say, you know, it's a friendly reminder, this is a requirement, but if you have questions and concerns,
Yep, to be more proactive with them, I think it's a good idea.
And it shouldn't be, I don't want to have an adversarial relationship with the school. So it doesn't work for Tony. I started couple with the letter. We identified the school. No, the other day said there were 2 architect programs on that list, but I'm not giving them kudos. I'm pulling them down. So I did feel comfortable go ahead and continue that part of this.
Yep, I like it.
I didn't think it's wrong.
We're just waiting to pounce on them when they,
Yeah.
I mean, there's like 5 or 6.
Anyway, that's all that.
And I think it's important.
Yep.
Now, a PN program, that was many students. And an ASN or BSN program can't underrate shift because there's 6 credit rule. We're going to come out and we're going to have with Fortis, you know, the district. Okay. They're actually irritated. It will not have been intentional and that not possible. So moving forward, what I've done is set aside this. We read the statute.
Yeah.
That way we can have, even though I don't know the site this is needed, I don't want to have any reason to have this come up.
Yeah, find
We're gonna
out.
have a site visit, bring them back, and then discuss it. They cannot stay in initial any longer.
4 years.
It shouldn't happen, and it wouldn't have, it not gotten so,
Contentious.
it was just bad. So if we do that and we move the status, then they'll drop it, they can't bring down 4. So the only way to go would be conditional, and then then we could chop it, enrollment, things like that. We also have Kaplan College, who's down 4 years, and we decided that, oh, shoot, our unless you did that business, then
We can
brought it in all at once. Could we have a visit before?
I get my
Before they come in, so we have all the data, so we can straight over. I don't want to limit anybody else.
Did you come
Down
here?
your ears, you should be able to.
Did you come here?
I
did get a few, I can't
Getting
taste
her out, finding time to get her out, because there's several things to get her out. Morning.
Have y'all had?
Hi.
I'm good, my son.
Josh.
I'm on a roll. Good job. What you do.
Oh,
I can tell such a difference.
well, we're trying. Not everything works, as Casey point today, I brought everything back.
He's an efficiency expert.
But not, apparently on this morning, because we're gonna bring all those back, all those ESs, it's gonna be logistically difficult, because it would technically be waiting 15 days for recommended order to get adopted by the board, and the ESs are all gonna run in the interim. Well, that was the consensus, so,
He's the efficiency guy for his conscience.
yeah.
Yeah, walk out with you. All right, that'd be good. I'll ask Mark Beckers about, remind me, because, you know, I got the attention span of a man.
That makes 2 of us, let me write
About
it down.
Kaplan.
Okay.
When they get back to you, ask about the parking ticket.
Yeah, question.
Email.
Yeah.
And I'm only sending 1 email.
Yeah.
So they don't get to me.
Yep. Sweet. So we did one. You're setting yourself up for, you're creating errors. You're creating potential for every time you do it. I'm not really sure. Well, because it's an LJ, the 15 days that but they're also the technical default, so they have the right to. It creates. No, the school board doesn't have 15 days. I know. I'm gonna go back and look because as I said, I gotta have to make a better coach argument outside of the rules. Well, we did it on a section. That's what I think. Enough fighting. They'll have one other person that walk she told me.
Super minutes, more site visits, and correspondence.
Yeah, she said that. I went out of the room. I had a really good nurse. Oh, I know. Yeah, well, like, this is the element of young undercover. Yes.
Really?
So, I don't know. I gotta figure out what we can do. Yeah, I told them, this month, they said, like, next month, it's going to be 2 or 3 movies. Because we have 2 workshops, we had a bunch of default set. Yeah. Because they did a default to the right of the way to sit. Theoretically. So that's not technically true. So, that's laid plans are like, can't bad it out.
How are you? Doing good.
You stay on the agenda.
Called up, here.
Yeah, they have to make it. Right then and there. So, I don't know if you want to vote. No, Valerie Hughes on 22.
Oh.
She answered yes to 1 and 3. But she answered yes to number 1 by mistake. And she has all the documents.
we're going to call individuals who are listed for personal appearance, have them come up one at a time. And the first one we have listed is Denise Rowe. Denise Rowe, please. I know.
No, we didn't.
But do we, is there, should she be in the binder? One second, please. Thank you.
That should not be.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, now that we're ready, ma'am, can you introduce yourself to the board, please?
My name is Denise Rowe.
Thank you. You're represented by counsel?
Yes, Lori Brown, attorney for Denise Rowe.
All right, thank you. Ms. Rowe, it would appear here that you've made application to the board for licensure, is that correct, or renewal?
Renewal, yes.
Okay. And how long have you been licensed in the state of Indiana?
About 25 years now.
Okay. And you did answer yes on question number 5, and that question reads, since you last renewed, have you been terminated, reprimanded, disciplined, or demoted in the scope of practice as a nurse?
That's correct.
And on that, you did answer yes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you provide a statement to IPLA when you completed that information?
I sent in a statement regarding what happened.
In the absence of which, can you please give me the overview of that again?
Absolutely. I was working as on the evening shift as an LPN at Clinton House, just finishing report. X-ray had arrived to take an X-ray, a chest X-ray of a patient. She came to me and she said that she thought the patient had passed away. So I responded to the room. He was in his recliner. He definitely gave the appearance of not being alive. He was head rolled back, eyes were rolled back. I'm sorry.
You've already told us, but when did this happen?
It's been March, I believe.
Of 2016?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
He was cold to touch, stiff. I tried to lay his recliner down as far as possible. It hit the back wall in the room, and there was no way to move it. There was tables on both sides and a bedside tray over him. His wife was in an electric mobility scooter near. It had been right at the dinner time. I came in at a 6 p.m. shift. And I started compressions on him. He was a full code. The wife started screaming, "What are you doing? Is he gone? What are you doing? Stop it, stop it. You can't do that to him." And I explained to her I was doing CPR, or starting CPR. And she said, no, don't. So I went to get an RN to confirm my findings. I first checked and there was no pulse, there were no respirations. He had no apical heart rate. He was cool to touch, stiff. There were no signs of life that I saw. So I went to get the RN to confirm. She did the same assessment, did not find any signs of life, called the physician, let him know. His first reaction was, "I'm surprised he's still a code." Then he said, well, no, that's fine. If the wife doesn't want you to do it, that's fine. Stop CPR. That's no problem. And so I did. I notified the supervisor who told me to call the DON. I notified her. I had called family. They were in the building within 15, 20 minutes. They lived very close to the facility. It was the son that was the POA for both patients. And he, of course, was upset that his father had passed, but later on in the night, as things were progressing, he expressed his appreciation for the care given to the patient. At the time that I first found the patient, I initiated compressions to see if I could get any kind of a pulse. There was no one around. There's no phone in the room. You're not allowed to have your cell phone on you as a person, so mine was locked in the med room per policy. When I exited the room to get the RN, the CNAs that were assigned to that hallway were in another patient room. I called them out to please get him out of his chair and put him on a bed. There were no beds in his room. This had been an issue at that facility before. We had had another patient code and had to do CPR while they were in a wheelchair. And I brought it to their attention, and they did nothing to correct that situation.
I just want to clarify before you go any further. So you were working on the unit, someone came and told you they thought he had passed away?
Yes, it was an x-ray tech that was coming in to do a chest x-ray on him.
On that individual?
On that
Okay,
patient.
that's why I was a little unclear there. So they came and told you they thought he had passed away. You went into the room, did an initial assessment, if you will, and started chest compressions?
Yes.
And then when the wife objected, you stopped, left the room?
Yes.
And then came back, and essentially it was called at that point in time?
Efforts were ceased. I went and got an RN to confirm it. After she confirmed it, when I exited and notified the physician, that's when I found the CNAs to get him put on a bed in case the doctor said, no, we've got to continue because of his code status. I wanted him on a surface where you could actually do some effective compressions and CPR. When they're sitting in a recliner, it's just very...
So was this the patient's room?
Yes, it was in his room. He and his wife shared a room.
But they did not have a bed?
No.
They sleep in chairs?
He had a recliner, and he stayed in the recliner 24/7 pretty much.
Okay, so go ahead and continue. I just was looking for a process here. So at that time, after it was called, the individual was deemed passed away, what happened then with you and the agency?
After I reported to the DON, she said, that's fine. I went ahead and did my med pass. The funeral home came, got the patient about an hour. Well, it was probably 3 hours after he had passed away. The nursing supervisor came in and said that she was relieving me of my duties. She asked for the keys. We counted narcotics, and she told me to clock out and go home, that they would investigate. It was an unexpected death. She said it was a routine. And so I asked her if I could finish my charting or the paperwork that I needed to do for that shift, and she said, no, you need to just clock out and go home, and I did. I was called the next day, asked what happened by the DON again. I went through what had happened, the steps, what had been done, and they put me on suspension for 72 hours, and then it was probably 4 days later before I found out that they called and they fired me.
And what was the reason listed for termination?
The two CNAs that I had called into the room to put him on a bed said that I didn't do CPR. They didn't see me do it, so they said I didn't do it. That's what I was told by the DON, that their claim was I did not do CPR. There was no one in the room when I was making that effort. It had taken place prior to their arrival in the room.
So the termination was listed as not responding to a full code? Is that?
They told me that it was ineffective CPR. So.
Well, do you have questions for Ms. Rowe?
Let me clarify two things, if I may. One is that she did bring this to the facility's attention about having people with codes in chairs without a bed in the room, and they didn't do anything. And at the facility that she's at now, where she's been since March, right, and she's doing well, she specifically told them what happened and why she was terminated, and made sure that their policy was different. And if there is a patient that requires, or that insists on being in a recliner, they have to be in their code, because you can't do CPR effectively in a chair.
And what nursing home is this, or rehab facility?
She was,
So is there any state law that says that there has to be a bed in the room to charge for a room rate? They sleep in recliners? I've never heard such a thing.
They allow patient choice there. At the facility I'm at now, their policy is if you don't want a bed in the room, then you need to be on a no-code status.
And there's no code blue button in the room?
There is none.
Okay.
And there's no call light?
There is a call light in the room. The way the furniture and everything was positioned, I couldn't get to it, and I thought it was more expedient to get somebody to come help me. Because even if you turn on a call light, it could be 20 or 30 minutes before someone responds at that facility.
So, ma'am, did you complete CPR while he was in his recliner?
Compressions, yes.
Okay. Did you attempt to move him to the floor?
I was unable to. He was over 200 pounds. He was 250 something.
Okay.
It was just not possible.
What time did this incident happen?
About 6:25 in the evening. We were just finishing report when she came to me and told me she'd found him.
Okay. And when was the last time that you saw him?
I had not yet seen him yet. I was just coming on shift.
What time does your shift start?
I came in at 6 p.m.
So his wife was yelling at you to stop?
Yes.
I mean, I guess the issue here is whether you did CPR, but was she yelling at you because she didn't want you to do it, or she thought he had a DNR order?
No, she didn't want me to do that to him.
Okay.
She's, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Okay.
I guess I have two concerns, and my first concern is I'm thinking about nurses improvise, and we would all like to have bed boards and backboards and some of those types of things in rooms. And I guess I go with we did some chest compressions, and then you went out and asked for the CNA to help get him to the floor.
To get a bed into the room.
And then did you go back with the CNA to assist with that, or to get him to the floor?
I made the phone call to the physician and then returned to the room.
And something you said troubled me, because you said to see with the physician, if the physician wanted me to continue, you were checking with the physician to see if he wanted you to continue?
Well, I've got a wife, he's got a full code status. I have a wife saying, don't, stop, you need to stop it. And then I needed to check with the physician whether he wanted me to continue with resuscitation measures or not.
And you said you talked to the charge nurse. Was that charge nurse before or after the physician?
The charge nurse was after. But she wasn't in the building. You have to call her.
Okay. And how many CNAs were there?
There were 2 on the side of the building that I was on.
Okay. I guess my thoughts are, if this individual was indeed a full code, step 1 would have been to try to find that surface to do CPR, which would have been the floor. And that would have required you and that CNA team to get him to the floor so that you could continue, or so that you ensured that CPR took place. The fact that he was put on the floor and then you went to check, if indeed the thought process was that he was supposed to continue on and have CPR, we've lost valuable time because you've gone and had conversation.
I agree.
Dr. Koenig, I see you're kind of not, I'm struggling with.
But at that point, he was cold, he was stiff, he had been deceased for a long period of time.
But his code was still a full code.
He was still a full code. She was still his nurse, and either she's doing it or she's not doing it. But my problem is, and I understand the chair thing, and I do share your concerns, but once he was on the floor, it's like, get him on the floor, I'm going to go check. But you sent people, you asked someone to get him to the floor, correct?
I asked him to get a bed in the room so we could get him laid down.
For the intent, for the purpose of?
Be able to do effective compressions.
How effective would CPR be, madam, if you went off and took care of some other activities and then came and worked it back into the plan?
We're talking about a minute here. We're talking about run to the desk, make the phone call.
A minute with no oxygen is a long period of time.
And I understand that losing any time is a long period of time.
But you also have a wife who's saying no, no, and if you go against the wife, that's battery.
She had, and as the nurse, she should recognize who the POA was in this case, and that would not be that wife.
But either way you would look at it, me by myself in that room, I had to go get help. I had to either find a CNA, I had to find somebody to get help in that room. I couldn't myself give them.
And I want to acknowledge that. So what adult CPR is different than pediatrics. So adult CPR is make sure my scene is safe, go call, get help, then come back, open the airway, and start CPR.
You get that 1 minute in,
So
and then you get,
the American Heart Association does state you don't have to start CPR right away. You need to go get help, call 911, get an AED, then come back to initiate CPR.
But my concern is about, we're going to do some compression-esque type things in a chair. So we're going to start the process, then the patient needed her. I'm not comfortable with her sequencing of events. I understand what you're saying. I do.
Wasn't there a tech or somebody that could have continued CPR while you ran to notify the physician? Like the CNAs that you brought in there to try to find a bed or something? Was there anybody that could have taken over your compressions while you clarified?
the CNAs are not CPR certified. And they would have faced the same thing I did, a man in a chair. He's a Hoyer lift. He needs to be onto some kind of a surface where you can do that. We're talking just a minute or so to go notify, which essentially would be the same as calling 911. Had the physician said continue, 911 would have been the next call. And
so you were the only person
that
that could do CPR on that floor?
Yes.
That was it sounds like your facility has some issues.
And I'm kind of surprised CNAs don't have CPR certification.
That's what she said too.
That's not unheard of.
I've never worked in tertiary care centers, and I was a medic on an ambulance, and we went there a lot, but being a nurse, I can't imagine walking in your shoe, being by yourself, the only person there to do CPR, right? So
it was not uncommon to be in situations like that at that facility. I had already begun searching for elsewhere. It was very unsafe.
She's now working at Creasy Springs. I have a letter from her director of nursing, and she's also taken a bunch of continuing ed as well. I had it printed out from her education director, so I have those for you if you'd like those.
Absolutely, thank you. Yep. Board, do you have any other questions for Ms. Rowe?
I just have a comment. I feel like there's maybe two issues. First, the system, the organization failed you by not having other trained people that can help in that situation. But then I agree with Ms. Cooper. I'm thinking about the thought process of even bringing a bed in would take a lot of time. So just needing to get him on the floor and do the CPR right there on the floor because he was a full code, as well as the POA would have had to have been contacted. It's a really difficult situation, I believe. And she also told them when a patient coded in a wheelchair that, she was proactive and said, we've got a problem here. There's patients in rooms without beds where we can't do CPR. And, if you want to hear the actual comment that her DON said, I'd be happy to have her share it with you.
I understand that, but a resident that you're taking care of is not going to be in the bed 24 hours. So they're going to be mobile, they're going to be in their wheelchair, so you have to improvise in that situation. So not having a bed in the room is not the reason. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying.
They're not going to be up in the bed, 24 hours a day. So that
I understand what you're saying.
You won't have that optimal situation all the time. So you have to be able to think through that process. And the closest plane would have been the floor.
I do understand that. Roughly a month or so before this event happened, there was a patient that choked in the dining room. The suction machine wasn't working right. I lowered that patient to the floor to clear out their mouth to try and open their airway. And I was told if I ever put a patient on the floor again, I'd be fired. So that being the background prior to this incident, I was on honestly, I didn't think I could physically get him to the floor myself, and I was afraid to do it.
How long you been a nurse?
25 years, and prior to that, I was a CNA, a home health aide, an EMT, and I've also got certification in manual lymph drainage complex decongestive physiotherapy. I've raised a handicapped kid. I've taken care of hospice needs for my family. I've recovered from a spinal cord injury and returned back to floor nursing. I treat my patients like I would my family member, my child, how I would expect myself to be treated.
I'd like to make a recommendation just to renew her license for Ian Claire.
I have a second.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. 501? Or 510, I guess.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Shannon, is it Bati? Bati? Thank you.
Do they need this?
Better pass that back down there, that's exhibit.
Post-acute rehab is way different than, if you haven't worked in it, it's just different.
Shannon Body?
Yes, they're in there, Carrie, they're in there.
Can you say your last name, ma'am, again?
Bati.
Okay, Ms. Bati, we've got you here, you've made application for licensure renewal, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you filled out your licensure application, you answered no on all the questions behind that, is that correct?
I believe so.
But indeed, was there something you should have answered yes to?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure which specific question.
Okay, ma'am, one of the questions asked of you, it says, since you last renewed, have you been terminated, reprimanded, disciplined, or demoted in the scope of practice as a nurse? You answered no. Is that indeed the truth?
I had quit my job.
Okay. We have a letter from Covington Manor, and it indicates that this is formal notification of the termination of Shannon Body from employment from Covington Manor and Rehabilitation Center on April 28, 2016, involving narcotic medication errors and documentation.
I had already found another job. I had applied in February.
Okay, I need you to pull the mic up to your mouth.
I had applied in February for another job.
Okay, but when you left Covington Manor, did you say, I'm giving you 2 weeks and I'm stepping away, or did they say, please don't come back?
I just didn't talk to him again.
So you just didn't show up?
Yeah, I just left and went to another job.
So you didn't give notice?
No, I did not.
So you abandoned the patients who were assigned your shift?
No, they had suspended like a group of people.
So you were suspended? Okay, let's start again, ma'am. The question asks you, since you last renewed, have you been terminated, reprimanded, disciplined, or demoted?
Okay, I guess I should have said yes for the discipline.
So for the third time, were you disciplined in the scope of your job?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
So you were suspended?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you didn't just simply leave?
Right.
They stopped you from being there?
Right.
Okay. With that said, why were you not honest on your application, ma'am?
I was kind of in a hurry. I did it like the last minute renewal.
Does your licensure allow you to provide for your family?
Yes, it does. I have 9 in my household.
So with that income coming in, would it behoove you to take time to fill out this application?
No. But I'm not sure what behoove.
All right, let's start over. We've asked you 3 times before you told me that you did not tell the truth. And then you're saying you went through it quickly. So why did you not tell the board the truth?
I just overlooked the discipline.
Okay. So when I asked you the question here today, had you been disciplined, did you overlook my question?
Yes, because I was disciplined.
So you lied to me today?
No. You asked if I'd been termed.
No, I read you the question. I asked you, had you been terminated, reprimanded, disciplined, or demoted in the scope of practice as a nurse, and you said no. And then I said, I have a letter saying that you were terminated. And at that point you said, no, I applied for in February another job and I got the job. Is that correct so far?
Yes, correct. I accept.
Okay. Then at that point I said, so you just didn't go in? And you said, yes. I said, so you abandoned your patients? You said, no. There were a group of us who were suspended.
Well, I didn't abandon anybody.
You were suspended from your place of employment, correct?
Right, there was
And
an
did I ask you if
investigation.
you had been disciplined at work?
Yes.
And you said? No. Correct? Let's just get honest here. You got fired. Or you got suspended?
They suspended me, and then I had accepted another job position, and then they made a determination to fire me.
So you've been fired and you've been suspended?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth on your application?
No, I answered the wrong answer.
And then you didn't tell the truth today?
I'm really nervous, ma'am.
When one is nervous, it would be in their best interest to be honest. So you failed to disclose. Where are you working right now?
Renaissance Village.
I can't hear, ma'am.
Renaissance Village.
Where's that?
It's in Fort Wayne, Indiana, on County Line Road.
And how long have you been there?
Since May, early May.
Okay, board, do you have any questions for her?
Well, I'm reading the letter from the place where you were suspended and then got terminated, and the investigation was for missing narcotics of morphine sulfate, is that correct?
Yes.
And they asked you to do a drug screen, but you failed to do the drug screen?
No, I did it.
You did it a day later? So according to the letter, it says that you were interviewed the afternoon of April 21st. After the interview, you were instructed to get a drug screen done immediately that day. Ms. Body did not immediately go to get the drug screen. Rather, she waited until April 22nd at 1 p.m. to get the drug screen.
They did not tell me to go right away.
Okay. And so what was the issue with the missing 30 morphine sulfate tablets?
Apparently, there was missing 30 morphine tablets. I never worked on that unit. I just happened to work one shift out of a 72-hour period.
And so were there a bunch of you? You said
Yeah.
I got suspended over the same
Yes.
30 morphine tablets?
Yes.
And what happened to them?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It also says, Dr. Cotto, I was looking here when you were reading, it says, during the investigation, it was discovered that Ms. Body has had multiple instances of discontinuing medications only to reorder them later on. She destroyed large volumes of narcotics, with the second nurse denying her signature is actually her signature in some instances.
I wasn't aware of that.
We're just going off of what we read here.
Yeah.
And so this nursing home's, with the letter, the accusation that the nursing home was given was that there's 30 count of morphine pills being missed.
Yeah.
And you had a habit of destroying evidently the narcotic cards, but reordering those narcotics. So this is what we're reading here.
Oh, no. Now, on the rehab unit, people go home, so you tended to discontinue medications when they go home, and it was always two nurses' signature.
And that's what our president said, but according to the letter, the second nurse denied ever co-signing the waste with you.
I was not aware of that.
Why were you suspended?
They had an investigation.
About?
About the morphine.
You weren't aware of that, though. You just told Dr. Cote. Did she?
No, the signature part.
What was being investigated, ma'am?
There was a lady discharged home, and there was 30 morphine tablets missing. And so they questioned everybody. They didn't, no findings. So then like 3 weeks later, they suspended the group. Anybody that worked on that hall for a 72-hour period. Everybody got suspended, came in, they did drug screens, they were questioned.
Did you do a drug screen?
Yeah.
You have the results of that drug screen?
No.
Can you tell us what the results were?
It was negative. They told me when I came in, because they called me back in.
Have you ever been reprimanded or terminated or disciplined from any other position before this one?
For attendance, I had 5 write-ups in a period of time. I've been doing this 17 years, so.
And the 5 write-ups were for?
Didn't notify family, just things like that, documentation.
No other accusations of medicines being missing or misdocumented?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, have you ever worked, how long had you worked at Coving?
About a year and a half, I think.
Year and a half. And how long have you been a nurse?
17 years.
And where did you work prior to that?
Before Covington, Glenbrook.
Okay, and how long did you work there?
About a year.
Okay. And we can substantiate all parts of this. And why did you happen to leave Glenbrook?
It was due to an admission process that I did not complete right.
Okay. And so were you terminated?
Yes.
Okay, you were terminated. And did you report that to the board in that renewal cycle?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. And where did you work before that?
Riverbend?
And how long were you there, ma'am?
About 4 months.
4 months. And why did you leave there?
They never really told me. They took me off the schedule.
So you were discharged from that position. And where did you work before that, ma'am?
I was at Lutheran Life Villages.
I can't, I'm sorry.
Lutheran Life Villages.
Lutheran Villages, okay. And how long did you work there?
About a year and a half.
About a year and a half. And why did you happen to leave there, ma'am?
I just never went back.
So you just abandoned your assignment?
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
Would the facility agree with that, that verbiage? Would they agree that you had just left of your own accord, or would they indicate you were asked to leave?
I think when I didn't show up, they sent me a letter saying I was terminated.
Okay. Board, here's where I am. We can all weigh in. We've got a multitude of positions that have been left or asked to leave or removed from the schedule. We've got concerns about what sounds like it could be diversion. I'm not comfortable with the renewal free and clear. Are you?
No.
Okay. So my next question is, based on what we are allowed to do in this venue, since this is a renewal, we can't fine her for being dishonest at this, or can I?
Right, let me run through that. You have the 5 application, you can grant. Office to investigate the matter. You would not be acting on her application.
Okay. Would we be, could we deny? We can't deny and require an ISNAP evaluation, because then she would be an unlicensed person, correct?
That is correct.
But we could renew and suspend. Can we renew, suspend? Can we do anything to get her to ISNAP but not allow her to practice?
Well, yeah, I mean, you could put her on probation and work restriction on her until she got into ISNAP. If you did that, she would have a license, but she couldn't work.
And how do I fine her for not being honest with this board?
Well, that's problematic. Like I say, there are only 5 things you can do. You can't fine her unless you discipline her. If you're
Kim?
Yes.
Carrie pulled up her applications for other ones, and in 2014, she didn't report any terminations, disciplines, or write-ups.
Ma'am, you're not being honest with this board.
I got another question for her, though. Have you ever had any criminal charges filed for any of these narcotic discrepancies?
No, ma'am, no.
Have you ever had a problem with drugs or alcohol?
No.
Have you ever been in any kind of treatment program
No.
for alcohol or drugs?
No.
Probation. Okay, I was talking with Mr. White about what, because I don't think we're comfortable with renewing this license. Or am I?
Not free and clear.
And there's, can I I can deny.
Talk behind, or we have to talk open this way?
So it's open board.
So, are you talking about just sending it to the AG's office?
Yeah, I think we're kind of on the same thing. It's if she needs to be investigated. She's been dishonest with the board on multiple renewals. She was dishonest with us today. So the problem is though, our options are, as he said, we can deny her application, but if we deny, that makes her a non-nurse, which doesn't let her be eligible for ISNAP. Is that correct?
That's.
And I need my income for my family.
I think
You should tell us the truth.
I think she needs an ISNAP eval no matter what.
I
Start
agree.
with that and then work forward.
Yeah, I think we all agree that she needs some sort of ISNAP evaluation. The other question is there a clear and present danger to our citizens?
No.
I'm concerned about her. She steps away from jobs. She works places 4 months in a nursing shortage environment in long-term care, and they take her off the schedule. There's obviously a concern here. So what if we did ISNAP, but can't work until she completes the evaluation?
Okay.
And we could also put a full compliancy on there when we need to see that by, before she could work. I mean, could we do renew on probation, put her in, require that she have an ISNAP evaluation prior to being able to work?
Can we say within 30 days?
That she would get with ISNAP?
Well, it would behoove her to get it done tomorrow, so she could provide for her family. So, so within 30 days. So you can't work until you get the ISNAP evaluation, but it has to be done within 30 days. I think that's reasonable. Is that what you're saying, Beth?
Or maybe that's redundant. That is what I was saying, but.
Well, if we just say that you can't work until you get it done, then she could be like, well, I'm never going to get it done until whatever.
Okay, yeah, because I was trying to put a sooner time period on that.
Yeah.
Then if ISNAP decides that she indeed does not have a concern, I do think she does still need to be monitored or under the purview of the board, because there's a problem here. We have a problem with honesty, and we have a problem with her places of employment are finding problems too.
Yeah.
So we could extend, if ISNAP says no, we could put our own probationary piece on there.
Just for monitoring through her employment to say, yeah, she's a good employee,
And we
right? Yeah.
Quarterly reports.
And the quarterly reports will let us keep track of her maintaining a job because she doesn't stay at places of employment very long.
So will we be able to refer to the AG's office?
I thought they already did.
said no.
No, the statute says no, not Mr. White says no.
So with this matter, do we have any way to refer her? Can we refer her independently of this?
Can you refer her as a citizen?
We have that much problem.
We're not
with
attorneys, right? We're nurses.
Minor application. You make it hard on yourself.
ISNAP will know. I have confidence that ISNAP will know she's got a problem and keep her on probation for a year.
Can we regulate when she has to come back? Come back and let us know what's going on, because.
Well, if you put her on.
Okay, I've got a motion. I move that we renew your license on probation, but you may not work on that license until you have completed an evaluation with ISNAP and demonstrate complete compliance with ISNAP. Your ISNAP evaluation must take place within 30 days. If it doesn't,
myself.
If it doesn't, the board will report back to us, and we will bring you back in for a hearing at that point. If ISNAP decides that you're indeed not a candidate for monitoring, the board still wants to monitor you, and your license is in a probationary status for a period of 18 months. During that period of time, we expect quarterly reports from your employer. If you become unable to work during that time, lose a position during that time, those reports would indeed come from you. Yes, we'd also like to have an MMPI evaluation. That's a psychological evaluation. And that would be completed and sent to this board. Those can be a little bit harder to get into someone, so we will give her 45 days for that MMPI.
Ms. Cooper, can we ask that we have an interpretation with that MMPI?
And the MMPI would also come with an interpretation. So you would go see a psychiatrist, psychologist type person. They would do this evaluation, and they would provide an overview of any concerns that they have. If they do identify concerns or make recommendations, you are required to follow those recommendations.
Okay. I want to amend your motion. Can we say the longer of either 18 months or the extent of the RMA if one is ordered?
Whichever is the longest of the 18 months versus the RMA. And that would be active practice, yes. So with the way that this is worded, would she be allowed to work? She cannot work until she gets her iSNAP self taken care of. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you don't, but that would be one. Mm-hmm. I want the MMPI as part of that. That. Thank you, Schuster. Thank you. Did you understand all that?
Update the appointment information.
And you will receive it.
I have a question. She can't work until she does the iSNAP eval. Now,
Nope, I want them all.
you want them both.
Let's do, then we'll do 30 days and 30 days. I was just kind of concerned about her being able to get it done in time. Chuck, do you run into that with MMPI-2s in terms of? In the Fort Wayne area, that should be. So is everyone clear about what this motion says, or do we need to kind of? Ma'am, those are the terms that we have for you. Your options are to go in a probationary status. You'll have an MMPI-2 completed. You're going to contact iSNAP. You're going to have an evaluation with them. If they deem that you do have a substance abuse problem or concern, then you will be placed in what's called a monitoring agreement, and they will explain that to you. Regardless of the iSNAP findings, you're on probation with this board either for 18 months or longer if iSNAP deems that's appropriate. Okay? You may not work until these steps are completed and iSNAP has determined that you are indeed safe to give care. If you get arrested, you get into any trouble, you lose a job, you need to be contacting the board and letting them know.
Okay.
Anything at all. And you will get a signed order. This will all come to you in a tidy package that Mr. White, Ms. Schuster will prepare for you.
Okay.
And you'll take a signed order, you'll take that called an order, you'll take that to your employer. They're going to sign it. Everybody's going to sign off on this, that they're understanding that you now have to have reports that come to the board. And in addition, they will have what's called a worksite monitor. Chuck, the iSNAP does address them passing narcotics and the like, is that correct? If the addictions, because it was a large quantity that went away, and we have numerous employers out there, if indeed it's not a problem that she has, but someone in her circle has, have we? Thank you. So ma'am, those are the terms that we've lined out for you. Are those terms that do you accept that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We have our acceptance on the record. All right, that was my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
In favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carries 6-0
I'm abstaining.
or 601. Thank you, ma'am.
There's nothing in these people.
Danica Thomas. Good morning, Ms. Thomas. How are you?
Good morning. I'm wonderful. How are you?
Thank you. I'll have you pull that up to your base real close, and please provide the board with your name.
Danica Thomas.
Okay.
Of course.
And ma'am, you did file application for licensure renewal. You did check yes about have you been terminated, reprimanded, but did not provide a statement?
No, I did not.
Will you share with us why you said yes to that question?
Because I was terminated on November 12th of 2014. I got two reasons. One came from the administrator, told me because I failed to apply for my renewal of license in time. But the unemployment office told me, I'm sorry, was due to my attendance, and they found that to be unsubstantiated.
Okay. So your license expired in 2014?
Well, I was 2 days late in renewing.
So it expired?
Right.
Did you work while it was expired?
I don't think I did, no.
You don't think, or you know?
I really don't remember. I know that it was on a Friday, that October 31st.
And you don't believe you worked that weekend?
I don't believe I did.
But you'd love to talk to nurses about the importance of this.
Well, hopefully you didn't practice without a license, because that's a crime. It's a felony, and it's insurance fraud, and I could go on. And apparently it escaped your attention, but hopefully never practice until you have a valid license. Jail for that. So I'm sure you didn't do
I realize that now.
Pardon?
I realize that now.
You needed to realize it at the time.
Right.
Or do you have any questions for Ms. Thomas? Do I have a motion for action?
How long you been a nurse?
9, so 17, 18 years.
Yeah. And this is the first time you ever been terminated?
Been fired from a job in my life.
And how long did you work for them?
I was with them for only 2 years.
Okay. And where were you at before that?
I worked at Doppel Care and Rehab. I was there for 9 years.
All right. Well, we will just renew free and clear.
Okay, I second. In favor? Aye.
Thank
Opposed or
you.
abstained? Motion carries 700. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Roberta Winters? Roberta Winters? Good morning, Ms. Winters. Would you introduce yourself to the board?
My name is Roberta Winters.
I'm going to ask you to pull the microphone up way close so we can all hear. And you filed application for renewal. You answered yes on question number 5 relating to your employment history. Is that correct?
Correct.
You did not provide a statement. Will you share with us why you answered yes?
I did not provide a statement.
No.
Well, all we want to know is why you checked yes. If you could just tell us the story.
Because I was terminated from my last job.
But you also answered yes to number 1. Since you last renewed, has any professional license, certificate, registration, or permit you hold or have held been disciplined or formal charges pending in any state? Charges pending against you?
There is a pending case with the Attorney General's office.
Okay, so that's what we need to know.
Oh, okay.
And someone is here who would like to tell us more?
So this is part of a bigger situation.
Well, if you don't mind for the audience so they know who you are.
So I'm Laura Yazway, I'm the Supervising Deputy Attorney General.
Microphone.
Never told me that I needed to
Get the Harrison Central.
Thank you, AG office.
Do we need to say it again? Is this thing on?
Pull it a little closer.
Laura Yazway, Supervising Deputy Attorney General, Medical Licensing.
Tim Weber, Deputy Attorney General on Medical Licensing.
So there is kind of a bigger case going on with several nurses and an HFA, right?
The investigation's ongoing, but Ms. Winters is part of the investigation. An administrative complaint was filed, but depending on the outcome of the investigation, that's where we're at and what we can disclose at this point.
I'm sorry, is there a complaint filed in front of this board? Or
Yes, there is.
Against Ms.
On this
Against
lady?
Ms. Winters.
Okay.
And
Nothing has been filed against anyone else yet, and that's why we can't really share
Right.
any more of the
Okay.
details.
That's confidential, and you
That's
can't talk
confidential.
about that.
Correct.
Okay,
but
okay.
the complaint against while the complaint was filed, we may be as part of her personal.
Ms. Winters, when did you lose your job? Why did you lose your job?
I was terminated because one night at the end of my shift during narcotics count, it was found that 30 hydrocodone were missing from my cart.
Where did they go?
That's the question.
That's part of our investigation right now.
Seeing as though there is a complaint on file and these guys are investigating it, I just want to refer the matter to the Attorney General's office for an investigation. Obviously, they're already doing that, but the reason I suggest that is that basically tables her application, lets these guys do their investigation. What else needs to be done? Done with that, we'll see. Not, as the case may be.
What would be the status of the renewal? Will we just renew or valid practice pending review kind of thing?
That's what we call it, yes.
Okay, my motion would be to renew valid practice pending review.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I abstain.
Motion carries 601.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madeline Price.
Hi.
Ma'am, will you please introduce yourself to the board?
My name is Madeline Price.
Thank you. You've made application for licensure, and you answered yes on number 3 since you've last renewed, except for minor traffic violations. Have you been arrested?
Convicted, pleaded guilty.
Or pled no contest, sorry. Thank you.
In February 23rd, 2015, I was convicted of a DUI in the state of Indiana.
And have you ever had that ever happen to you before?
In Michigan, 7 years ago.
So you had a DUI 7 years ago, and then a DUI just recently?
Correct.
And what was your blood alcohol level at that time?
I think it was 0.1.
Okay, so you were 0.10. Were you just stopped for driving badly, or was there an accident, or?
I was told that I ran a red light.
Okay.
I thought it was yellow.
Okay. And are you currently, and when was this again?
2015, February 23rd.
Okay, and has that matter been resolved?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've got 2 DUIs, 7-year period, and which begs the question, do you have a problem with alcohol use?
I don't believe I do anymore.
Ma'am, have you ever been evaluated by ISNAP?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you participated in ISNAP?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the term of your participation?
I completed ISNAP in 2014, and that was for the DUI that I had gotten in Michigan prior to asking for my initial nursing license.
So you finished ISNAP in 14, and then you had a DUI in 2015?
Correct. Are there criminal charges still pending on that one?
No, ma'am.
What were the conditions of anything happened criminally?
I had 355 days of probation. I was ordered to complete a county court substance abuse program that was a year-long, entitled random drug screens for a year, 26 sessions of group therapy, being monitored by a physician, obviously, and being monitored by the court system. I completed that. I had the certificate of completion for that.
After you went through the ISNAP and had all those issues with the DUI 7 years ago, what do you think caused you to do this again? What happened?
Stupidity. Poor decision-making.
Was anybody in the car with you?
No, ma'am.
Did you hit anybody else?
No, ma'am.
I'd like to recommend that she go back for an ISNAP evaluation. I guess that would be recommend we renew on probation, requiring an ISNAP evaluation.
Are you currently an outpatient, or are you in 12-step anywhere? You go to Caduceus meetings?
I do go to, on my own, for my own choosing, group therapy sessions, probably once a month now. I am still being followed by a physician. I've been free and clear of the court.
So your motion, is that on the table?
I get it, yeah.
I
I move that we renew her on probation, probation for 12 months or the length of the RMA, whichever would be longer. And this came up about a month or two ago, we can ask ISNAP to evaluate, but we can also ask ISNAP just to accept her. Is that correct? I think we just need to go ahead and move her back into the ISNAP system.
I think 12 months is too long.
I could go with the length, well, 2 DUIs, this one went through a red light. She says, I used to have a problem with alcohol. The verbiage kind of makes me a little uncomfortable.
I gotcha. I would second your motion then.
Favor?
Time out.
Oh.
And you order her into ISNAP for the duration of her RMA or?
For the 12 months.
Need active quarterly reports.
Quarterly reports. Yes, ma'am.
So so it's common that nurses continue their job and they still work on probation. So that's very common. So the only thing we're going to ask you to do is to make sure that your employer signs that order, so they know that you're going through it. And once again, the whole idea is to get you help, right? If you definitely need it to be helped, but to make sure that you're going to be okay. So.
I think we had a motion, we had a second. Do we that would be fine. Let's see, we had a motion, we had a second. Do we vote? You agree to that, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? 7-0, are we at 7 now? 7-0-0.
Yes.
Chrissy Gore, excuse me.
A person not here?
Ms. Gore, Ms. Gore, Ms. Gore. Call 3 times.
Bueller.
I think. That's fine. Fine. That's helpful. That's helpful. Yeah. Okay, so and that resolved all.
I see so, but I'm.
That's why she's not here.
This morning.
In terms of which kept her on with. It's in the binder, okay.
Okay, we'll pull it and look at it. On who?
Okay, number 21 there on the PA. Okay. Dr. Cota, if you recall, there was a settlement agreement on her file. Should have been in.
Oh, the one that was here?
Gore should have had a settlement agreement.
I read 14 of them, so I'm.
Right, I know, it was in there.
Yeah.
It was approved, so.
Okay.
All right, Elizabeth Jordan.
Well, I think we actually have to make an action on her license. We need to know, yeah.
And that was on, hang on,
Gore.
on Chrissy
So-
Gore.
I mean, you got the.
We
book?
have that binder. Because we'll need to be consistent with whatever we just accepted in the first settlement agreement. All right. So the board members know what's going on. Ms. Gore had a settlement agreement that was also wrapped up this morning that Dr. Cota has already reviewed and approved and the board has adopted. So for consistency's sake, we need to make sure that whatever we do on the license application is consistent with what we just did on the settlement agreement.
Here it is right here. So this settlement agreement between the attorneys and the Chrissy Gore, she was placed on indefinite probation. Respondent will not be eligible to apply to have probation lifted till she has completed an ISNAP RMA. While her license is on probation, respondent will comply with the following requirements. She shall keep the board apprised of her current contact information, including mailing address. Respondent shall keep the board apprised of her employment contact information, including the name of her employer, her supervisor. Sign copy of the board order within 10 days of receiving it. If the employment has been changed, we have to be aware of that within 10 days of her job changing. The respondent shall have her employer submit reports to the board on a quarterly basis. If she's not employed, then the nurse must submit self-reports. Let's see, she must be in full compliance with her ISNAP. Her license shall be placed, yeah, so there you go. In length, she also had to do 12 hours in ethics, 12 hours in medication administration, 16 hours of impaired nursing and diversion, and then she had the customary $5 fee. That was the signed order this morning.
We have to renew on probation or renew per the settlement agreement terms?
Well, it'll be settlement agreement,
terms of the settlement agreement.
which was indefinite probation, so.
Is that a motion then?
Well,
We already accepted them, so do we need to do anything right here?
Because, yeah, you need to renew her on probation consistent with the terms.
Okay, we move to renew her on probation consistent with the terms outlined in the settlement agreement.
I'll second.
In favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carries 700. That was Cooper Russell. You're Elizabeth Jordan?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. Sorry for that delay.
Sorry.
And I also believe you applied for licensure and answered yes on one of the questions concerning your employment history?
Yes.
Will you share with us what happened?
I had, didn't keep my PRN status of working 1 day a month.
Can you pull this a little bit closer, ma'am? Sure. So you were working PRN, and when you started working less,
Right.
you were let go from the place of employment?
Yes. I have a letter from them.
Okay, we'll take that. Okay. And are you currently working?
Yes. I work. I had left there. I was working part-time, and I needed a full-time status. So the place of employment I'm at right now, I will be there for 4 years. So yeah, I just.
If you'd like to bring that up, we'd be happy to look at it. Board, do you have any questions for Ms. Jordan? The letter from that employee, you guys can look at it on this side, it just affirms what she said, that is why they terminated her.
Renewer free and clear?
I second that motion. In favor? Aye. Motion carries 700.
Thank you.
Janet Leos. Good morning. Would you introduce yourself to the board, please?
Janet Leos.
Okay, ma'am, you've also filled out application for license renewal. You answered yes on a question about your employment history. Will you share with us briefly what happened?
I was terminated from Greystone Nursing and Rehab for failed urinalysis.
Okay. What did you test positive for?
Hydrocodone.
Did you have a prescription for that hydrocodone?
No, ma'am.
Where did you get it?
I had twisted my back out, and we were on vacation, and the people we were with, she had some hydrocodone because she's got rheumatoid arthritis, and she gave me one so that I could be somewhat comfortable on the ride home, like 3 days before the UA was done.
How much did you take?
1 tablet.
Mr. Lindquist, how long does a single tablet of hydrocodone remain in someone's system?
One-time use.
Board, do you have any questions for Ms. Leos? Ma'am, how long did you work at that facility?
A year and a half.
And where did you work prior to that?
Prior to that, I was unemployed for about a year and a half. We had moved to Ohio, and my fiance didn't want me working. And then prior to that, it was Persimmon Ridge.
I didn't catch that, ma'am.
Persimmon Ridge. And then prior to that, I was in Kansas, and I worked out there as an LPN. I was with an agency the whole 4 years that I was out there, and then periodically picked up positions.
And your license in those other states, is it free and clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Or do you have questions, or?
Was this just a random UA that they did on you, a UDS?
What happened is, like earlier that evening, at shift change, it kind of got a little chaotic as it usually does. And when I finally got out of there about 7:30, I work a 6A to 6P. It was around 7:30, and I grabbed up my bag and I left and threw it in the truck and went home, went and supper, went to the store and come back. And when me and my fiance got back home, I went to grab my bags and realized I had someone else's bag that wasn't mine. So I called the facility right away, and there wasn't any kind of name or anything in it, but there was some significant amount of money. And they put me over to the floor. I walked on, and that nurse said that that was hers. So I told her I'd bring it back right away, and she's like, oh, no, you can bring it in the morning because you're my relief. And then 45 minutes later, my supervisor called me and said she had called the police. And so I went there and called my DON and my ADON, which they both met me at the facility. And we talked, and the girl took her stuff back, and my ADON asked her if I needed to talk to the police, and she said, well, they're gone, and she said, well, they don't need a statement from Janet, and she goes, no. She goes, I got my stuff back, so it's all good. And they, and because of the situation, they ended up suspending both of us. And then, and your analysis, we both had to take drug screens. And because I failed mine at that time, I was terminated after the suspension.
So because you took her purse in error or her bag in error, she was required to get a drug screen?
Because of the because of, it was both of us, and they were drug testing, they chose to drug test both of us.
Ma'am, have you ever had any other terminations, reprimands, suspensions?
I was terminated at Persimmon Ridge for, in fact, I'm on probation with the board on that matter that's in the process of being cleared up. And that was for, I had left medications in a room with an oriented resident, which, because she always took it with her supper. And then failure to do a wound dressing that was passed off to the oncoming shift that I didn't get to it. I had attempted ×3, and then that was on a weekend, and on Monday I walked in and they terminated me.
Ma'am, how long is remaining on your probation that you're?
I'm waiting to get a hearing set. I just got the last 2 CEUs sent in this week and to be in compliance.
We could renew her still on probation.
Do you want to modify or put a length of time on that probation, Dr. Cotto?
Does it say anything, Carrie, in there, how long she's been on it and then how much longer she has?
Yeah, because, when I come back from Kansas and renewed my license, I had answered yes to the question that I signed my name as an LPN. So I had a hearing, and but it was in Kansas, not in Indiana. They thought that I had worked as an LPN in Indiana, but it was in Kansas. But I was on probation for a criminal charge of bad checks that was taken care of when I got back to Indiana, and the board chose to put me on the criminal probation, or put me on probation till that was cleared, and then, which, when I come in front of the board to get my probation taken care of, because I was off of criminal probation, that's when the situation came up with the Persimmon Ridge termination, and they chose to continue it with, and I needed to get CEUs and different things to be in compliance.
Ma'am, you're working, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
How long have you been where you are right now?
I started 2 months ago, and I brought, I do have some letters that a couple of employees that I work with in my DON has written for me, if you'd like that.
If you'd like to bring them, we'd be happy to have them.
So Kim, Carrie finished looking it up, and so her order was originally done in 2012. It was modified in 2015, and so it should be up in 2017 if she finishes the orders on that last modification, which is what she was talking about, her education. So if we were to renew her, it would just still be on probation, and then she'll have to come back in front of us again once she meets that order.
Is whether or not she's done anything other than what got her on probation in the first place.
Yeah.
And that's not quite clear to me. Hopefully it's clear to you.
Pass those down and we'll swing them back. So, Carrie, when is that probation due to be, when's she eligible to come off?
She's had 1 year.
And how far?
2015.
And are you working right now?
Yes, sir.
And how long you been there?
2 months.
2 months. So Kim, it'll be a minimum of another 10 months. Because she's only been at her place for 2 months.
No, it's not,
Oh, it
she
doesn't,
can push them all together.
Adam?
I think she needs an ISNAP evaluation. She's had trouble and had a termination for a positive drug screen. Maybe we've been missing that all along.
You want to make that your motion?
I do, so continue on, renew her license on probation and with the condition that she gets an ISNAP evaluation.
You want to put any length of time on that?
Her probation, when is it ending currently?
Soonest.
Okay.
Which she's almost there, and then if she doesn't have an ISNAP issue and it's just a performance issue, we kind of have lost her. Do you want to extend that?
Yeah, I'd add it 6 months, extend her probation 6 months, or the length of her RMA if she is a candidate.
And whichever's the longest?
Yes. Yes.
Quarterly reports?
Yes, and a signed board order, those are standard.
Letting us know if she gets into any trouble, is
trouble?
arrested, loses a job, or moves from her place of residence.
Right.
So this would just be a modification to the order that's out there right now? Because 6 months from it would be 6 months of active practice from today.
Correct.
So that would put her into, what, like August, September?
But she does still have some CEs remaining, so those would carry over into this current order as well.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll second that motion. In favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed or abstain? Oh, do you agree, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I add something too? You know, the letters that we received are great letters, but when you ask to come off probation, maybe you could have those letters on letterhead or something to make them look official, because we don't know if somebody just writes those letters.
Okay.
It's just a word of advice for when you come back.
Okay. I will.
We'll keep those in your file, though, of course.
Okay.
So we were voting, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstain? Motion carries 700. Thank you, ma'am.
So I can still work?
Yes, ma'am. But you'll get information in the mail, and you're going to have to connect with ISNAP, and I think Mr. Lindquist, are you going to meet up with her now? You'll follow that gentleman there.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Josh, can you pass it?
Eileen Eskew? Eileen Eskew? Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. Stacia Metcalf? Mr. White? Oh, Mr. Minglin?
I was pointing down, I said white.
Would you like to address the board?
Sorry, Sasha, just 1 second.
Just like to take an opportunity to introduce our new staff council that started with the office this week. Cheryl Boone, greetings. First Board, you may be hearing from her periodically as she handle. We'll be working together. She's previously been with the Attorney General's office, so she has some familiarity with our operations here, and great relief to me. And I hope that she will benefit the nursing board as well.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. Metcalf, would you introduce yourself to the board, please?
My name's Sasha Metcalf.
And I'm going to need you, can you kind of twist that down a little bit? Thank you. All right, you filled application out for renewal, and you did answer yes about some workplace discipline.
Termination from my last
I'm going to need you talking to the mic, okay?
termination from my last position.
Thank you.
And why were you terminated?
We had got a new.
Ma'am, the mic, please.
We had got a new DO in, and pretty much immediately I kind of started feeling harassed or kind of bullied by her a little bit, and I think they just kind of made up their mind they wanted to get rid of me and found whatever reason they could, really.
And what reason did they find?
I was terminated for allegation of a theft, but I don't know what it was that supposedly I stole.
Were the police ever contacted? Do you know if they turned it in to the police?
No, but the CNA that supposedly witnessed me taking something, I had to report to my administrator the last night that I had worked.
How long did you work there?
I had just hit my 5-year anniversary.
Wow.
And this is the second time I've worked for the company, so altogether almost 10 years.
Are you currently working, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, where are you working?
Cypress Grove.
And how long have you been there?
Since November.
Okay. Board, do you have any other questions for Ms. Metcalf?
Were you disciplined at all at that prior place that terminated you before that at all?
No, I'd never been wrote up, nothing.
For the whole 5 years? So you feel like this was just out of the blue?
Well, like I said, it had kind of been building up for a couple months, bad mouthing, rumors, stuff like that.
Okay, but you don't know what they accused you of thieving, of stealing?
No, I have no idea. I was told CNA saw me carrying a bag out of the kitchen, which was locked during the shift I worked, so I don't know how.
Board, questions for her or action at this point?
Make a motion to renew.
Second, in favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carries 7-0-0. That was Kodo Cooper. Thank you, ma'am. Good luck. Rory Ball. Rory Ball. Carrie, do you know anything about Ball?
I know this is the second time, and you have to make a decision.
Deny. In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. I need a second. Sorry. Okay, that sounds like Cooper Russell. In favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0-0. Kevin Davis. Kevin Davis. May I have a motion to deny? Okay, that was Owens and Russell. In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries 7-0-0 to deny. Angelia Parker. Ms. Burke, any updates on Ms. Parker? Same thing? May I have a motion? In favor? Aye. Abstain or oppose? Motion carries 7-0-0. Owens Russell. Regina Ryanell? Regina Ryanell? Ms. Burke?
But I don't know.
Right, the issue is when they answer yes, we don't know what the yes is until they actually respond and tell us what the yes is. And so all the board knows is she answered yes to something on there's action.
So the fact that there's been a settlement but not a resolution of the question for the board, then do we call her back in to get that information, or we just go with,
We think that the complaint resolved, that's the only reason why she is on the agenda today, because she didn't answer?
Her renewal questions asked, obviously the 6 questions, 2 of them were answered yes. Has your license been disciplined or charges pending? And also yes to have you been terminated, reprimanded, disciplined in your scope of practice. That's all we know on our application for renewal.
When was her settlement agreement done? Okay, so it was after she,
Final order was mailed out November 2nd.
so is there some, can we make a supposition that she thinks she responded because she signed a settlement agreement? Has she returned the settlement agreement?
You have already issued a final order. Your final order went out on November 2nd.
That's my point, is does she think, I gave you a statement, because I had this, I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. That would feel like a statement to me, I think. So, having said that, and hearing crickets, I would make it, what? I mean, I was gonna, we could, yes, but I was gonna make a recommendation that we renew her according to the terms of her settlement agreement.
I mean, because it would appear, obviously discipline of a probation was imposed. There was an agreement. And while I think that she's incorrect not to appear when sent the information to, I'm making the large assumption that it would seem that she believed that she'd already followed through on her portion.
Yes.
And we don't have the time factor to pull her back in again.
Again, right.
So my motion would be to accept based on the settlement. And say, right, you're seconding that?
Yes.
In favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Or abstain? You're opposed?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't hear anything from this end.
Oh, yes.
You want to see what's in that settlement? Is that what you're wanting to?
Well, I'll be curious to know what we're approving.
Well, why don't you?
Why don't we just wait
why
and
don't you
see?
Wait, take a look at this.
Sure.
Okay.
So we're going to table this for right now and keep working the
for right
calendar?
now, yeah.
Okay.
So if I went through, December pre-hearing settlements, I should be able to find it?
The settlement agreement was initially filed on October 18th and was heard and approved on October 20th.
All right, we're going to keep working the calendar and we'll look at it here in a bit. Cynthia Kernsteins.
Situation, we filed a pre-hearing settlement, or pre-hearing, well, twice. On May 9th, with, filed a settlement. Talk to whoever did. Yeah, that original one was okay. Filed it on November 15th.
Can you clarify for me, because I got lost in that?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right.
So who reviewed the first one and said, oh, it's okay?
The first one?
Yeah.
I don't know, okay.
Okay, you said that she came back in.
Right.
Just recap it and put names on the he, she.
So there was a pre-hearing settlement conference.
No.
Okay. So then there was an agreement, filed indefinite probation for. Then.
By them?
By the board.
By the board.
No, we file the settlement, I'm sorry, file the settlement on May 9th. Comes for the full board to approve, it was rejected.
Okay.
We had another pre-hearing settlement
So I heard it.
You heard it. Well, I think that original one was okay. I'm gonna go find out who had a problem with it. That came out.
Oh, that's right. I had to track someone down.
Contentious with her lawyer.
Yes, I do.
And that comes out, finds out who had the issue. The original settlement was, they say, oh. Then the board, so then submitted the same one again.
And we approved this, we approved it the second time?
So,
Somebody confirm that. Okay.
so,
Yeah, I can't remember the exact conversation, but I remember coming out of that room with the attorneys. I came here to the board,
right.
And I spoke to, yeah, I believe so, and went through, why, blah, 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 went back, and then they accepted the original one that the original pre-settlement hearing person heard.
Yeah, and I can actually help jump in. I did speak with her on January 30th personally about it. It is the same underlying allegations. I told her at that time just to send us an email indicating that the positive response was the same allegations and we'd take it off today's calendar. We never received that response from her, so we couldn't take it off today's calendar. But it is the same underlying allegations, and we do not have a final order reflecting that settlement agreement yet.
But she still hasn't responded either.
Other than on a phone call to me, she never, in writing, stated that the positive response was on the same allegations as the complaint. Correct.
The board, do we
Can we email her, stating that and see if she responds to that or not?
We have to act today.
It was, she called into our
I know,
office.
but I'm just saying that.
Right.
Her and
Yeah.
So the business at hand is, we have it, we have to act one way or the other. While it likely is the same, she's also been asked to do something, and she has not done so.
Make a suggestion to me. You're juggling an awful lot here. If you refer to the AG's office for an investigation, stop the clock from running, and maybe during that short period of time, hopefully you can resolve a lot of these questions that are unanswered today. So much going on, and you're making a lot of assumptions about things, which are probably sensible assumptions, but there's so many of them.
So if we say valid to practice pending review,
Yeah.
is that the correct verbiage?
That's what staff.
No, it's practice pending review when it's referred.
That's what you guys
Okay.
call it. Statute, so I'm not going to suggest it to you.
it's just what I was.
Their system says. But regardless of what their system says, you need to stop the clock today, and you don't have enough answers to your questions. At least I don't think. That is a suggestion.
Yeah, my notes say that I sent that we did before. So, I guess I with a lawyer. Yeah, okay.
Okay. What I'd like to do is refer this to the AG, just to give us that opportunity to get the information. I guess that would be valid to practice pending review. That lets it stop, because she does still have the burden of, she was asked to do something and she did not comply. May I have a second?
Second.
In favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carried.
Do you want to go back and do that for Regina? What we just tabled?
Sure. So on Kernstein's, motion carries 7-0-0. Let's reopen Reinhold. We're going to go back with a valid to practice pending review, refer that to AG so we can get those things cleared up. May I have a second? In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0-0. Julie Busberg.
Having him sign something on.
You sign
Ms. Busberg, you can have a seat, please. Why don't you take a second, pull the mic over to you, and introduce yourself to the board?
My name is Julie Busberg.
Okay. And you filed application for renewal?
Yes.
Okay. And in that application, you answered yes on question 3 about some legal issues?
Yes.
I'm going to need you to pull the mic, and I'm going to need you to speak up, ma'am. Thank you. Will you share with us why you answered yes?
Because I had been arrested.
For what?
For, well, they had arrested me for multiple charges, but it all came down to just, I got possession of paraphernalia.
What were you charged with originally, ma'am?
They were trying to charge me with driving with a suspended license, possession of marijuana, and then the possession of paraphernalia. I think that was.
Okay, I need you to
When
speak
did this
up.
happen?
This was in 2014, August of 2014.
Was that case resolved?
Yes.
And what was were you on probation for a period of time?
Yes.
And how long were you on probation?
I was on probation for 6 months.
And when was that done?
It was done in 2015.
Currently, you got arrested in 2014?
Yes,
When in 2014?
in August.
So is your license currently listed as on probation or free and clear?
Well, I'm getting ready, I just signed a settlement offer, and it's be on probation.
Fine with me, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we filed an administrative complaint July 26th. Fraud and criminal charges, the possession of paraphernalia, driving while suspended in August of 2014. October 9th of 2014, application answers no to have you been arrested. 9th of 2014, she's convicted of the paraphernalia, which is what you just said. Charged her July 26, 2016, the conviction of failing to disclose the arrest, so there were no fraud, okay? All right. So then, there it is. Then she has a pre-hearing settlement conference, and
Yeah, this this settlement agreement was just approved, but
oh, okay, so what's happening then? So the
been
board-
approved by the board.
When did the board do that?
I believe today.
It was in this packet that was already approved this morning.
Folder again?
And that, with this process, so Dr. Cotto, you reviewed those and approved, correct?
Yeah, this morning, and I'm finding hers right now.
And so her license is on probation?
It's indefinite probation. Respondent may petition for withdrawal of probation after 1 year. While on probation, respondent's license shall be governed by the following conditions. She's to enter ISNAP and have an RMA. Respondent shall maintain complete continuous compliance with ISNAP. The respondent shall keep the board apprised of her current personal contact information. Respondent shall cause her nursing employer to submit quarterly reports. Signed order. Prior to petition for withdrawal, respondent shall complete 24 hours of CEUs, 12 hours of continuing education for professionalism and ethics in substance abuse and impaired nursing. Proof of these completions must be submitted to the board. And then she was fined $250 plus the $5 fee.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
So, since this has happened, do you want to I guess our motion could be to renew under the framework of the settlement agreement that was reached and approved. May I have a second?
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries 700, Cooper Rock.
Thank you.
Mishka Cook? Ms. Cook?
17.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to deny.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries 700. Thank you. Heather Taylor. Good morning. Would you introduce yourself to the board, please?
My name is Heather Taylor.
All right, you've made application for licensure, is that correct?
Yes.
And you answered yes on a few of the questions, is that correct?
Yes.
And one of those is about workplace discipline, is that right?
Yes.
And the other one is about charges?
Yes.
Okay, would you share with us?
The one about charges, I was arrested for an OWI September 5th of 2016. And I've yet to go to court for that. That's March 26th, next month.
Okay, so that is still an ongoing matter?
Correct.
So have you ever been to court or you're on probation now?
I'm on probation. I have not been to court for this yet. Now, as far as being disciplined, I was terminated from my job in 2008. I was diverting fentanyl from Seabo's Nursing Home in Hobart, Indiana. I was originally charged with interference with medical services, Class C felony, theft, Class D, and then possession of a controlled substance, Class D felony.
So that was in 2008, and were you a part of ISNAP at that time period?
I started ISNAP, and then I could not afford it at that time, so I pulled out of it. I started going on my own.
So there's an ISNAP closure then at some point in time?
Yes.
But and you're licensed in Indiana?
I was up for renewal in 2010, at which time in 2010 I was sentenced with just a Class D, well not just but a Class D felony theft, not a drug charge. And then I did a probation for that. We petitioned, I got a new lawyer, we petitioned the court for misdemeanor treatment upon my completion of my probation, which I did end up getting. I dropped to a Class A misdemeanor theft. But I never renewed it or anything.
How long has it been since you worked, ma'am?
2008.
And so we have an open OWI, correct? And to court, it sounds like you go to court in March.
Yes.
Then we also have this matter of a while, several years ago, an ISNAP closure for failure to complete an RMA.
Correct. If I could say to the board, I'm well aware that I have a problem with alcohol and drugs. I'm in recovery now. I have 3 children. And I guess over the years, I did contemplate if I wanted to return to nursing. I was pretty ashamed of what happened, and there was a fear that, because over the years, it was just, I took nursing for granted. It's a privilege, not a right. And, my perspective on things has changed. Now I'm, on the PTO and the board of rebuilding together. I've been staying at home. My youngest is 5 now, he's in kindergarten, and I've always known I had to come in front of you guys and do this, so.
Heather, maybe you already told us this, but so your license lapsed
Correct.
License disciplined by the nursing board as a result of this thing with the fentanyl?
No. I don't know if it's suspended indefinitely or however, I don't know.
Is she just listed as expired?
I'm showing suspended. This is a reinstatement then with West.
So
a different.
And what's your date of sobriety?
September 5th, 2016. I drank on that night.
Board, do you have any other questions for Ms. Taylor?
Yeah, I do. So when you got out of ISNAP, you got personal counseling, or you sought treatment yourself, did you
Well,
say?
at the time of my sentencing in 2010, I was staying at Alice's house. It was a halfway house. That was part of the sentencing agreement, you know. I went willingly, but then once I was required to complete the program there, which was 6 months.
Okay.
I was there for.
So but then you have a recent DUI of 2016. Did you, maybe I...
9/5/2016.
Yeah, when was the last DUI you got?
I have an OWI pending charge. That was my only one from September 5th of
2016?
Correct.
Okay, so what happened then? Did you seek counseling, what are you doing now as far as drinking?
I attend 12-step meetings. I have a sponsor. I'm surrounded by a circle of friends. I'm surrounded by people in recovery. My husband's in recovery. He's been sober for 14 years.
her license, did the board put any conditions on it?
I've got it here.
Nicole, I know it says that she gets an agreement and she enters in and signs it. I know that, and that was the verbiage used then. I know today frequently we'll put a time period, has to have full compliance for X number of months until they can do that. Was that a part of that at all? Okay, so that part, okay. That's, yeah. Before she could even move to the next hurdle.
The CEOs.
Both things.
Well, because
Have you done any of that stuff?
No.
Oh, that's true. Yep.
Can we renew suspend?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'd like to make a motion if I could. I'd like to move that we renew her license on suspension. Require that she does re-engage with ISNAP. and she must demonstrate to honor the other order, must demonstrate complete compliance with ISNAP for a period of 12 months before she can request to leave that position of suspension.
That would be basically renewing on suspension, making her do what
Order
terms
was.
were.
So you will still need to do your CEUs, so you'll still need to follow the original order that you did not follow.
Okay.
Okay, so do you need a new copy of that?
Yes.
So would someone send that back to her? So if you send an email to Mrs. Burke,
Okay.
and then she will send you the information of your old order that you didn't follow. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, when she comes back from suspension at 1 year, is that when we will address refresh her concerns at that point, correct?
I think that's appropriate, yeah.
At that time, okay. Ma'am, do you have any questions? Do you accept this?
Yes.
All right. Did I have a second for that motion?
Second.
In favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carries 7-0-0. Best of luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ashley Cross. Good morning, Ms. Cross. Will you introduce yourself to the board, please?
My name is Ashley Cross.
Okay. It looks like you graduated from a nursing program in 2012. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And although you graduated, have you ever taken NCLEX?
No, ma'am.
Where have you been?
When I graduated my LPN, I started in the RN program, and then so I didn't take my LPN because I planned on going into the RN program directly. And then I switched to another school because I was going to go into a BS program. And when I switched, life circumstances just kind of got in the way, and I never completed my RN, and I never took my LPN because I intended on just going for my RN.
And ma'am, what type of renewal activities have you been engaged in?
Take my LPN test.
Or what type of refresher activities have you been engaged in? I guess is the word I want. What have you been doing to prepare for NCLEX?
I haven't currently done anything. My plan is to take a Kaplan review, but I've been I got a book from the Kaplan, and I've been doing the test questions through there. So I have been doing those.
Okay, board, do you have questions for this individual? Do I have a motion?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so are you working?
I am, yes, ma'am.
In healthcare?
I work as a health assistant at a primary school.
Okay, do you have some documentation for us?
I did the personal appearance. Yeah. And I think there was some question as to passing medications.
If I may, I'm Casey Drain. I'm her supervising RN. Apparently, when she had her first personal appearance, someone pulled up the school website of where she works, and it was a data entry error on IT's part from the person who had that position prior to her. They had changed the picture, changed her name, spelled it incorrectly, and he left the previous person's title, which did state LPN. We brought documentation from the principal to the superintendent to the payroll that Mrs. Cross has never represented herself as an LPN, is paid as a health assistant, and works accordingly. And then we also brought a copy where we updated that website immediately.
We'll take those, please. Watch your step.
Yeah, when you were working in the facility, not as an LPN, right? As a
Correct. I was not
healthcare
working
aide,
as an LPN.
were you passing medications? I think that was the question at the time.
I administer insulin through a pump to a student there, yes.
At the school setting?
Yes, in the clinic.
I think that was the question we had in the personal appearance was that considered nursing duty or not in the school setting?
Schools routinely train their workforce to meet the needs of whatever it is, and that's not, and they've received training. You've received training?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
What type of training have you had?
My nephew is a type 1 diabetic, and his teachers have been trained to adjust his pump based on his sugar throughout the school day. Yeah. He's like 8 years old, and
So we also have the skills checklist. I'd like to see this in first. So while the board's still looking at that information, board, do you have any other questions for Ms. Cross or her supervisor?
so is that the only thing you do is adjust the insulin pump then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yes. Here's her.
I'm fine. Board, do you feel like you need to see that information?
No.
Do you have any other questions for Ms. Cross or her supervisor? Would anyone be ready to make a motion for Ms. Cross and her future toward the NCLEX?
I would make a motion to let her sit for her NCLEX.
May I have a second? Oh, whoa. You want to attach anything to that? Just letting her sit or let her sit with a refresher?
With a predictor, you mean? So the LPNs, you're going for the LPN, right?
yes, sir.
And the LPN has predictors like the RN would?
There are programs for them.
So I would think that would be appropriate. We do it with nurses who come in. So that motion would be that you would take a predictor exam with a 95% predictability of passing your boards. And then once that's submitted to the board, then we would unlock you to take your exam. Okay?
I want to thank you for coming in. I think that was the issue at the time, is we weren't sure
Yes.
as far as the passing meds and where that fell, so thank you.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
In favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries 700. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And then Donna Julius also has a settlement hearing.
Anna Julius. should have been. I'm looking for it. Yeah.
Ma'am, what's your name, please?
Quentin.
I don't think she has a settlement. No, I don't have it in here. I don't have it, Kim.
Oh, okay, then I'm mistaken. Oh, this was the settlement for later. Okay. So, Ms. Julius, you made application for licensure, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you answer yes to any of the questions?
I had a yes question. I had attempted to renew my license with a Chromebook and with my phone and couldn't get it to go through. A supervisor at work, my direct supervisor, helped me fill it out. I didn't disclose at that time for confidentiality reasons, and then I mailed a copy to the board with explanations.
Which question should you have answered yes to, ma'am?
I think you answer yes to a termination.
Okay. And so you've been terminated?
Yes.
And where were you terminated from and why?
Westminster Village. It was a termination over, I guessed for attendance, but there was some ongoing things that were going on there at the time. I had spoken or emailed with Mr. Maluski and had heard my last thing from him on the 2nd of December of 2015. This happened in July of 2015, and so I had assumed it was over but had to report a termination.
Okay. Why were you actually terminated? Was it just attendance?
There was a narcotics issue. I had a family emergency and was on an attendance contract at the time and didn't go.
What kind of contract?
An attendance contract at the time, and couldn't miss any more days until I think it was like August 13th or 15th, and I had a family emergency where someone broke their arm and I took them to the hospital and didn't go to work that day. It was over a holiday weekend. There were some things going on. I had returned phone calls and talked to people there. There were some narcotics missing. I wasn't running a cart that day, but I was scheduled to work that day also.
Yeah, you mentioned working with one of the Deputy Attorney Generals. Is there an open case?
I don't believe it's open. I haven't heard anything else back since December 2nd of 2015.
Sir? Since we're live, will you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Aaron Molesky with the Attorney General's Office. A complaint has been filed in this matter. I believe there was a pre-hearing settlement conference for which Ms. Julius failed to appear, but then came back and gave an explanation for that. So it has been set out again for another round of pre-hearing settlement conferences and hearings.
Okay.
And that's what the status is. We haven't.
There's nothing, there's no agreement, there's no settlement, there's no anything at this point.
And your license is currently listed as, is it free and clear?
It's pending review.
I guess, do you have questions for her? I mean, she's limited in what she's going to say or can say. There is an investigation. So our options are free and clear or leave her as pending review.
I think.
And let this work itself out.
I want to refer it.
Have a motion?
I so move.
May I have a second?
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0-0.
Ayana stepped out.
Oh, 6-0-0. So we're going to valid practice pending review.
Okay,
We'll
thank
continue
you.
to let this grind itself out.
Additional, I think that's what we were trying to mark here. Valerie Hughes.
Valerie Hughes. Various Hughes thing, are they in are they maybe in the folders? Okay, thank you. So you're Valerie Hughes, correct?
I'm Valerie
And you've
Hughes.
made application for licensure and you've responded yes to 2 questions, is that correct?
Yes.
And the 2 questions you've responded yes to about whether you are facing discipline or charges and as to whether you have been arrested, is that correct? Will you share with us why you're facing discipline?
Okay, I got arrested for maintaining a common nuisance. Can you not hear me? Pardon me?
Just in the microphone, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
I got arrested for maintaining a common nuisance. My brother-in-law was over at my house and he sold narcotics to a criminal informant.
At your house?
At my house. I had no idea about it. I got arrested. I bonded out the same day. Well, it was the next morning, excuse me. I've already did my probation. I owe my fees. I'm still considered a class
something felon, it'll be dropped to a misdemeanor, when I pay my fees.
So currently, you are still on probation until, because this.
No, I'm off, well, my probation ended on November 15th, 2015.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, but there are still elements of that probation, such as fees and charges, that you've not completed, is that correct?
Just my fees, yes.
So was the charge for criminal nuisance because he sold drugs in your house? Or were there other charges associated with that were filed against you?
I was just, since it happened at my house, it was maintaining a common nuisance.
That's what they called it?
Yes.
And that's the only thing you were charged with?
Yes.
Maintaining a common nuisance, a criminal nuisance?
So I guess my question is that this will be, I guess, for council, if probation, is it really over if she still has elements that she's not completed?
I'm afraid, I don't understand that. I don't know how you.
There's nothing in my case. It's Washington County. So they don't have anything on there.
What about the documents she gave us?
Davis County, Indiana.
And the documents she gave us it lists the fees and things on page 2.
Uh-huh.
But, I mean, the precedent of this board is if all elements of a criminal matter are not resolved, then they remain in a state of probation until they are. And then the burden's on her to come back when she is done with that correct documentation.
I plan to pay my fees off at the end of this month. I went to my probation officer the other day to get some paperwork to bring up here.
How much in terms of fees do you have to pay?
A little under 300.
I'd make a motion that we renew her on probation, and that probation may not be lifted until she provides the appropriate evidence to this board that those items are indeed completed.
I second.
In favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carries. Are we still at 6-0-0?
Renewal though, right? Needs to agree to it. Yeah.
Do you agree to that, ma'am?
Yes, I didn't hear.
Okay, we're putting your license on probation.
Okay.
Until you have demonstrated that all items are completed, and at that time, you would make contact with IPLA, and we would bring you back in for a hearing to lift that probation if indeed you have all the correct documents.
Okay, and correct documents being that my probation officer and the county clerk says my fees are paid.
And everything is done that they've requested of you.
Okay.
As soon as you get that done, you can come back in front of us and have the probation lifted from your nursing license, but you got to get straight with whatever county.
Davis County, Indiana, yes.
All right. I'll let it roll out and. Yes, ma'am.
Just address and.
May I have no, I got numbers up there I was needing for you guys.
You need your papers back, is that?
Well, I'd like to have them back, if that's okay.
Yeah, I got them.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
But
Did I not? I think that released it.
do you know?
Email me so she's.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. It is 12:15 right now. We will reconvene. All right, so we will reconvene and we will be back at 1:15. Thank you.
That's 5 minutes slow. Way off today.
Missouri.
All right.
Like 3 messages. I need someone to walk around.
I'd like to say the rest of
No more words. Can we put the mic up for a second?
Yes, did you notice that they improved our,
It'll go much faster this afternoon.
You told me that last time.
So.
I didn't think these were harder. Well, they all did. I wondered, but I didn't even know what's going on.
First matter up will be number 18 in the packets. That is the matter of Greg Lawson. 2015 NB242. Mr. Lawson. Lawson. 18 or 20 in the binder, actually. But it's 18 on the agenda. Go ahead.
Okay, this is an administrative hearing being held the 16th day of February 2017 at the auditorium of the Indiana Government Center South, 302 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 1:10 p.m. local time. It's being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana as found in IC 4-21.5 before 5 members of the Indiana State Board of Nursing, and a cause docketed as administrative cause number 2015 NB 242. This hearing is being held pursuant to the request of the petitioner to consider the petition of the denial of application for licensure by examination. The notice of time and place of this hearing was mailed as provided by law by regular mail on February 7th, 2017. My name is India Owens, and I'm the hearing officer of this board. The following members of this board are sitting with me on this hearing: Mary Rock RN, Andy Harrison,
Combination. How about Andy Morrison?
Andy Morrison, I'm sorry.
It's a nice combination. We're one mind.
It's a mashup.
Jeff Cotto RN, Beth DeConte RN. Is that it? That's it? Okay. At this time, I will request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give this petitioner a fair hearing and render an impartial decision to remove himself or herself from this hearing. May we have appearances of counsel, please?
Josway from the state.
Stacey Oliver for the state.
Matthew Sheehan for the petitioner.
Thank you. Will the official reporter designated for this hearing please stand to be sworn? Raise your right hand and state your name. Do you solemnly swear that you will keep complete and true notes of all that transpires in this hearing and prepare a complete transcript thereof from your notes and faithfully perform all the duties imposed upon you as an official reporter under the laws of the state of Indiana? Thank you. Will all those who know themselves to be witnesses or who may be witnesses in this cause please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Be seated. The board will take official notice of its file on this matter. Does either party wish to make an opening statement?
well, I think what we're really here for, aren't we here to appeal of, I mean, it's a legal issue. We're not rehearing this today. Aren't we having an appeal on the decision? So
And if I may respond to that, I guess, from the petitioner's standpoint. I guess in response to that, it is the petitioner's contention at this point in time that all avenues of consideration would be available to the board, specifically under the Indiana statutes. One option that the board could avail itself of would be to grant Mr. Lawson a full-blown new hearing in which all of the evidence would be reconsidered. I do think that there is a certain amount of evidence that would necessitate making that decision. Additionally, an option would be that the board could find that its original decision was not properly decided upon newly discovered evidence. I think one of the principal arguments and principal issues in this case is Mr. Lawson's contention that the previous hearing was decided within the context of an issue that he did not receive proper notice of, that would be an issue of consideration for the board's action, and therefore he, being unrepresented by an attorney and not being given full notice of that issue and that consideration, he was deprived of a full and fair opportunity to be heard on that issue. In addition to that, this is a little bit of an unusual situation, but Mr. Lawson, the most recent order of the board did request that Mr. Lawson complete various requirements in order to be in compliance with the probation of that order. We would anticipate presenting evidence that demonstrates that essentially Mr. Lawson has completed all of those requirements. So in that context, we would be asking the court to consider the introduction of exhibits and some testimony from Mr. Lawson addressing those issues.
My turn. Okay. Administrative law judge had a hearing on this guy. We heard evidence. She issued a recommended order. Okay? He objected to it, I believe, in a timely fashion. For whatever reason, we issued a final order even though he had objected. That was a mistake. I would say where we are back at our ALJ having had a hearing and issuing a recommended order that he objects to, which is fine. That's fair and square. What happens next is that you are given an opportunity to file briefs about the recommended order. Okay? And you haven't been given that opportunity. We'll talk about that in just a minute. All right? You are entitled to that opportunity. What you might be entitled to is an oral argument if the board is so inclined. Might, underlined, okay? And after that oral argument, the board will decide what to do with the administrative law judge's recommended decision. You're not going to have an evidentiary hearing today. Okay? So, going back a couple steps. The board did not give you an opportunity to file briefs. Do you want to file briefs or do you want to go right into oral argument today?
I think it would be the petitioner's preference to be given an opportunity to submit briefs and fully address the issues, Your Honor.
Fair enough. Ms. Osway?
Yeah, well, frankly, I mean,
I noticed that it was February 16th, February 7th.
okay, so we, because, you're talked to Josh yesterday and we said, all right, we got notice of this, we don't get notice of this. So, yeah, so I guess all I should say is, yeah,
Well,
the opportunity to file a brief.
okay, and I
And the
said,
other thing, Gordon, if I might interrupt, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
is we called,
okay.
Sherry didn't do the hearing. So, of it, and I'm sure Mr. Sheehan would like it too.
Yeah, I certainly would have no objection
Yeah.
to making accommodations.
Well, I don't want to make it more complicated than it needs to be, but what I just recited to you is right out of the statute. Of course, you know that. So, and I apologize on behalf of the board for sending out that final order. We kind of jumped the gun on that one. What kind of time, as long as we're all here together, what kind of time period are we talking about as far as filing briefs is concerned?
I would like to have the transcript first, don't you?
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense.
I don't know who even did the hearing.
Peggy Morgan.
Okay, I'm not familiar with how quickly she can.
But if I may very
Yes, sir.
quickly, not to make, try to inject a little bit of a good-heartedness here, as I explained to opposing counsel earlier this afternoon, or this morning, just so the board is aware, my wife is presently pregnant with triplets, and she's 33 weeks pregnant. So I'm anticipating that for at least a couple weeks in the near future, I'm going to be involved in something. A pretty good happiness as well. So
Not sleeping at all.
So I certainly would not object to extending this out in order to adequately make sure everybody's prepared.
60 days?
Yeah,
I'm just as a for instance, we can issue an order, give you 60 days. If that doesn't work out, ask for more time.
Yeah, I think that'd be perfect.
Now, your poor client there is sitting, wondering where does this leave me? And correct me if I'm wrong, but you're a renewal? Oh no, you wanted to come off probation, right?
Based on a renewal.
Right. So, correct me if I'm wrong here, but okay. So our ALJ issued an order. It's not final yet. Okay. So I think, and jump in here, that you can just keep on keeping on. Under the terms of your current probation, as opposed to what the ALJ recommended. So it shouldn't have any impact on you. Agreed?
Yeah, so what did we say, 60 days, or do we want to do?
About something like that, that'd be fine. So,
we process so much paper here. In fact, we even processed it too fast on your guy. My inclination would be to just issue an order, 60 days, leave it at that, and, you know, if something happens, you don't get a transcript, you have 5 children instead of 3, get back in touch with us and we can work on it. And he can continue working without MMPI 2 or all the other stuff, at least for the time being. Right? All right, well, I'll help Josh draft an order, give you 60 days to file a brief, and then I'm sure the board will be very flexible on timing if that's a problem. Yeah. Okay?
thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So is it brief, they're just sharing notes?
No, at this point, basically, I think she's up this way, India. I'll just cover it. We pause the point between the recommended and the final.
Okay.
I need to write your names down.
Andrew Harrison? No, Andy Harrison.
Close, Andy Harrison.
M-O
instead of H-A.
Josh Harrison.
Right.
I had my.
That's probably true too.
I melded you together.
Sorry, sir.
Oh, see, I'll be.
Soon to be father of triplets.
Mr. Attorney? Mr. Sheehan? Gordon, our attorney, wants to...
Could you file an appearance?
Yes.
If you have time.
Yes,
All
absolutely.
right, very good.
Yeah.
We know who you are. We'll make it official for this one. All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Oh, I need to bring your binder back down. Oh, yeah, she did. How nice. Yes, good job. Well done.
He's in for a rude
Well played.
awakening.
Good luck with the birth.
Yeah, exactly.
He's here. Okay. Go back to my order unless they checked in. This is our.
Yeah.
Interesting. Courtney Taylor?
Yeah.
Who is? Courtney Taylor, and that, let me find the number for you guys. Miss Taylor, where are you?
Number 23.
23 on the agenda, maybe 20.
24 on that, 23 here.
Okay. 24 on the old one.
Back, everybody here?
I'm sorry. Courtney, excuse me, Courtney.
Courtney Taylor.
This is an administrative hearing that's being held the 16th day of February 2017 in the Indiana Government Center South Conference Center Auditorium, 302 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 1:37 p.m. local time, and is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana as found in IC 4-21.5 before 7 members of the Indiana State Board of Nursing in a cause docketed as administrative cause number 2017NB0037. This hearing is limited to the matter of the petition for emergency suspension. The petition for emergency suspension against the respondent was filed on February 7th, 2017. My name is Kim Cooper, and I'm serving as hearing officer for this board. The following members of the board are seated with me. Dr. Beth DeConick, RN, Dr. Jeffrey Cotto, RN, Andy Morrison, consumer member, Mary Rock, RN, Ayanna Russell, LPN, India Owens, RN. At this time, I'll request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give this respondent a fair hearing and render an impartial decision remove him or herself from this hearing. May we have the appearance of counsel?
Aaron Molesky for the Attorney
Okay, ma'am, are you representing yourself, Ms. Taylor?
Yes.
All right, can we continue without?
Yes.
Thank you. Did we swear in the court reporter before?
Yes.
Okay, good deal. Will all those who know themselves to be witnesses or who may be witnesses in this cause, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn. Ma'am, that would be you. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Please be seated. The parties in this matter are hereby notified that the board will take official notice of its file and record in this matter. Does either party wish to make an opening statement?
The state would make a brief opening statement. Ms. Taylor, 2016.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, what would you like to have happen with your license?
I would like to keep it. I am trying to currently get back into rehab, a 30-day program.
That's a lovely start. We'll go ahead and we'll give you the opportunity to tell your story here in a bit. All right, state. Okay, Ms. Taylor, do you have access to those?
Yes.
Do you have any concerns about those being admitted into evidence for the board to look at?
No.
All right, thank you. States 1 is admitted, 1 through, was there a list? I'm sorry.
1 through 6, please.
States 1 through 6 admitted into evidence. You can continue when you're ready.
Courtney Taylor, COURTNEY-TAYLOR.
In October of 2016, where were you employed?
Community Hospital South.
At that time, you were terminated from that job for diversion of opiates, correct?
No. I was suspended pending investigation and later resigned.
Did admit to diversion of Dilaudid and morphine from that employer?
Yes.
At some point, you contacted the Indiana State Nurses Assistance Program, correct?
Correct.
You have not signed up with an RMA through that program, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Call Chuck Lindquist, please. Mr. Lindquist, could you please state and spell your name?
Chuck Lindquist, CHUK-LINDQUIST.
Where are you? The record regarding a person. Tell us, when was Taylor first?
Oh, that's October 24th, 2016. The recommendation. officer at recommended a 3-year RMA. Adopt the RMA on that was not returned on February 1st, 2017. I attempted to call her and not identify themselves, but after I identified myself, they hung up. So based on her not returning the RMA and no, we did the closing 2007.
ISNAP ever able to obtain any drug screen? ISNAP support the idea.
Pull that just a little bit closer. We're even struggling to hear up here. Thank
Does
you.
ISNAP support the idea of suspending Ms. Taylor's license at this point? Before the state laws, I would think. Exhibit number 6 is also pending criminal charges out of Marion County for the state of that.
So did you have any questions for Mr. Lindquist?
No.
Ma'am, this is your opportunity to share information that you would like for us to know.
And
Okay.
Did you say she has criminal charges pending?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, you're under oath today, and you have the right to invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination, and you have these criminal charges pending, so not have to talk to us if you do not want to. Word might, not necessarily will, but might draw an adverse inference, not talk to us. They not make a decision against you unless they have some other evidence, so that can't be the sole basis of their decision. But anyway, I know that's a lot of that's legal stuff, but you understand.
I do.
You've got problems here, you've got bigger problems in criminal court.
Correct.
I just want to remind you that we're not going to force you to testify here today.
I do have a public defender for that case, and I did get into contact with her yesterday. It's the first time I was just appointed this past Thursday a public defender, and I spoke to her about this, and so I kind of have had a little bit of legal counsel on kind of don't incriminate yourself, but don't, just tell them what's been going on.
Like I say, heard what I told you.
I understand.
So you do what you think is best. Now it's up to you.
Ms. Taylor, do you have any statements or any information you'd like to provide?
I do. He is correct. I went to Fairbanks. I did, I believe it was 8 days the first time. I then entered their PHP program, outpatient. I was going Monday through Friday. The day that I resigned my job, I relapsed on alcohol and went back the next day to PHP, where I was breathalyzed and blue numbers, and so they took me right back to intake, and I did go back into rehab for 6 days that time. When they discharged me, they had me go into Vala Vista in their outpatient program. It was about a week into that. I was admitted to the hospital for a GI bleed. I was in the hospital for about 9 days. Since then, I've been in and out of the hospital a lot. This is just parts of hospital records. I'm still trying to obtain some of those for this case and the criminal case. I am currently trying to get into a 30-day rehab program. I believe that 6 and 8 days were not enough for me. I have not relapsed on the opiates. I have received
that through some of the hospitalizations, and that's part of the reason I did not stay compliant with iSnap, and my life has just been a little bit crazy. I have a pending case. I was assaulted on January 1st, so I have a pending case regarding that. My life's just been kind of a mess. I'm trying to take the steps to get back on track. I want to enter a 30-day program. Like I said, I had to wait until I was assigned a public defender so that I had somebody to speak on my behalf so that I did not miss court cases in that criminal case and have a warrant put out for my arrest. I do want to get back in compliance with iSnap. The reason the RMA didn't get returned is frankly because I was inpatient and then was in the hospital, and my mail is just kind of in a big pile.
All right, thank you very much. Board, do you have any questions for Ms. Taylor or Mr. Lindquist?
You said you were not adverse or against going back into iSnap or signing an RMA?
No, I am not opposed to that at all. That is my plan. I would like to try to do that.
Okay.
All right.
I have a question or two. You said you haven't used opiates in a period of time. Can you tell us how long that's been, or when the last time you used?
The last time I used recreationally was October 17th of 2016. Since being hospitalized and being put under for procedures and things like that, like I've been given opiates and controlled substances in a hospital setting, at the hospital, in the hospital, but not where I've abused them myself.
Is that, what about marijuana? I read in the record that you had used some marijuana recreationally in the past, and when's the last time you would have used that?
I would say it's been 6 weeks. I've not been chronically using that. I did about 6 weeks ago.
Any alcohol use?
I have. Tomorrow will be a week since the last time I drank, which is why I want to go back and need 30 days, because I just need to get my life back.
Sure. Thank you.
How about the use of benzodiazepines? In your Fairbanks report, when you relapsed in November, it's because you kept on testing positive for benzos?
We found out it was because I had a prescription. I did get a lot of benzos when I was in the hospital because I was going through withdrawal at the same time. Excuse me. That my illness was triggered, and they prescribed me. I cannot remember what it was called, and I was taking that, and when I went into Fairbanks, they destroyed that. And I hadn't been abusing benzos. That's not my drug of choice. I don't. So no, I have only gotten benzodiazepines from when I've been in the hospital.
And I would remind the board that we are only here to approve or deny the request for the emergency suspension. And we will come back and revisit this matter as it winds its way through the system. Are you all ready for closing? Or no, question, I'm sorry.
Well, is this the point where you want a motion, or you want to do, are we going to close?
We'll let them close.
Okay, yeah.
Closing arguments?
Thank you. Taylor has admitted she diverted.
Ma'am, do you have any summary statement, or are you in a good place to move forward?
I don't oppose to that. I agree. I'm trying to get help, so.
Thank you. All right, these proceedings are hereby concluded. Board. Motion?
I make a motion to uphold the state's recommendation of suspension for.
Second?
I add something to that too, though. Can we ask her or tell her to go into iSnap with that? No, we can't on suspension?
it's going to wind its way.
Eventually, okay, as long,
If she wants to come back as a nurse, yes.
okay.
When will the criminal case?
Actually have some information on that. My next court date is March 13th in Marion County. The public defender, because I have no criminal history whatsoever, I've never been in trouble before, she's going to try to have that kicked over to drug court, where I will also be monitored through drug court, and charges, if I will continue to comply, those charges should be completely dropped. So we're just kind of waiting on that, but she also, now that I have spoken with her, I can continue to try to go somewhere for 30 days and not necessarily be penalized for missing that court date on March 13th.
All right, so we have a motion by Ms. Russell, a second by Ms. Owens. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 7-0-0. Best of luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Nice, I'm sorry, it's me. I was explaining to our treatment court. My background jumped up there for a second. Tracy Kurtai, number 16.
I know behind ISNAP, how long it's going to take some.
The only petition. It's the only.
Oh, we can't amend it.
You can't. The emergency suspension.
Talking to him
Should
now.
voluntarily enter.
Okay.
Okay, in the matter of Tracy Kurtai, this is going to be a petition to appeal denial of renewal. This is an administrative hearing being held the 16th day of February, 2017, in the auditorium of the Indiana Government Center, South 302 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 1:56 p.m. local time. It is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana as found in IC 4-21.5 before 7 members of the Indiana State Board of Nursing, and a cause docketed as administrative cause number...
Well, I got a cause number because it's a denial.
Okay, no cause. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to the request of the petitioner to consider the petition of denial for the application of licensure by examination. The notice and time and place of this hearing was mailed as provided by regular mail on January 30th, 2017. My name is Kim Cooper. I'm hearing officer for this board. The following members of the board are seated with me. Dr. Beth DeKonik, RN, Dr. Jeffrey Cotto, RN, India Owens, RN, Mary Rock, RN, Ayanna Russell, LPN, Andy Morrison, consumer member. At this time, I'll request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give this petitioner a fair hearing and render an impartial decision, remove him or herself from this hearing. May we have the appearance of counsel you're not represented? Let's see. Ma'am, will you stand? Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you, ma'am. Please be seated. Okay, so it would appear that you've made application for licensure.
Renewal, yes.
Renewal.
Right.
Is this a renewal of your LPN?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and this was initially denied.
Yes.
Carrie, can you share why we were denied? Okay, so
I never got the, I never got the letter for the first hearing, and then we called because I got a letter from an attorney that said I was supposed to be down here in January, and I didn't know that. So when we called, then I went ahead and petitioned for a second date, which is today. I never got the first letter. We have just moved to Fort Wayne, and we're still in transition. It's been about a year, and I never got a letter asking me that I had to be here. I had no clue.
Okay, ma'am, have you kept, so you've moved?
Right.
Have you kept the board apprised of your address?
Yes, because you have my current address.
Okay.
Yes.
So Carrie, she was set for renewal, a PA, and was a no-show for that initial renewal. And was it set because she responded yes on one of the questions?
I was terminated
August, I have the termination letter here, August 12th last year from Signature Healthcare in Fort Wayne.
And why were you terminated?
My termination letter just states violation of company policy. I was on vacation and I came back to being taken off the schedule and being told that I had not followed company policy doing a skin check the prior week before at the facility in the dementia unit. And there had been a stage 2 to 3 ulcer found on a man, and I was not notified of anything while I was on vacation until I went into work on Monday and saw I was off the schedule. Then my employer then filled me in on what was going on, and I was able to state whether I had done that skin check or not. I was not the only nurse that had worked in that unit. It was a dementia unit. There were other nurses, there were other aides, and I really feel as though I was picked on as an scapegoat, if you would say, because I guess it turned into something big for the facility. And so they terminated me on 8/12, and the only thing that's on my termination letter right here is violation of company policy. I've worked for Signature for 4 years. I transferred from Bremen, Indiana. I was a unit manager, and I also was approached by that facility when I came down there to be a nurse mentor. I feel as though it was very unjust what happened to me. I am currently employed with Sycamore Village in Fort Wayne, which is an assisted living facility. That's all the knowledge I have of this. That's all I have of why I was terminated, and that's it.
So you were working at a facility where you were terminated for 4 years prior to termination. Did you have any other discipline issues at that facility? Where did you work before that facility?
I started my nursing career at the Maples in Goshen. I got my license in 2010, and I worked there for 2 years, and then I transferred to the Signature in Bremen. My husband had stage 4 cancer, so I got a job close to home. And then we decided we were going to move to Fort Wayne because of elderly parents, and I transferred with Signature to the Fort Wayne facility. And I came on as a floor nurse, but I had been a unit manager in Bremen for a year prior to that.
But the Bremen facility is the facility that terminated you?
No, the Fort Wayne facility,
okay.
after I transferred. I was there a year, and then my termination happened. But I was not even working. I was on vacation at the time when this occurred, and I came back to reports of this going on, and when I was pulled into the DON's office and the administrator's office, I was told that they kept focusing on the skin assessment, and had I done it, and I said I did do it. Things change very fast with elderly people's skin conditions. But when they terminated me, they told me that was why, that I hadn't completed the skin assessment, hence the violation of company policy, but I really didn't get any other information from them except for that.
Was that assessment like the week before you went on vacation, or do you remember just generally when that assessment was missed?
We were in and out of these units. We had a dementia locked unit, and then I worked on the skilled care unit, and, you know, it would be nothing to come in, maybe to work the skilled care, and then, okay, we're short on the dementia unit, so we need somebody back there.
So they alleged that you missed a skin assessment one day on one of your shifts, is that what it was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And the term transfer, so it's just one company, but you moved within. So really you were there for, what, 7 years within that company?
No, I was with Signature for 4. I was with the Maples in Goshen for 2. So I've actually just had 2 nursing jobs in the last 7 years.
But within the same company? That was my, yeah. So
yes.
You've been with that company for over 6 years?
Well, I started with Signature in 2012, and I ended in 16. I got my license in 2010, but I worked for another company when I first started my nursing.
But the Goshen job was a different company.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Because the word transfer to me means Within the same organization?
The first job was in Goshen, and that was the Maples, and then the second job was with Signature, and that's when the transfer happened to Fort Wayne, right?
Very good.
Are you currently employed now?
I am.
What is the status of your license right now?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
It's okay. Your application was denied because you didn't show up, but you filed an appeal, so
Right.
she's okay.
Okay.
Technical term.
But her appeal was filed before the expiration date, I guess is what.
Well, when it's denied and she files appeal, her license, the status of her license doesn't change until that.
All right, does anyone else have any other questions? Are you prepared to, proceedings according to note, do you have a question?
Well, I'm just curious, why would you let this go this far? Why would you let it go so we denied it? Why?
When I applied to Sycamore Village in November and got the job, my license was active and in good standings. I had no idea that there was any problem with my license until I went to renew it. And that was by the end of October, but I guess you guys have a process and then eventually you get to people. And I had no idea that, I marked yes, where I had been terminated.
Form properly, right? And we sent you a letter asking her to come in, but you didn't.
I did not get the letter.
Otherwise, you would have been here.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Right.
Right.
Thanks, that's all I needed.
Anything else? Proceedings are hereby concluded. Discussion or motion?
I'd just like to make a motion to reinstate free and clear.
May I have a second?
Second.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 7-0-0. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Number 14, Madeline Hapak or Osborne.
This is an administrative hearing being held the 16th day of February 2017 in the auditorium of the Indiana Government Center, South 302 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 2:04 p.m. local time. It is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana as found in IC 4-21.5 before 7 members of the Indiana State Board of Nursing in a cause docketed no number. This hearing is being held pursuant to the request of the petitioner to consider the petition of the denial of application for licensure by examination. I guess this should be application of renewal.
Yeah, renewal.
Renewal. The notice and time and place of this hearing was mailed as provided by law by regular mail on January 30th, 2017. My name is Kim Cooper, and I'm the hearing officer for this board. The following members of the board are seated with me. India Owens, RN, Ayanna Russell, LPN, Mary Rock, RN, Andy Morrison, consumer member, Jeffrey Cotto, RN,
That's pretty good.
and Beth DeConik, RN.
Good name tag.
At this time, I will ask that any member who feels that they cannot give this petitioner a fair hearing, render an impartial judgment, please let us know. May we have the appearance of counsel?
Yes. My name is Kevin Betts of Betts and Blevins in Indianapolis, Indiana, and I'm here representing the respondent.
All right, thank you, sir. Ma'am, will you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you, ma'am. Please be seated. Okay, ma'am, would you like to make an opening statement, or sir, an opening statement on her behalf? Need a mic.
Okay, you want me to start, or Kevin? I'm Madeline Hapak Osborne, and I just, my name is now Madeline Hapak as of a couple weeks ago. I went through a name change, legal name change.
APAC is the name?
The name, yes. Don't have the social security card yet or the license, driver's license, but it will be coming soon.
I'm here do you want to know why I'm here? Okay. I'm here because I had 2 failed appearances in front of the board, and I apologize for that. I've had some circumstances going on in my life. My license expired 2007, and I haven't worked in the nursing field in 10 years, so I'm now exploring getting back into nursing. And over the fall, I was starting to renew my license to have that as an option, going back into the workplace. A lot of things were going on in my life at that time, and with some of the circumstances that were going on, I didn't come to these 2 come in front of you guys. The first time okay, this is what happened. I started doing what was required of me, and then so I sent in my $100 and did my continuing education, and then I sent that in, and then I got a letter back saying, I think the law had changed if it's been more than 10 years. And so when that letter came, I was out of town. No, I was out of town, and then I came home, and I opened the letter, and I had been supposed to appear, so I missed it. So I believe I emailed Carrie and said, I'm so sorry I wasn't there. Sorry, should I go into all this now?
I prefer not to.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The meat potatoes.
I'm sorry. I just, due to circumstances, I missed appearing in front of the board.
Perfect.
I would like to apologize. I didn't know the process. Moving forward, I know the process. What do you think, Kevin?
And you are just here to clear the slate?
Yes.
And not here for a renewal at this time?
Right. Of course, we use the word renewal. I suppose reinstatement of a lapsed license would be more accurate.
Sure.
Maybe Josh or one of the board members can help me. Is Madeline on the agenda because of the lapse of time?
Yes,
she was. Or anything else?
She was initially set for a personal appearance due to the lapse.
Not like she did something.
I don't believe there was any positive responses.
So at this point in time, are you still hoping to renew?
At this point in time, I'm hoping to just clear the slate with you guys, let you know it was a mistake. I know the process going forward. At some point in the future, I would like to possibly reinstate my license.
So so the options are, do we really have any action that we need to take?
Well, let me explain what I'm not a board member, but
Okay.
what we normally do, or historically what we've done in a situation like this. Take a refresher course with a clinical component, and then but not let her work until she did that. And then after she's done with that, I'm assuming just put her on probation for a very brief period of time to make sure that she does that.
Correct.
And then
I
let her
guess
go.
what I'm asking
Or,
is today, is
Yeah.
she wanting to be,
Or like,
are we going to renew today and let her go on? Because didn't she have to have a license to take the course?
she does.
So are we trying to, my question is, are we trying to renew today?
yeah.
So for her to take that course, we would have to renew her license. We
Right.
could renew it on probation or put a limitation.
That what I was going with is she herself just said, I'm not moving forward with this. Is that what you said, ma'am?
I think as much as anything, what Ms. Hapak is trying to accomplish is to be accountable and say why she missed those 2 prior appearances. And secondly, speak to the board about how she should best proceed, not to get the board's advice, but to ask the board if it has any process she should go through to keep her options open now that she's gone through a difficult circumstance.
That's a fair question, and come in front of us all the time. I know you've been here before, but I think the best happen. I think the best she's going to get today would be the board reinstating her license on probation, but she couldn't work until she finished a refresher course. And then once she finishes that refresher course, she comes back here, and the board would take her off probation. Also, I think if, and I'm not a board member, but once she finishes the refresher course, we would let her work, but she can't come off probation until she comes back here and we see her again.
Now, I wasn't questioning the process, I was questioning what her goals were.
Okay. And that's where I was kind of confused too.
Okay.
To be clear, I wasn't sure to even be reinstated. This is where I was unclear. To even get my license reinstated, I have to take the refresher course anyways, correct?
Well, I think that's part of the issue. I think you have to have a license of some kind to take the refresher course.
Okay.
So otherwise, we just tell you to go take a refresher course and come back whenever you're ready.
Yes.
But unfortunately, it doesn't
Okay.
work that way.
So our motion to you, just to try to speed this up a little bit,
Yeah,
right?
sorry.
So our motion to you would have been, reinstate your nursing license on probation with the restriction that you cannot work until you take the approved refresher course with the clinical component.
Okay.
There's 2 facilities in our state that offer this refresher course for nurses who've been out of practice. One is St. Francis and one is Ivy Tech. There's a piece of paper we normally hand out to people at personal appearances. So that's what we would say to you. So my motion would be exactly what our president said. It would be to reinstate you on probation. You cannot work, and that'll allow you to take the nurse refresher course at one of those 2 approved facilities with that clinical component. Once you did that, you would come back to us and say, here's my stuff, and we would say, great job. Now we'll go ahead and let you work, but you'll be on probation, so the people who you're working for would give us evaluations to say, yep, she's doing A-okay, Madeline is on track. Then you'll come back to us that 3rd time and say, hey, I'd like to come off of probation because I've been working at Hospital X for the past 6 months. My evaluations are A-okay, and we would say, sweet, there you go.
We would say sweet after we had a vote.
Yes, but that's the process we're looking for, Madeline, okay? So,
Okay, well, I have a question. So I paid the $100 and I did the 24 hours of continuing education.
but that doesn't count.
That I have to start it all over again?
You need to go to an approved nurse refresher course.
Okay, I thought that was in addition
You don't have to pay
to,
the $100 again.
what?
You don't have to pay the $100 again.
Okay, I thought that was in addition to the continuing education and the money.
But whatever order they had is the order they had for you. Now you're
Okay.
talking about your license.
Okay, okay.
So, ma'am, at this time, if the board is willing to reinstate your license, is that a path that you want to proceed down?
Yes.
So I believe we have a motion on the table from Dr. Cotto, is that correct?
That is my motion, what I just,
One question, how long would the probation?
That's what I was going to ask. How long
Probation
We're
with your,
going to find out.
with your,
do I have to complete the class?
so without, but minus the suite, you want to renew on probation? How long?
so it would, well, until she finished that refresher course, is the first part of probation.
Right.
Then the next part would be for a year of active working.
Year of active practice.
Yeah.
Does he have a second?
I'll second.
In favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0-0.
Are you clear what we just talked about?
Give me the time frame if you wouldn't mind. Or do you get it?
There will be an ordinance.
Okay,
You'll get this in writing, but basically what it is, and
okay,
license will be reinstated when the order is issued. Congratulations, but you can't work past this refresher course. When you pass the refresher course, just let us know. When you
Okay.
come back, just let us know. Then you can work. Work for a year. And while you're working for a year, this will be in the order. You have your supervisor send us reports, so we'll see how you're doing.
okay,
And then hopefully you're doing just fine. And then at the conclusion of that year, your year of active nursing practice, then you can come back in front of us and ask to have the probation lifted off your license.
I think one last question, and thank you for providing that information. The question is, how long does she have to complete the refresher course?
That's a very good question, and I would say that's up to her.
Okay,
Can't move forward or backwards
Yeah,
until she
yeah.
goes to the next step.
all right, fair enough.
And that's when her probationary period starts, is after she's done that next step, because it has to be active practice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to
Thank you.
Chelsea Eads. Chelsea Eads, please. This is an administrative hearing being held the 16th day of February 2017 in the Indiana Government Center South Building, 302 West Washington Street, Auditorium, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 2:16 p.m. local time, and is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana, as found in IC 4-21.5 before the administrative law. And a cause docketed as 2017NB0028. The notice and time and place of this hearing was mailed as provided by law by regular mail on January 30th, 2017. Notice was also given to the Office of the Attorney General of the State of Indiana. The purpose of this hearing is to consider the respondent's request to withdraw the order of probation. My name is Kim Cooper, and I'm serving as hearing officer. The following members of the board are seated with me: India Owens, RN; Ayanna Russell, LPN; Mary Rock, RN; Annie Morrison, consumer member; Jeffrey Cotto, RN; Beth DeConick, RN. If any member here needs to recuse themselves or feel like they can't give her a valid hearing, please speak now. Appearance of counsel.
Tim Weber, Deputy Attorney General for the state.
All right, Chelsea, are you representing yourself? All right, thank you. Will those who know themselves be witnesses in this cause please stand and raise their right hand? That be you. Do you and each of you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Please be seated. Opening statements. Ma'am, what would you like to see happen with your license?
Would like it to be switched back to active.
Hold the microphone up between you and Mr. Lindquist. All right, thank you. Mr. Weber?
We are here on a probation withdrawal. The order appears to have been filed in January of 2017, but was based on a November 2015 appearance. So I just wanted to get that out there.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Well, just to make sure that, you know, that area won't cause any confusion. And so that it appears that 2.5 years have passed rather than the 5 days. So anyway, with that, that will be my
Well,
opening.
these things, that's a fair, no, it's a fair point, and these things do happen, but Chelsea was in Ford a couple years ago, right?
I did the ALJ meeting.
The ALJ, okay. And for whatever reason, we didn't get the order out as quickly as we should have, not even close. But we discovered the error of our ways and got the order out when we discovered the error of our ways, which would have been like last month. So that explains the kind of odd time differential.
All right, so we've had opening. Ma'am, what would you like to tell us?
I completed my RMA in November 2016.
And would you like to have Mr. Lindquist testify on your behalf?
Yes.
Mr. Lindquist.
Chuck Lindquist, Program Director for ISNAP, just to confirm that Ms. Eads did in fact contact us on September 14, 2015, after her personal appearance. Was assessed by Beth York. Was not given a substance use disorder diagnosis, but based on the fact that the DUI was quite recent and there was a blood alcohol level of 0.19, we had her come into a one-year recovery monitoring agreement in November of 2015 through November of 2016. During that year's period of time, she was fully compliant in all aspects of her RMA. I had 25 negative urine drug screens, no positives. Her inspect was negative, so based on full compliance and a negative inspect, she successfully completed December 1st, 2016, and ISNAP would ask the board to consider lifting the probation.
Thank you. Mr. Weber, do you have questions for Mr. Lindquist?
No, I do not.
All right. Ma'am, do you have any other information you'd like to present? No. Thank you. Your case, sir.
State would call Ms. Eads. We're required to complete your criminal probation as part of your probation with the board, is that correct?
Yes, and I have done so.
When did you complete that probation?
It was completed September 2016, and I had that paperwork. I also emailed that to Carrie.
What did that consist of? What did your criminal probation consist of?
I'm trying to think back. Certain amount of community service hours.
Where did you complete those community service hours?
At the Restore from Humanity, Habitat for Humanity.
Keep the board apprised of your home address while on probation?
Yes.
And did you keep the board apprised of your place of employment while on probation?
Yes.
Where have you been working?
Bloomington Hospital.
What department are you in?
Behavioral Health Services.
Now, the board order that went out required that you provide a copy of board orders to your employer. I'm assuming you did not do that, correct?
No, I have done so.
So what did you provide your employer, since this order just went out?
I provided them with my RMA.
So you provided your employer with your RMA, and you...
At the time my license was switched to valid to practice while reviewed, and then I never got that initial filing.
Did your employer submit quarterly reports to the board?
Yes.
Not just to ISNAP, but to the board. There would be two distinct orders.
Oh, no, just to ISNAP, because I didn't know that she was supposed to be submitting things to the board. I had no filing.
Right. Still drink alcohol?
No.
Further questions at this time?
Board, do you have any questions for either one of the witnesses?
But did the employer reports to you indicate she was an employee in good stead, or because we didn't come to the board apparently?
Right, no, they did indicate that she was a good employee.
Okay.
And no concern.
Fulfilling her duties and obligations.
Correct,
Okay, if there's nothing else, these proceedings are hereby concluded. At the end of the day, I think she did a really good job working from her RMA, which was the best that she had available to her at the time. I would move that we restore her license to free and clear.
Second.
In favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 7-0-0. Thank you for your time, ma'am.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, 40 may not be in your packet. Vanessa Bertram. And board members, you may have to check your folder for this one. This was a late add-on.
Bar file?
Bertram, yep. 40 on the agenda. 40.
Gosh, they're trying to freeze us out.
Oh. I like it.
And begin.
States filed a petition for summary suspension of Ms. Bertram's license. She was here earlier, did check in, came with an attorney. We've discussed the matter. They would like additional time to review, allegations. So they would like to agree to a suspension for 30 days, have this reset again on March 16th, which I think is our next board day, for a petition to renew the summary suspension if we decide that that's what we need to do. So at this time, it's an agreement for a suspension of the license for 30 days.
All right, so moved.
Second.
In favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carries 700. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Barbara Myers.
Mine as well.
Awesome.
Just grab
Number
my file.
37, 37, also found in the folder, not in the packet. Another addition. Myers.
Are you Ms. Myers? Okay, great. If you just have a seat right up there, please.
Barbara Myers.
Also a petition for summary suspension.
This is an administrative hearing being held the 16th day of February, 2017, in the Indiana Government Center South Conference Center Auditorium, 302 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 2:26 p.m. local time, and is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana, is found in IC 4-21.5 before 7 members of the Indiana State Board of Nursing, and a cause docketed as administrative cause number 2017-NB0043. This hearing is limited to the matter of the petition for emergency suspension. The petition for emergency suspension against the respondent was filed on February 10th, 2017. My name is Kim Cooper. I'm serving as hearing officer for this board. The following board members are seated with me: Beth DeConick, RN; Jeffrey Cotto, RN; Andy Morrison, consumer member; Ayanna Russell, LPN; Mary Rock, RN; India Owens, RN. Thank you. At this time, I'll request that any member of the board who feels that he or she cannot give the respondent a fair hearing, render an impartial decision, remove him or herself from the hearing. May we have the appearance of counsel?
Jessica Krug for the state.
Ms. Myers, are you representing yourself?
Not present, but.
That you're representing yourself today?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm going to also ask you to pull that microphone up next to you, please. Ma'am, will you stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Opening statement. Ma'am, what would you like to see happen with your license today? Oh,
Actually, yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. The state has filed a petition for the summary suspension of Ms. Myers' license. In that petition, the state has alleged that Ms. Myers has admitted to suffering from alcoholism as well as the theft of drugs from the facility in which she was employed. I believe Ms. Myers is going to acknowledge those allegations are true to you here today, and we're going to ask that you suspend that license for 90 days. Thank you.
Ma'am, do you have anything you'd like to offer at this time, a short statement?
I'm currently, I just have to get the stuff submitted, faxed over from my therapist, but I'm in ISNAP, and I'm currently in behavioral health. It's being monitored, so.
All right.
But I know that.
That's a very good start. Thank you very much.
But I know that I can't work. ISNAP said, what, 90 days or something? Which I understand.
All right, we'll get to that point.
Okay.
The state would call Ms. Barbara Myers. Myers, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Barbara Myers.
Ma'am, can you pull the microphone in so we can hear you?
Barbara Myers, BARBARAMYERS.
Ms. Myers, have you seen the petition for summary suspension that was filed in this case? You received that document? Yes.
Yes, for 90 days. Yes, that's why I'm here.
And were you able to read it and understand it?
Yes.
And the allegations in this petition, you believe that they are true, correct?
I had called and I've not received the answer from the nursing board. My address has changed, and I also, when I renewed, I'm waiting for her to call, unless you guys have an answer. I'm trying to get whatever I renewed. I need to change it to yes. I haven't been terminated, yes. And I don't know what my renewal license says. I need to get that updated, and I'm waiting. So I talked to ISNAP, and she hasn't called me back. So, and this address is not correct right now. So, no, it's not true.
Okay. Well, let's go through it a little bit. Ms. Myers, do you remember an interview that you had with Dorsey Kane, who is an investigator with the Attorney General's office? Do you remember speaking with her?
It sounds familiar, but.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of of what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Look at that and see if that jogs your memory as to the interview that you had.
Oh, yes. Yes. I was there, yes.
All right, the state would offer State's Exhibit 1 at this time, which is a transcript of the interview between Ms. Myers and Ms. Kane.
Ma'am, do you have any objections?
To what?
As seeing this document, ma'am?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's all legit. I told her the truth, so.
All right, States 1 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you.
Well, this has got my correct address, just not this.
So, ma'am, you don't deny that you are an alcoholic, correct?
Correct.
And you were terminated from Ashton Creek, which is where you were employed, right?
For med diversion, yes.
Okay. And you don't believe that you are in a position to be practicing nursing at this time, correct?
Well, if I'm enrolled in ISNAP, they said I can't work for what, 90 days? Or can I work?
I want to know what you think about your ability to practice nursing safely right now.
I'm a great nurse.
Okay.
I just have a problem with alcohol, and I know that I'm going to be monitored, and under, urine tests, whatever, it's going to come up 0 because I have to have a 0 tolerance to everything.
And so
but as an RN, I think I'm a great nurse.
And you were diverting controlled substances that were prescribed for patients at Ashton Creek, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you recognized in your interview with Ms. Kane, if you look on page 5 of that document, that you were suffering from severe depression, OCD, and alcoholism, which was wrecking your life, correct?
What, 5?
Yes, page 5. Saw that conversation with Ms. Kane?
I'm on Zoloft and everything for it, and I probably wasn't taking it correctly and not taking enough, like I wasn't supposed to. I'm a bad patient. So,
and
I just had a rough time in my life, and...
Have you ever been treated for alcoholism before?
Yes.
And how many times? You recall saying that you'd been in inpatient treatment 3 times?
I'm St. Joe, Parkview, so yes, more than, I won't say 3, but at least 2, I'm trying to recall.
And at the time of this interview, which was January 25th, 2017, you had stated that you were 2 weeks sober at that point, correct? And have you had any alcohol or controlled substances since January 25th, 2017?
No. But, if I'm enrolled in ISNAP, and I'm getting monitored through Parkview Behavioral Health. I'm in the IOP program. I've been in for 6 weeks now, so.
Have you, prior to your termination from Ashton Creek, were you terminated under suspicion or for the diversion of medications and controlled substances prior to that employment with Ashton Creek?
Yes.
And where was that from? And in fact, you characterized it as saying you got fired for taking medicines and not doing things right. Recall that?
Yeah, they fired me, let me think. They pretty much just let me go, and they should have turned me in, and they didn't. They were nice at Greystone. But I did med diversion, but I was a good nurse, and I was a good nurse at Ashton Creek, but I took stupid head. I gave him one, and I took one for myself. and I messed up. So I'm admitting that.
The state doesn't have any other questions at this time.
Ms. Myers, is there any information that you'd like to, short information you'd like to share with us at all regarding this matter, or anything we need to know to make our decision?
I'm trying to be honest and get this corrected, my current address and all that, and I need to get the yes/no renewal questions changed. And like, yes, have you been fired? It should be yes and not no. So I don't know. I talked to iSnap, she gave me a number, I called her, and she hasn't called me back yet.
We'll fix the address problem today after your hearing, okay?
But as I said, I'm being monitored, I'm going through iSnap. I mean, I have to, I mean, they're gonna, get back with you, and if I'm not legit, then.
Okay.
What's the word I'm thinking of? I mean, I have to be absent and everything, have a clear slate, or it comes back to you guys, right?
Yes, ma'am. So what we're reminding the board, what we're here for is about whether or not you are safe to practice nursing, or whether we should honor the state's request for an emergency suspension. So do any members of the board, is there any question you need answered from this witness to assist you in making that decision, or are you ready to close this hearing out? Okay. These proceedings are hereby concluded. Discussion.
I would support the state.
Second. We have a motion and a second.
I'll
Ross
second.
And Mr. Morrison. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries 7-0-0. Good
Thank you.
luck to you, ma'am.
Come up here.
License has been suspended for 90 days.
I don't have the copy of this report, no.
She's on the.
Myers. Come up here. We'll help you with the address. We'll change your address, okay?
Angela Roberts, number 8. I'm sorry, number 32. It's the 8th one. Number 32. Should also be in the folder.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Should be in the folder.
Number 8, sir?
Number 32. It's 8th one of my cheat sheet. 32.
As long as you know what you're calling.
I know what I'm saying. Is 32. Angela Roberts.
All right, this is an administrative hearing being held the 16th day of February, 2017 in the Indiana Government Center South Conference Center Auditorium, 302 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 2:45 p.m. local time. It is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana as found in IC 4-21.5 before 7 members of the Indiana State Board of Nursing in a cause docketed as 2016 NB 290. This hearing is being limited to the matter of the petition for emergency suspension. The petition for summary suspension against the respondent was filed on February 10th, 2017. My name is Kim Cooper, and I'm serving as hearing officer for this board. The following members of this board are seated here with me. Andy Morrison, consumer member. Mary Rock, RN. Ayanna Russell, LPN. India Owens, RN. Jeffrey Cotto, RN. Beth DeKonig, RN. At this time, I'll request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give the respondent a fair hearing and render an impartial decision, remove himself or herself from this hearing. May we have the appearance of counsel, please?
Jessica Krug for the state.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, you're representing yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Will those who know themselves to be witnesses in this cause please stand? Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Opening statement, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts has had her license suspended since July of 2016. We are asking for an extension of that summary suspension here today for an additional 90 days. There is already an administrative complaint on file. There was a final hearing set on November 17th, 2016. Ms. Roberts failed to appear. The board issued a notice of proposed, well, the board granted a motion for a notice of proposed default. I believe one was also issued. However, the matter's not been set for default yet, so that case is still pending, waiting for that default hearing so we can get those final proceedings done. We are asking for an additional 90 days to cover the time period till we have that final hearing.
Thank you. Ma'am, do you have any statement you'd like to provide about what you want to see happen today?
Well, my goal is that I want my license back, and I will do whatever means to get there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good. Ms. Krug?
I'll call Ms. Roberts. Ms. Roberts, could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Angela Roberts, ANGELA ROBERTS.
And are you aware that your license was previously suspended by this board?
Yes.
And do you recall the reasons why your license was suspended?
Yes.
And since that time, on January 18th, 2017, were you found guilty of operating a vehicle while intoxicated and sentenced to 1 year of probation?
What was that date again?
January 18th, 2017.
I don't know about the date, but I did have a DUI that resulted in that. It was in October.
Pled guilty and were sentenced, correct?
Correct.
And additionally, in December of 2016, were you participating in the ISNAP program?
Yes.
And were you closed out of the ISNAP program for noncompliance?
I discharged myself when I got the DUI. I didn't have a driver's license. I did not, and when I was with non-compliance when I had the DUI. And so, but I didn't have a vehicle to get back and forth. They had asked maybe that I would go into residential treatment again, and at that time I had no medical insurance. I've since then gained medical insurance, got my driver's license back, so I am very willing to get back into things to get my life straight again.
But so in December 22nd of 2016, you indicated to ISNAP that you were no longer going to participate in that program, correct?
At that time, yes.
And have you re-enrolled in the ISNAP program?
I have had some conversations to Robin Reed somewhere about re-enrolling within the last week.
I want you to answer my question. Have you re-enrolled in the ISNAP program?
I have not yet re-enrolled.
At this time, the state would offer State's Exhibit 1, which is the certified, or is the chronological case summary for the conviction that she's previously testified to.
That document?
Which document? I don't know that I've seen this document, but I know that this is all correct.
So no objections?
No objections,
States
no.
1 admitted?
The state has no further questions for Ms. Roberts at this time.
All right.
When did the board issue the notice of proposed default?
What day did the,
Well, I'll try to make it simpler. Did the board issue the notice of proposed default before this conviction was entered?
yes, I believe so.
I don't think I think I've been missing some mail. I'm going through a divorce, and some of it's not getting handed over, because I really knew about this hearing. Whitney Cooper emailed me, thankfully, getting some missed mail.
December 8th, 2016 is the file mark on the notice of proposed default.
Okay.
No, I didn't. I'm not saying that it wasn't sent. I did not get that. I left my home.
Ask because you're here today. Good for you.
Yeah. Yeah, Whitney Cooper sent me an email that told me about the hearing, so I did see the email, but I did not receive the mail that told me when the first hearing was.
We noticed her about the petition to extend the summary suspension.
Right, I understand, but that's a question that's on my mind. Probably everyone else is up here.
So you have nothing further, right?
For her.
For her. Do you have another witness to call, ma'am?
I would call Chuck Lindquist. Mr. Lindquist, pretend like you don't know everybody here and tell us your name and what your current occupation is.
Chuck,
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 2 and ask if you are able to identify what that document is.
yes, these are the,
And are you responsible for keeping those records?
yes, I am.
Does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of the participant notes maintained by ISNAP?
Yes, it is.
The state would offer petitioner's Exhibit 2, which is the progress notes from ISNAP.
Copy of this?
No.
Ma'am, do you have any concerns about this document?
I mean, I would have to read over it if.
Let me put it to you this way. We're not asking you to agree to what's in it.
Okay.
But can we look at it?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
All right, States 2 is admitted. Thank you.
Something in there that you don't agree with, you're more than welcome to tell us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Lindquist, Ms. Roberts testified that she discharged herself, is how she put it, but from the ISNAP program at the end of December of 2016 and is not yet fully back enrolled with ISNAP. Is that accurate to your understanding?
Option of going into a closed file, she stated funded program, but based on her inability to go into the,
And that is its current status, correct?
she's called. Or in Vietnam.
So her current status is that her file is closed with
That's correct.
ISNAP, right?
Yes.
Thank you. This state has nothing further from Mr. Lindquist.
Ma'am, do you have anything you'd like to ask? Mr.
Yes,
Lindquist?
I was told I had a full assessment done, I believe it was February 10th, when I went to probation, and Robin had said if we got a full assessment there with a diagnosis.
Are you asking this question to?
I'm saying exactly.
Oh, hang on. Right now, but what you have available to you is you can ask Mr. Lindquist a question.
And if you don't have a question, that's fine, and if there's something you want to tell us, we'll get to that in just a minute. But right now, if you have a question for him, now's the time to ask.
Yes, I just want to know what steps I need to go for the assessment to get back re-enrolled again.
The state would object, just that's not quite relevant to this discussion here.
That's the only question I would have for him right now.
That question, Mr. Lindquist?
Sure.
Said that
Any other questions?
I don't know how to, if they'll mail me a copy of that assessment. I'll look and see if I have that. I don't know.
Like I say, that's something, if you have something to tell us, you can tell us later, but did you have any more questions?
No, thank you. No.
Ms. Krug, do you have anything else?
I have nothing else.
All right, ma'am, this is
Yes.
your opportunity to tell us anything that you want us to know prior to making a decision about your suspension.
I have been going through very hard times with a very troubled marriage of 20 years. Have had bouts with alcoholism. I have a sponsor. I have done a 30-day treatment. I've done other treatments. I'm aware of my issue. I take full responsibility for the things that I have done that brought me here. I regret a lot of things. I am in a happier place. I've removed myself from that. That's with the male issue. Removed myself from that atmosphere into a happier home, a sober living space for myself. And I am working now I'm waiting tables and I've made the steps to get insurance. I've done all the things that I can do to get back on track to do whatever I need to do to get my license back.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, what's your sobriety date?
I wasn't drinking daily anymore after I had, actually even before the DUI. Going through the separation, I did have date. It would have been December 3rd.
All right, of 2016.
Yes.
Thank you. Again, we're just looking at a suspension to
Well, I
support
think we're extending.
extending.
Correct, renewing the summary suspension for an additional 90 days.
Are there any questions that you need to ask her before we close these hearings out, or Mr. Lindquist? Closing.
Just briefly, I appreciate everything Ms. Roberts has said about how she's proceeding forward in her treatment and recovery. I just don't think she's quite there yet. It's all still very new to her. She's not enrolled in ISNAP. That's something that needs to be done. We need to get that assessment to even know if she is safe to work. That's something that that can come and that she can take advantage of and participate in. She didn't appear for a final hearing, so we also have that procedural issue to wind through. But at the moment, I think a 90-day suspension is appropriate, given that while she expresses the desire to get to the place that she needs to be at to get her license back, we're not there yet, so we do need the additional time.
Thank you. Ma'am, anything else?
I regret some of the things I've done, but I am feeling much better at this point in my life. I'm a happier, healthier person, so that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. These proceedings are hereby concluded. Discussion, or does someone have a motion?
I would have a motion to go forward with the extension of the summary suspension.
Second.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Carry 700. That was Taconic Rock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Curtis, number 30. Also in the folder, I believe. Curtis.
Usually Courtney's out there bringing it down.
Happened there.
We're in a Fitbit. It's all right.
I'm just
So you're not supposed to point that out.
Nothing wrong.
All right, this is the administrative hearing being held the 16th day of February, 2017, Indiana Government Center South Conference Center Auditorium, 302 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 2:56 p.m. local time, and is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana as found in IC 4-21.5 before 7 members of the Indiana State Board of Nursing in a cause docketed as administrative cause number 2017-NB0042. This hearing is limited to the matter of the petition for emergency suspension. The petition for summary suspension against the respondent was filed on February 10th, 2017. My name is Kim Cooper, and I'm serving as hearing officer. I'm seated with the following board members.
India Owens.
India Owens, RN, Ayanna Russell, LPN, Mary Rock, RN, Andy Morrison, consumer member, Jeffrey Cotto, RN, Beth DeConnick, RN. At this time, I request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give this respondent a fair hearing and render an impartial decision, remove him or herself from this hearing. May we have the appearance of counsel?
Jessica Krug for the state.
Ms. Curtis, are you representing yourself?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Will those who know themselves to be witnesses in this cause please stand and be sworn in? That will be you, ma'am. Do you and each of you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Please be seated. Opening statement, ma'am.
Thank you. The state has filed a petition for summary suspension of Ms. Curtis's license, asking for that suspension for 90 days. Ms. Curtis tested positive for marijuana and oxycodone during a facility investigation into missing narcotic cough syrup at her employer. She has admitted to taking 2 tablets of Percocet, an old prescription that she had for Percocet, and smoking marijuana the night before she was drug tested at work, explaining her positive results on her drug screen. She appeared for a personal appearance here in front of you. She had that personal appearance with Dr. Cotto, and she explained why she was fired in September of 2016. At that time, Dr. Cotto recommended that her license be renewed on probation for the length of her RMA, which would have been, I think, 6 months was the recommendation at that time. At that time, she told Dr. Cotto that she had self-enrolled herself into ISNAP. However, we believe the evidence indicates that she was referred there after her termination from Grandview, where she was working, and tested positive. Since the time of her personal appearance with Dr. Cotto and the recommendation was made for her license to be renewed on probation based on the information that was provided at that time, which on January 23rd, 2017, so new information, Ms. Curtis was charged with possession of meth, possession of narcotic drug, and possession of a controlled substance relating to a new incident, which was not the basis for her termination from her employer. So at this time, the state is asking for a 90-day suspension so we can figure out the whole gamut of what's going on, even though you may have discussed earlier that recommendation of renewing her license on probation.
Thank you. Ms. Curtis, do you have an opening statement about what you want to see happen today?
I agree with what she is saying. I have not yet been to court yet for my...
I need you to pull the mic next to your mouth.
I have not been to court yet for my charges. I was recently just told my charges as of January 24th. Yes. I am enrolled in Advantage Counseling and Education Services treatment for alcohol and drug intensive outpatient program for 60 hours. I do have proof of that if you want that. And
Okay, we'll get to all that here in a bit, okay? Ms. Krug?
Curtis, the state would call Amanda Curtis. Ms. Curtis, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
But you have criminal charges pending?
Yes.
Right not to testify. You don't have to testify here today. You don't have to incriminate yourself. I can remind you, you're in trouble right here, but you're in bigger trouble in criminal court.
Yes.
Okay? have to say anything to us. However, if the state presents other evidence, the board might, but they might draw an adverse inference if you don't talk to us. So I just want to remind you, you have bigger fish to fry in criminal court. You don't have to talk to us if you don't want to. But that said,
I'd rather not talk about my charges outside of here. I mean, the criminal charges, just because I have not.
I'll tell you what, we'll let Ms. Krug ask you questions. If you don't want to answer those questions, that's fine. Done.
Ms. Curtis, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1, which is a copy of the consumer complaint. Do you recall receiving that document in the mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to read it and understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 2. You know what that document is?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it?
This is what I told.
Ms. Curtis, I can't hear you.
Just right into that microphone, real clear.
Okay, sorry. I spoke with ISNAP. I can't remember her name. This is what I emailed Whitney Cooper, I believe, yes.
This is your response that you
Yes.
provided to her, is that correct?
Yes.
The state would offer State's Exhibit 1 and 2 at this time.
Ma'am, any concerns about 1 and 2?
No.
Okay, states 1 and 2 admitted into evidence.
And ma'am, in your response to that consumer complaint, the email there that is State's Exhibit 2, you acknowledge taking 2 tablets of Percocet from an old prescription and smoking marijuana, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall when you came in for your personal appearance with Dr. Cotto on the renewal of your license? You remember that?
Yes.
And did you tell Dr. Cotto about the reasons why you were terminated from your employment?
Yes.
And at that time, did you know that you would later be charged with possession of methamphetamine, possession of a narcotic drug, and possession of a controlled substance?
No.
And after that time, on January 23rd, 2017, were you in fact charged in the Hendricks Superior Court with those felonies?
I'm not sure what the date was when I went to Superior Court.
But you were charged in January of this year with those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what those charges relate to? Did you in fact possess methamphetamine or a controlled substance?
I'd rather not speak.
Has no further questions for Ms. Curtis.
Thank you. Ms. Curtis, this is your opportunity. Is there anything you'd like to offer in presenting your case?
I'm going through rehabilitation. I'm never been charged with any criminal charges before. I've been a nurse since 2005. So this is kind of my first time getting in trouble, learning a lesson, and moving on with my life. So I have a very supportive husband. We're going to therapy. I'm in rehab, which was recommended to me. I've tested negative there for drugs or alcohol. I'm doing a minimum of 60 hours there through the Advantage Counseling and Education Services. Also through ISNAP program, which I check in every day.
All right, thank you. Or do you have anything, do
Don't have anything further for Ms. Curtis.
you have any questions for Ms. Curtis?
Ms. Curtis, are you in agreement with the state that your license should be suspended for 90 days so you can get your stuff together?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Closing.
Just briefly, as you know, Ms. Curtis has a hill to climb here, and we believe a 90-day suspension while she is able to get those things in order is appropriate so that we can determine whether or not she can safely return to work.
Okay, Ms. Curtis, any final statement? No, ma'am. All right, thank you. These proceedings are hereby concluded.
Motion to agree with the state for a 90-day suspension.
May I have a second?
Is that you, Ayanna? Yeah.
All right, all in favor?
Aye. Opposed?
Motion carries 7-0-0. Thank you.
Good luck, Ms. Curtis.
Thank you.
Mary L. Washington,
Thank you very much.
17, number 17. I know.
Hi, this is an administrative hearing being held the 16th day of February 2017 in the auditorium of the Indiana Government Center South, 302 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 3:07 p.m. local time. It is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana as found in IC 4-21.5 before 7 members of the Indiana State Board of Nursing. This hearing is being held pursuant to the request of the petitioner to consider the petition for the denial application for licensure by examination. The notice and time and place of this hearing was mailed as provided by regular mail on February 10th, 2017. My name is Kim Cooper, and I'm hearing officer for this board. The following members of this board are seated with me. Andy Morrison, consumer member. India Owens, RN. Mary Rock, RN. Ayanna Russell, LPN. Jeffrey Cotto, RN. And Beth DeConick, RN. At this time, I would request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot provide a fair hearing and render an impartial decision, remove him or herself from this hearing. Ma'am, would you please stand to be sworn in? Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. Please be seated. Okay, ma'am, we are here at your request. What would you like?
For my license to be reinstalled.
I need the microphone right up to your mouth, and I need to hear everything you're saying, please.
I'm here to appeal for my license to be renewed or reinstalled.
Carrie, can you share why it was a denial?
I answered yes. You told me. Because you told me if I emailed you, I didn't have to come to court.
Set it for a PA, and she didn't show for that PA, and so she was denied, and that's kind of where we are here today. All right. All right, so ma'am, you filed the application to be renewed, correct? And in the course of doing so...
And you'll need to answer orally, so the court reporter can...
Oh, yes.
In the course of doing so, on the question, have you been terminated, reprimanded, disciplined, you responded as a yes?
Yes.
Okay. What happened?
I was one of the on-call nurses, and the census went down to about 14 in the facility. So she let the 3 of us, the on-call, she told
You're
us,
fading fast. I need you louder.
the 3 of us that were on call, she just told us she'll call us back when the census went.
She?
The DON. And she just kept her full-time and part-time nurses. After a couple of weeks, I was a little adamant about I needed something in writing stating if she was going to call us back or not. And she just asked me to be patient. A month had gone past, so I asked for something in writing. She typed up a letter saying that my on-call services were not needed at this time. And may I do good on my endeavors, future endeavors. So, that's all.
So were you working for an agency? Were you PRN?
Yes.
Okay. And so were you just being called off frequently? Is that why you?
No, I don't do call-offs. I'm never late. It was just the fact that the census went down.
Correct,
And I
so
work
you
another
weren't getting the hours as a PRN person
Yes.
that you were wanting?
Yes, for a whole month, just about a month.
Okay, and so as a result of that, you were terminated?
Well, the other two, they just chose to leave, and I had been there for a while, I was trying to be stable, so she just asked me to be patient, and I was, like I said, very adamant about, I wanted something in writing stating, what are you doing with our shifts? So she said, I'll give you a letter stating that your on-call services aren't needed, and if you do, we'll call you back. But right now, she called me back about a month or so ago, but I also work another job too, so.
So, how long have you been a nurse?
Since November of 2004.
Since 2004. So prior to this particular place of employment, where were you working?
This was the first nursing job I had. My second one is SIBO's.
I'm sorry?
My first place of employment was Simmons Love and Care as a nurse. And then the second is SIBO's, where I'm currently employed.
And is First Loving Care the one that let you go?
Yes.
And you got licensed in 2004? So you were with them up until 2000 and?
No, I didn't start there until December of 2008.
2000 and what?
8.
So from 2008 until 2016, you were working there?
Off and on. I only got 6, so I was gone for about a year or so. But I did return.
Okay.
I just didn't come back full-time like I was the first time.
Or do you have any questions for her?
Motion to have her license free and clear.
May I have a second? Favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries 700. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms.
Thank
Washington,
you.
just out of curiosity, why didn't you show up for the personal appearance?
Because Ms. Burke said if I emailed her, I wouldn't have to show up for court on January 5th. I got a letter January 31st stating
Some
that,
confusion with the mail, or?
well, we did correct the mailing address. The first mailing address was wrong, but that was correct. Ms. Burke and I did correct that. And then she told me to send her another email to appeal for the licensure denial. And so I did that as well.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
You guys need a quick break, or?
Yeah, I think only one more here.
Let's hear one more and then we'll take a break.
Timothy Georgie, I'm sorry. 13.
Okay, this is an administrative hearing being held the 16th day of February 2017 in the Indiana Government Center South Conference Center Auditorium, 302 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 3:15 p.m. local time, and is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana as found in IC 4-21.5 before 7 members of the Indiana State Board of Nursing in a cause docketed as administrative cause number 2017NB0018. This hearing is limited to the matter of the petition for emergency suspension. Petition for summary suspension against the respondent was filed on January 19, 2017. My name is Kim Cooper, and I'm serving as hearing officer for this board. The following members of this board are seated with me. Andy Morrison, consumer member. India Owens, RN. Mary Rock, RN. Ayana Russell, LPN. Jeffrey Cotto, RN. Beth DeConnick, RN. At this time, I would request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give the respondent a fair hearing and render an impartial decision remove him or herself. May we have the appearance of counsel?
Tim Weber, Deputy Attorney General for the state.
Mr. How do I say it?
Georgie?
Mr. Georgie, are you represented by counsel?
No.
Are we fine to continue without?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Will those who know themselves to be witnesses in this cause please stand and raise your right hand? Do you and each of you solemnly affirm or swear or affirm that you will provide the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Please be seated. Opening statements. Mr. Weber.
Thank you. Mr. Georgie is here on the state's petition for summary suspension. That petition was based on an incident where Mr. Georgie was terminated after a for-cause urine drug screen, and then he initiated intake with ISNAP, but was subsequently closed out of his RMA. It's my understanding that Mr. Georgie has signed a recovery monitoring agreement today, and so that will be presented to the board. Well, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Georgie, what do you want to have happen today?
To keep my license.
All right, thank you. Good start. Mr. Weber?
State would call Mr. Lindquist. Lindquist, what is your current position?
Chuck Lindquist, Program Director for ISNAP.
Are you familiar? Yes, I am. Signed an ISNAP RMA?
As of today, yes, he signed all of his releases and the recovery monitoring agreement.
ISNAP have any concern?
Did this closure memo, he's responded to us, he's followed through with all the things that we've asked, he signed a release, he's in, not have any concerns of his public.
I have no more questions for Mr. Lindquist.
Mr. Georgie, do you have any questions for Mr. Lindquist?
No.
All right, thank you.
The state would call Mr. Georgie. Mr. Georgie, can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Timothy Georgie, Timothy, Georgie, Gorgei.
Mr. Georgie, are you currently working as a nurse?
No,
When is the last time you worked as a nurse?
since terminated on July 10th.
What was your assessment were you assessed at Parkdale or somewhere else?
Parkdale,
And what was your assessment? What did it come back in terms of your diagnosis?
bipolar, alcoholism, and opioid abuse.
You engaged in any inpatient treatment since that time?
Yes, I completed 24 hours of dual diagnosis for bipolar and drug alcohol abuse, and then finished 48 hours of IOP.
And who was that through?
Porter Stark.
Are you currently going to AA meetings?
Yes, 3 a week.
Do you have a sponsor?
I do.
You indicated that you have a bipolar disorder diagnosis, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently seeing a mental health counselor or psychiatrist for that?
Yes, I'm seeing my psychiatrist regularly.
What is regularly? How many times a month?
Well, since the medication has been effective, he has me see him every 2 months.
What medication are you on?
I'm on Lamictal 100 milligrams daily, and then also Lexapro 20 milligrams daily. And that's it.
Do you have any plans to return to work?
Yes.
When do you plan to return to work?
As soon as possible, if able.
No further questions for Mr. Georgie at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Georgie, do you have any witnesses that you'd like to call?
No.
Do you have testimony you'd like to offer to us?
Other than what I've already said, I have 6 drug urinalysis, random ones, that have been negative since that time. But other than that, that's it.
Or do you have any questions for Mr. Georgie? I do. Mr. Georgie, what's your sobriety date? I'm sorry.
Since the incident of July 10th.
Closing.
Obviously, the state has concerns with regard to Mr. Georgie. He was terminated from an employer for a positive for-cause urine drug screen. We're here today on a summary suspension petition, so the standard is a clear and immediate danger to the public. Given the RMA being signed today and his testimony, the state would leave it at the board's discretion regarding this summary suspension, since those kind of are emergent facts that have changed the situation. Filed the summary suspension.
Nothing further, right?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. These proceedings are hereby concluded. Board discussion.
I think I would be in favor of a long probation or however long the length of the RMA is.
You're- that's not an option you have.
Excellent idea.
Oh,
but
we're only here for suspension.
Unfortunately, not. Now, the question is, they're an immediate danger to the public health and safety if allowed to continue to practice.
Well, and I guess in my mind, I don't have a comfort level that's been established that it's been a long enough period of time.
Taking the first step, but I don't still in such a remedial state with recovery, fragile. I do respect his honesty with us today, but like Dr. DeConnick, I don't have that sense of comfort right now. Dr. DeConnick, do you have a motion?
I would move that we go forward with the summary suspension and the 90-day.
90-day windows
Yes.
standard. Have a second? Favor? Aye. Abstain? 1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Might I recommend?
Mr. Harrison needs a break, so.
I'm glad that I'm the scapegoat for Ms. Cooper's snack needs, but I'm more than willing to
He
be
wants
said
popcorn, I want
scapegoat.
cookies. So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
I believe we have addressed all of those that are physically present, yes. Did you guys translated that right?
That's a yes,
It's a
Bob.
lawyer answer to a lawyer question.
Yeah, don't try to trick me back there. Lightning round.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take emergency suspension for 400 bucks.
Extension for 200.
What is Class C felony?
Really appreciate your code.
Somewhat non-existent anymore after the 2014 rewrite.
Excuse me, pardon.
Did you like my list? It's just because you're tired. I know everybody's name, it's just that's what happened. Oh my
One night I
gosh.
decided to stay, I don't need to stay.
No, I never decided to stay,
But I'm tired. I didn't go back, I get some work done. I'm gonna make him come clean those handprints off.
I hate that.
A 2-day handprint.
Yeah, you know what was going on.
That's what we're here.
And-
That's what makes it
And it
worse.
hit me
I know.
last night, I was in my pajamas and I was like,
I'd almost want to put my head at the foot of the bed.
I know, right?
and so I felt like I was wanting to sleep further down in the bed.
Yeah, I know.
And it freaked me out.
Totally.
And I probably would have said something, but my stuff, I've been working, my stuff was everywhere. I had my pajamas on. I just was like,
I've gotten so it's like the first thing that I.
What do you look
we
for?
saw bed.
Handprints.
We got,
Or even like a head print, like where they just laid their greasy head against.
Oh, now I'm going to have to go home.
we
Go
let
there
you
and
stay at
look.
Embassy Suites in North. Afterwards, I didn't feel well. I don't feel good. Oh, no, I don't see that. And it was So she gets it on this little, like a little card thing with a little lid. Up and it was the same picture. I was like,
Yeah, they're all, why is it just in that one room?
and they were like, well, we can see. A
Cancellation,
refund.
a refund.
I was just like, Justin. And I mean, they treated us so bad. I called Embassy Suites. And they finally refunded it, and I think I got a week or so worth of time. I've used it. Where was the hotel? Embassy Suites up north. Oh.
Set out.
It could be anywhere. It could be a movie theater.
And my mom has always said, when you go to the movie,
God, I never even think of that.
Right.
Miss Katie, well, anyway, so they got all this treatment. Right under here, she was like, yeah.
I'm just gonna sit crippling behind you.
But, you know, I have a friend, when all this happened, a lot, you know, I was.
All right, we're ready to proceed. Now, I do note there are about 3 in the back. I want to make sure you guys are not here for hearings, correct? I think we've addressed everybody that's actually here for hearing. We're good, right? Okay, we're ready to proceed then with those that are not present. Ms. Cooper, go down in order, if that works for everyone else. Brianna Keller was filed. I wouldn't, okay. I was trying to remember. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Right. I believe, yes, and I believe there are some NOPDs that are pending final signature that will go out. So, okay, so we won't. Yeah. So that will be also number 3, Mead has notice of proposed default board on those that are pending to go out. So it has not been mailed, so we can't do the default yet because they have not been put on notice.
So number 1,
Number 1,
nothing.
number 3, likewise. Our office
That's Mead, right?
has Mead, correct. Casey Guzman, I note PSA, was that in the packet or are we presenting it right now? Can't say yes to an or question.
It was in the packet? It was in the packet and voted on this
It
morning.
was adopted. Very good. William Spencer is continued. Shelby Hubler.
Board? Second?
Aye.
Favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained?
It is still till 4 o'clock.
Okay, just wondered.
Yes.
6-0-0.
On the renewal.
That could, Yes, on the renewal and the continuance, I believe. Was it a joint motion, Tim, or were they separate motions?
motion, it was
Okay.
a petition for extension of.
I guess technically, Board, are you extending it for a full 90 days?
Board,
Second?
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 700, thank you.
Thank you.
Deanna Moore,
In the packet. I don't,
It was in the packet and
it
accepted.
was accepted. Very good. All right, that one was already accepted. Perfect. Janie Wells.
State has offered a settlement agreement to the respondent based on a pre-hearing settlement conference. She's indicated that she's going to accept that. We're waiting to get those papers back. We're asking for a continuance to get time so we can get that filed.
Moved.
Second?
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 0.
Martha Wood.
Amanda Elizondo, Deputy Attorney General. I filed a settlement this afternoon, which is not in the packet. Ms. Wood has, over the course of several years, from beginning in like 2011 through 2015, has been employed by several different nursing employers and has had some issues throughout. Made medication errors, documentation errors, narcotic handling issues, and was terminated by several different employers. We charged her with, she was terminated by several employers, did fail to disclose 2 of those terminations on one of her renewals. She was terminated 3 times in a renewal period, disclosed 1 of the terminations, but did not disclose the 2 others when she answered. So we charged her with renewal fraud, with failure to document appropriately in the course of her profession, and failure to use safe judgment in the course of her profession. We have agreed that she will be placed on indefinite probation for 2 years, and she will be required to keep the board apprised of her current contact information, her employment contact information, have the employer sign a copy of the board's order, and have that on file within 10 days. She will have her employer submit reports to the board appraising the board of her performance and work habits. She'll immediately inform the board of any termination, arrest, criminal charges. She shall also complete 12 hours in ethics CEUs, 24 hours in medication administration CEUs, and 12 hours in impaired nursing narcotic handling CEUs. She will also pay a $250 fine for the renewal fraud and pay the $5 health records fee. And that is the agreement that we came up with.
I have a question. This
Yeah.
is just kind of random, but there's a suspicious termination. How do we find out about the other 2 terminations? Is this just after you start interviewing her? How do you guys find
We
that
begin
out?
an investigation. We can request from the Department of Workforce Development and find out everywhere someone has worked, or most of the places that someone has worked.
Okay, so it comes up
And
in
then
your-
we start.
Oh, that's handy.
Yeah.
Okay, just wondered. Everything, probably about us too.
Are you done, ma'am?
I am done.
Aye.
Or do we have a motion?
Motion to accept the
Do we have
proposal.
a second?
I'll second.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 700.
Sarah Bondurant.
Patricia Gibson.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
700.
Mary Wilson.
Similar.
Moved.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries 7-0.
Carrie, was Jessica Patterson already continued? Good. Bartley Cohill.
Aaron Molesky for the state. This is a petition for an extension of summary suspension. Efforts were made to notify Mr. Cohill. His number was called that is listed with PLA. A voicemail answered that, and the name Bart was listed on the voicemail. Mr. Cohill was advised of the date and time, and that the OAG had filed a petition for extension. A copy of the petition for extension was also sent to the address listed with IPLA, which is on December 8, 2016, Mr. Cohill. At that time, the board unanimously voted to suspend. It would ask that the board take notice of the evidence order on petition for summary suspension. At the time of that initial hearing, Mr. Cohill, the first petition, Mr. Cohill, the state presented evidence that Mr. Cohill caught on tape diverting hydromorphone. Exhibit 2.
States 2 admitted. One and 2 are admitted into evidence.
Today, he showed up for his IoT therapy. He was showing shakes and sweats. Based on that,
I've never agreed with summary suspension.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries.
Edward Meigs.
Second.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nicole Bennett.
Ms. Burke received an email.
Days or?
Yeah, next month, please.
Aye.
Opposed?
If I don't get out of order here, India, can you present Patricia Bansky, what we did, the one here?
Summary suspension from this morning.
Yeah, but I thought she agreed and we were waive the 15. Do I need to still
Just
present it?
Present it for the
Oh,
adoption.
okay, yes, let me find my notes.
We can come back to it if you want. I just don't want to skip anything.
I'm the next one, I can just go through.
Her notes. Great. All right, I'll keep my finger on it. You want to do Krista Humphries then?
Sure.
Claire? That's good.
Krista Umphris has been on summary suspension since about September 2015, after a hearing in which testimony was presented that she diverted narcotics from 2 employers. Criminal charges resulted from those narcotics. We followed those charges for a while. We filed our complaint in September alleging 13 violations of the Nurse Practice Act. She had a final hearing date in January, but she failed to appear and failed to return a settlement agreement in time for the board to act upon that. So the board issued or granted a notice of proposed default. I don't think that has actually been mailed out yet. The issue is still pending. Ms. Umphris does have a serious addiction issue, and she represents a danger to the public should she be allowed to practice. So the state would ask that you suspend her license for an additional 90 days.
Aye.
Are you ready, India?
Yes, I can't find my notes, so I'll just go off memory. This doesn't really help me. Ms. Bansky has a long history of, or had a history of being drunk at work, and they also found vodka in her bag at work and in several coffee cups around her workplace after she was escorted out. She has been in treatment and has progressed nicely through treatment. I can't remember how long she's been. She's been in inpatient treatment.
Appropriate for me to
Help. I wrote all this down in the book, but I don't have those notes. So, right there. So she also had patient medications in her office and had taken those probably to keep herself from having DTs. And as I said, she'd done, as Chuck filled in, she'd done treatment. So my recommendation was?
end the summary suspension.
Yes.
Second?
Favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 7-0.
Chris Wimmer.
Desired Deputy Attorney General for the state. Ms. Wimmer had a pre-hearing settlement conference. Then I would like to suspend. So that we can get settlement that we can discuss resolved. So the state.
Second?
Favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 7-0.
Crystal Casewell.
Ms. Caswell has been on summary suspension since April of 2015 due to being criminally charged with sexual misconduct with a minor. She had criminal charges. We followed those through. We filed our complaint on this matter on November 2nd. She has been set well, she was set for a pre-hearing in January, and her attorney was not able to come, so she's being reset for a pre-hearing in March with a final hearing on April 20th. We would just like to ask to extend the summary suspension to cover us through that timeframe.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Ronald Extantis.
Dyer, Deputy Attorney General for the state. We're all a little familiar with Ronald Exantis by this point. He has been indicted in Kentucky for 1 count of murder, 1 count of burglary, counts of assault, count of assault in the 4th degree. The other were in the 2nd degree. I did want to tell you that he has a scheduled status hearing on April 5th, and that they have scheduled his jury trial hopefully for August 11th, 2017. But as he is on trial, ask for an additional 9.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Opposed?
So I'm his because that's been her since I've been here, right? Why can't we just revocate or do a walk?
Proven guilty.
Got it.
Gotta remember
Okay.
that.
How long does it take these guys to get? Generally,
I think it depends on the case. I mean, Mr. Exantis is a death penalty case.
Yeah.
That can
that's
take
why.
3-4 years. Miggs is a rape case. I mean, you know,
Depends on the county too.
and it depends on the county and it depends on the case and, you know,
Seems like
what.
such a waste of your time though, every 90 days, every.
Well,
90
but
days.
like, you know, if you consider like Exantis, you know, there are some cases where we can go ahead and we can have the person sign an agreement to do the ES until their case is disposed of, right? But Exantis, there may be a mental health issue there. So if we have a guy who may not be competent, sign, you know, we're inviting error into the case. And so that doesn't make sense. So, you know, the time that it takes for us is, like, Tim, how long does it take you to do MIGS every 90 days? 10 minutes? And then 5 minutes with you, that's it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's really, it's not as big, I mean, I realize it feels like, oh my God, I'm sick of dealing with this. You know, but it's kind of a necessary evil. And the reason that we don't want to get out ahead of the criminal case is because we don't want to have to try the facts of the criminal case. That's going to put the criminal case in jeopardy because we're going to be taking testimony that then could very well be used in that criminal case, number one. Number two, the respondent still has a Fifth Amendment right. And so, you know, anything that they can say here can be used against them in that case. So it really, it's an easier case for us, first of all, if all we have to do is prove that they got convicted, right? But it makes it hard for a prosecutor if we're trying their case here.
Is there, this is another procedural question. So is there a chance for a consent agenda? So you would list these and we would vote them in as a consent agenda? And Andy, are you not thinking something? Or you could say, you know, I don't want Miggs to be on the consent agenda. I want him pulled off so we can discuss it. I don't know.
Well, Miggs didn't consent.
No, what I'm saying is, we would be voting as a board to agree to your recommended action as a consent agenda item.
Oh.
So we would vote in mass for the whole list of people, or we could say, I don't want Miggs on the consent agenda, I want it moved to the
Like we do
regular
for-
agenda.
For settlement agreements.
I hear you.
That
We've all read this on our own.
Yeah, you've read it and you're familiar with it, and so you
Right.
just come informed, there's no need to put it out to be discussed.
The only problem with that is you need evidence.
Right.
You need evidence to.
It would just be on these returning ones that you're extending. You would just list the returning ones that you're asking for an extension. It would be clear, we're asking for an extension based on the stuff that's in your packet you already know. We just would vote to Well, we could talk.
It technically says after a hearing. The AOPA says after a hearing, it can be extended. That's where we get into a difficulty in trying to expedite, which I'm cognizant of, always.
You got real cognizant of it this morning.
You have some emails to go back to. I've been doing my research. So anyway, that is where it turns on. There is some, because it does require a hearing.
We have to go on the record, we have to talk to you.
Okay.
Our formal thing.
Theoretically, the initial petition may not have to, but that's a discussion for a later date. But the extension definitely says after hearing.
Okay. All right.
There, I'm done.
Alyssa Colwell. On February 7th, 2017, state left a voicemail, the phone number on file. Previously, a summary suspension for Ms. Colwell. No summary suspension in or which is Ms. Colwell still has not made contact program. That information, the state's asking for an additional 90 days. Second? Favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7. Thank you.
Lori Atkinson.
Deputy Attorney General. The state's asking an extension of the summary. We have been after that, her next court date is 2017, which is she represents a clear public is allowed to practice.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
David Estrada.
Amanda Elizondo for the state. David Estrada was originally held on a summary suspension at the November nursing board hearing. You heard testimony from Chuck Lindquist that Mr. Estrada who is on an ISNAP RMA, had submitted dilute urine drug screens 5 times in a row between July and November. He was then terminated from his employer, St. Catherine Hospital, under suspicion of diverting Dilaudid. Dilaudid was his drug of choice when he originally came into ISNAP. He did not appear at the summary suspension and has not appeared today. The state's investigation is ongoing, and we would ask for another 90 days.
Second.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
I abstain.
Randy Kaiser.
The summary suspension of at this time, I would note that notified to the email by Kelly. Okay. Is for licensing. This will be Exhibit 4. Going to see, you're going to have everything in front of you, but I'd just like to draw your attention to Exhibit. Where Ms. Kaiser was arrested. She was at Methodist Hospital and was described as being very loud and disruptive to Dr. where she was getting treatment with doctors. Asked to calm down multiple times. A nurse indicated Kaiser refused to get in the wheelchair. Banging aggressively on a glass door, causing a disturbance of the normal. Care being provided. Travel assignment nurse. And during history of that in addition to the
Second.
Favor?
Opposed? Motion carries 700.
Thank you.
Kimberly Baldrick.
Amanda Elizondo for the state. Baldrick has been on summary suspension since August 2015 after she was charged with crimes related to the theft of hydrocodone from her employer. We have followed those charges through. She did plead guilty in November. We've almost got a complaint filed. We're just about ready to file. She has never been in contact with this board. She has never been in contact with ISNAP. We would ask that you extend the suspension for 90 days.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Francis Love.
Amanda Elizondo for the state. Ms. Love was Her license was summarily suspended in November after a hearing before this board. Ms. Love did appear. She was closed out of ISNAP for failing to comply with her RMA. During the course of the hearing, we learned that Ms. Love had been terminated from St. Joseph Hospital for the diversion of Dilaudid, which she had never disclosed to ISNAP. She also did not disclose that she had been working as a director of nursing at a healthcare facility with full controlled substance access. Since she was suspended in November, she has been charged criminally in St. Joseph County with
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0-0.
Address of record. Another address back. With any.
So moved.
Tammy Fleck.
Jessica. File, email the petition to the hearing. Email address on FQLA. Suspension of the license. Time. Also extended in December. And she still has not. It is asking for. My oil. So moved. Favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained?
Cam Allen.
We had a, this morning.
Last name's Allen. Nope. Allen?
Doesn't look like it was in the binder. It was in the, it's,
This is it, this is which one.
No, that's just the petition.
we have it.
Michelle Allen? Yeah, the only thing we have is the,
You have an extra copy?
is the suspension, but we don't have the story or the proposed settlement. So I did not approve it when I read them this morning.
I have a long list.
Narcotics and didn't sign it in for ISNAP.
Minutes were adopted, so we can get autograph action on them.
Okay.
Back to the case regarding Ms. Allen, are that she's like a practical nurse in the state of Indiana. In the previous hearing, document administration. And then she staffing schedule on inappropriate documentation, utilizing the facility, our documentation. At that time, she's made contact with ISNAP. They recommended however failed to report thousand. The judge agreement. Probation and prior to petition off of probation. Hours of CEU. How long has she been in?
She doesn't have any fines for her renewal process.
Okay.
You can reject it.
Second.
Favor? Aye. Opposed? Aye.
I was gonna say, I didn't get much of a response on that end.
Aye.
You can't just random eye.
Mine
You
too.
gotta have to eye something.
We're frozen down here.
So are you, but you guys accepted, right?
I would accept it, too. I don't think we should hold it up for. Your nay because of the 250.
One, next.
Okay.
On that same. Summary suspension.
So moved.
90 days starting, she would have another 90 days.
The order goes out, whenever that is.
For 90 days, but.
That's the petition you got.
Second,
Second.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
Opal Davis.
Jessica Creek. On January, this is a petition to extend the Attorney General's office. We've not received. Referred by her. Provided a close. At this time, there's no.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Got two more on. Janice Cook.
And maybe using her.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 7-0-0.
Crystal Pruitt.
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0-0.
Tricia Mueller.
The Dyer Deputy Attorney General for the state. So this is a little different. 70 days, Ms. Mueller? April? She has a pre-hearing settlement conference set on March 2nd, so hopefully. But it is voluntary, we've all signed it, and it's for 70 days.
So moved. Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained?
Motion carries 700.
That's all the bonus coverage we've got. Pre-hearing summit conference, any NOPD busted for those?
PDs, oh, I don't, did we have any?
We have full compliance, that'd be pretty impressive.
I don't, nobody told me that they didn't have anything.
Oh, excellent.
Trump was TSA, Berlin, your file, where'd she go? All right, well, Berlin, I think I have something waiting for me to approve, so that must have been continued. Paul is continued. Stimson, I Trinity filed something on Stimson. Trinity! Did you file a PSA on Nathaniel What? Okay, what about Berlin? Okay,
Well done.
so that's everybody.
Madam President, I believe that concludes your calendar.
Well, I just have one question that involves Ms. Herron.
Oh.
I just want to make sure with it. Can I follow up on this venue about the education?
Sure.
We're going to go out and do a site visit for our friends at Forest. What do we decide about Brightwood Kaplan?
Agreed.
We did not decide about. But if we're going to following along, that would generate a site visit, and
Natalie
you'll
has
Forest,
one
we're
now.
going to do the visit, bring them in, and have it all at once. Could we follow that
Tell
same
Josh.
process? For
You want to do mine?
Have one?
Thank you.
You can do it now, or you can do it at the next month. Because Mr. White holds us accountable.
I see Martinez, hold on a second.
With the rule.
Martinez.
So if we could do
Yeah,
that,
probably
we
not.
would be.
You wanna-
I just don't want them to come and
grab them
not
before they
have
go.
one. I don't want
When's
them
the
to
ES
come
gonna
and not have
run?
one.
Before the next full board?
Does that make sense?
Okay.
And then, I don't want them to be treated different.
Just a new petition or an extension? Okay.
We can discuss it in more detail.
Is this is it by agreement? Okay. I'm sorry, board members, one extra thing. One ES that didn't get on our calendar. Almost adjourned. I didn't hear the gavel. No, but don't gavel. Danielle Martinez is an agreed extension of the summary suspension. Looks like it was just filed yesterday.
Well, I mean, we got them all.
So it should be in the packet, but not for some reason on the agenda. So.
Council Lori Brown. To the summary suspension. For. Basically.
Second. One last call to vote, please.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 700.
Pound that gavel. Pound that gavel.
Oh, way to go, Claire.
Does anybody
notice that they were noted at the top?
So it's in this
Where you're
room?
actually sitting.
No, I looked. Well, it just says the pre-hearing
Sit down.
conference date, so.
Pause. Are you causing trouble? Don't. Thought it, didn't say it.
You are a dead man.
To see those Tony big cameras.
Yeah.
It did not go off at 4 o'clock. It's still on. It's still going.
It was the rudest
Safe.
thing you've ever said to me, Cooper. You're out of my life.
Why?